Good morning, everyone.
Veo buenas caras por aquí.
I see your faces today,
Y algunas ausencias.
and I see some
Entendemos que
absences.
van a llegar en breve porque no sé
I
por qué
think
las mañanas en
some
León
people are
después de un
going to
comienzo
arrive
se hacen
shortly.
duras. Pero
I
bueno,
know it's
aquí
difficult to
estamos.
start in the morning, but here we are.
Segunda jornada del
Second
19ENISE.
day of the
Jornada dedicada
19th
hoy por
edition
completo
of
a la
ENISE.
innovación.
We're going to be
Hoy vamos
dedicated
a
today
hablar
to
de
innovation. We're
creatividad,
going to
tecnología,
talk about
cooperación para
creativity
transformar el futuro de la
and cooperation
ciberseguridad
to
y
transform the
proyectos
future
que
of
nacen en
cybersecurity
nuestros
and projects that
territorios.
are
Proyectos
born
de
nationally.
Y también de cómo la innovación
And
se convierte
also
en una
how
fuerza que
innovation
conecta
is a
personas,
force to connect
empresas y
people,
administraciones en
companies,
un
and
propósito común.
administration with a
Vamos a
common goal.
comenzar
We're going
esta
to start
jornada
now
con una
this
keynote
second day with a keynote
de
speech
la ciberseguridad en el ámbito
about
de la transformación
cybersecurity in the
digital.
field of
Si
digital
alguien podría hablar de
transformation.
este tema,
If someone can
podría
speak
ser
of this,
Jesús
it could
Herrero,
be
director
Jesus
general de
Herrero,
Red.es,
CEO of
como referente en el
Red.es,
impulso del
as a
desarrollo
reference
digital en nuestro
in
país. Jesús, por favor, el escenario es tuyo.
fostering
Un aplauso.
cybersecurity and digital transformation in our country. Let's give him a round of applause.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I see this full room, and passionate room. This is going to be an inspirating day. And first of all, I'm really proud of being here. I think we could see yesterday the motion of a live industry that have a really good capacity of resource management. I think we can do even better. I work with PMIs, with companies, I manage public resources, and I feel really proud of everything that is going on. I think this is everything good news. Good morning, by the way. I would just wanted to inaugurate this today's session. We're going to talk about innovation in all of the regions of Spain, where with this project of cybersecurity in Spain. Then we're going to have keynotes of people coming from outside of Spain, big companies that are to explain to us a market that is highly dynamic and competitive. I would like to guarantee two questions. We are the entity that manage key digital key consulting. I think you can grow and also suffer, let's say, with these programs. But I want to guarantee two things, that they will continue, that there is going to be investment from the sector. We're going to improve that PMIs can be more guarantees in a digital environment, and that you can enjoy Leon still during the afternoon and today at night. These are going to be intense nights. Thank you very much to INCIBE for the opportunity. It's an absolute luxury to be with them. Felix, I'm here in the inauguration of ENISE. I'm going to call you right away, okay? Thank you very much, and just I want to wish you a good session. I want to send you greetings, and thank you very much.
Pero que me falta.
There's something I'm lacking.
Pues se acabó el recreo.
So the recess is over, we're going to go back, and we decided that as we have an agenda foresee for each presentation, for each keynote, let's try to respect it, to follow it, and we let some minutes pass. That's why, so we have the next persons waiting for. We're going to know now how the different territories are fostering technological networks and ecosystems that contribute to the development of capacities and specialized talent. We have a really a panel of experts. Let's start by Carmen Verdejo, Director of the Innovation and Entrepreneurship of the Institute from Castilla and Aragon. Mónica Espinosa, Director of Fund and Acquisition and Management at Cybersecurity at the Agency of Catalonia. Juan Ramón Aramendia, Coordinator of the Navarra Cybersecurity Center, NACERTIC. Tomás Gómez, Head of Cybersecurity at the Director General for the Digital Society of the Autonomous Community of La Rioja. And Pedro Jesús Rodríguez, Deputy Director of Digital Society and Economy from the Autonomous Community of Madrid. Oscar Torrero, Director of Cybersecurity from the Government of Aragon. And the moderator is going to be Jorge Ordaz, our Director of Operations at INCIBE. So let's give them a round of applause. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me being here with these co-workers that I've shared so many battles with. And we have here a project that it's a really passionate one because the fact of reunite all of the communities of Spain through conventions that are really partnership collaborations where we organize a really conjoined sessions and where we've succeeded to have an induction of 162 million euros to potentiate those key sectors at every single one of those territories. I think everything it's really a success, and it gave really a lot of capacities to the different territories. This ongoing project mobilized 162 million within the component dedicated to reinforce the security in citizens, for SMEs, and for different professionals. What do we have ahead? We have a panel where we have 6 different nodes, 3 of them for the specific regions, where they're going to talk about the degree of progress, and we're going to talk about the investment of INCIBE of 121 million, where 55% has been already spent, and by the end of the year, we're going to spend 95% of the funds. So different companies should be seeing what we're going to be publishing at the portal with the project Retech, because during the next month, we are going to launch 60 million on tenders and other kinds of callings. This is going to be really important for the different regions of Spain. These are strategic projects, and we are proud of the work that's been done. As we didn't have space to have the 17 regions of Spain here, we are concentrated by nodes. First of all, I'm going to give the floor to Carmen Verdejo, which is the Director of the Department of Innovation and Entrepreneurship at the Institute for Business Competitiveness of Castilla y León. She represents the node number 1, which is composed by Castilla y León, País Vasco, and Andalusia. She's going to have the floor now. Thank you for coming here. I'm here from León, so for me, it's a pleasure being here in order to present and represent the node number 1, node Retech. First of all, I want just to make yourself an idea of what we do. I prepared a video that I want you to see in order to start with.
Muy bien, bueno, pues ahora voy a dar un poco más de detalle de cuáles son las actividades que estamos realizando dentro de la red Argos y para ello, bueno, pues hay una presentación que voy a seguir, si la podéis poner. Bueno, la red Argos, como ya ha comentado Jorge, la conformamos
by commenting
comunidades
that
que somos el
we
País
are
Vasco,
3
la Comunidad
regions of
de
Spain,
Andalucía y
the
Castilla
Basque
y León.
Country, Andalusia, and Castilla and León.
En esta, ¿podéis poner la presentación?
Can you put the presentation, please?
Si no, lo cuento, no pasa
If
nada.
not, I can speak. Just speak.
Ahí está.
Okay, we have it.
Vale. Bueno, ¿cuáles son los objetivos estratégicos
What
que
are
pretendemos
the
dentro de la red
strategic
Argos?
goals
Con esta red
within
lo que pretendemos
this
es
network?
fortalecer la industria
What
nacional
we
de
want
seguridad
is
nacional.
to
En segundo lugar,
favorize
mejorar la
industry
permeabilidad de
and
la
competitiveness,
ciberseguridad en todos los sectores. Y en tercer
to
lugar, promover y hacer
improve
crecer
cybersecurity
y
and
consolidar la colaboración
grow,
entre las regiones.
consolidate
Para
the
ello se han
collaboration among the
establecido
regions.
6 objetivos
That's
operativos.
why
En
we
primer
have
lugar,
six
es
operational goals. First of all,
mejorar las infraestructuras.
improve
En
the
segundo lugar,
infrastructures.
implementar
Second of all,
la ciberseguridad
improve
en
the
todos los sectores,
cybersecurity in
así
all of
como
the
el desarrollo de
sectors
tecnologías de
and the
ciberseguridad.
development of
En tercer lugar,
cybersecurity
todo lo que
technologies.
tiene que ver
Third of
con
all,
talento, atracción y
everything linked
retención de
to
talento, y en
talent,
especial toda la
retention, and creation
capacitación
of talent,
del
training,
personal en en
upskilling
especialidades
of
de
the
ciberseguridad.
staff on
En cuarto lugar,
cybersecurity.
impulsar
Fourth,
la aceleración
fostering
y el
the
crecimiento de empresas
acceleration
en
of
ciberseguridad. En cuarto lugar,
cybersecurity companies,
incrementar la colaboración a través de
fostering
la red de
collaboration
nodos y,
through
bueno, y por
the
último,
node
pues desplegar y
network,
explotar la red de nodos
and
de
also
ciberseguridad.
deploy
Los
and
objetivos ya los hemos
exploit
comentado
this
y
cybersecurity
hemos
network.
comentado y, bueno, son
We've
gestionadas las
told
actividades
that
que hacemos, en
they
el caso
are
de Andalucía
these
por el grupo
activities
SPRI,
are
en
managed
el
by
caso
in
de,
Andalusia by
perdón, en el
the
caso del
group
País Vasco por
SPRI,
el grupo SPRI, en el caso de Andalucía
in
por la Agencia Digital de
Andalusia
Andalucía y en
by
el
the
caso de
digital
Castilla y León
agency,
las actividades
and in
las
Castilla y
ejecutamos
León
desde el Instituto para la
by
Competitividad Empresarial de Gestión.
by the
Se han
institute that I
elegido
represent. We've chosen
tres ámbitos de especialización.
3
En el caso del País
sectors
Vasco
of specialty
es
in
la
the
industria
Basque Country:
inteligente y la
intelligent
energía. En el
industry
caso de
and
Andalucía,
energy.
lo que
In
tiene que ver con smart
Andalusia,
cities y salud.
smart
Y en el caso
cities
de
and
Castilla y
health,
León,
and in
aeroespacial y
Castilla y León,
híbrida. ¿Por qué se han elegido estos sectores? En
aerospatial
el
and
caso de
hybrid.
Andalucía, elegido estos
Why?
sectores porque salud
In
e
Andalusia,
industria y el
because
sistema sanitario
they
más grande de
have
España, el
the
alto grado de
best health
digitalización y
system,
y atrae
health
un
system
buen
in
número de
Spain,
empresas para
and
participar
it's
en el
attractive
sistema
for the
y las
companies in
smart
order
cities que
to
tienen buen número
engage,
de
and
proyectos
smart
abiertos,
cities
con foco en
because
dos
they have a
temas
lot
que
of
es
projects.
inteligencia artificial e IoT. En
Also,
el caso de Andalucía,
focusing on
del País
AI
Vasco,
and IoT.
se han
In
elegido
the Basque
energía e
Country,
industria
we've
inteligente.
chosen
Energía, ellos
in
tienen
thus
en su
intelligent
especialidad,
industries
en el
because
caso de
in
la
this
energía,
region of Spain,
presencia en todas
they have
las
a lot
formas
of
de generador de
presence
este sector, como puede ser eólica,
in
solar,
these
hidrógeno, y
sectors:
presencia de
solar,
grandes
energy,
tractoras con un volumen
hydrogen,
importante de
for
empresas,
example,
empleos y de cifra de
extractors,
negocio. Y en el caso
and
de la industria
because also
inteligente,
they
por
have
poner algunos
a
ejemplos, tanto en
business.
automoción como en electrónica,
Also,
máquina herramienta o
in
aeroespacial, todos ellos son sectores
the
con una importancia
automotive and
relevante en esta
electronics,
comunidad que
they
tiene
are
una
important in
inversión
this
per
region of
cápita
Spain, and
importante,
they
así
make
como
lots of
un volumen
investments
importante de trabajadores
in
y
this
empresas en
territory.
ciberseguridad. Todo ello soportado por el ecosistema de ciberseguridad que hay en
They,
el País Vasco.
everything is
La
supported
clúster
by
de
a
ciberseguridad de
really
Euskadi
robust
y un gran
cybersecurity
número de
system.
empresas, centros de investigación y agentes
They have
externos.
big research
Para ello,
centers.
el grupo SPRI ha desplegado
So that's
seis
why the SPRI group has
tipos de
deployed
actividades
6 different
que luego voy a
activities that you
comentar con
can
más
see on the
detalle, pero
screen.
bueno, son tres programas de ayudas.
These are 3
Una actividad que ellos ya
funding
denominan mesas
programs.
verdes de
One
ciberseguridad
is
y luego
the
actividades
tables
relacionadas con
of
la dinamización del sector
cybersecurity,
y el
discussion
simulacro
tables
de incidentes de
of
ciberseguridad
cybersecurity,
en equipos.
drills, cybersecurity drills. For
Y en el caso
example,
de Castilla y León, ¿por qué hemos elegido estos sectores? Bueno, para
for
nosotros la
Castilla and Leon,
ciberseguridad
why did
es
we
una
choose these
prioridad que está presente en la estrategia de
specialization
televisión
sectors?
inteligente, tanto en el
Because
periodo actual 21-27 como
it's
en el anterior periodo
important for
14-20.
this region of
Y para
Spain,
nosotros todo lo que
for
tiene que
this
ver con
period,
movilidad es un sector muy
and
relevante e importante en
it's a
Castilla y León,
sector that has a lot of
porque
relevance in this
representa
territory.
más del 22%
It
de
represents
nuestro PIB
more than
regional y más del
92% of the
60% de las
regional GDP
exportaciones de
and
Castilla y León dependen del
62% of the
sector.
exports
Y en
of
Castilla y
this
León
region.
tenemos más del 20%
In Castilla and
de la
Leon, we have more
capacidad
than
nacional de
20% of
fabricación de vehículos,
capacity
además
of
de
vehicle
crear
fabrication,
un volumen muy
production.
importante de empleo,
So it's
más de
an
30.000
important
directos e indirectos.
volume. Now, I'm going to get into detail about the activities that are done in each one of the regions. In Andalusia in 2024, they already launched the Excellence Center, and they make preparatory actions for the launching of the rest of the project. They have certain actions in different stages. For example, they made a study for knowing more or less what was the situation. They are launching the guidelines on cybersecurity. They have an ongoing research and development program, and they also are on signing some conventions for a hub on cybersecurity. They are finalizing the training of the technical personnel and users for the projects. They are also working on more protection of the emails for health staff. Also, they are fostering the internationalization of different companies. Also, they are working on certification and IoT technologies. In the Basque Country, in 2025, they have been following really well the program, the slots. They have different funding programs, certifications. For example, they have the program about cybersecurity for companies and cybersecurity in teams. And they have a big volume of projects that have been presented. They have also a significant amount of projects that have been approved. Whether regarding to the drill, they have been approved as well. They need to continue the execution of these programs. They need also to justify the budget. In Castilla y León, we are executing right now an excellence center on cybersecurity applied to the field of connected mobility. We have two lines of funding that are open with a significant amount of funds addressed to these kind of programs in order to improve cybersecurity in products and services, different companies, and also develop protocols on cybersecurity. We also have started different training programs, advanced programs on cybersecurity. We're going to provide training to 200 students with a mixed format, dual, that is going to be partly in León, Valladolid, and Salamanca. We're going to train for the most demanded profiles by companies. Apart from that, we are going to give some financial aids to entrepreneurship and scaling of companies. Lastly, we have a technical excellency program and also the mapping of resources and capacities of the regional ecosystem of cybersecurity. With all of these actions, we see what is going to be the process. Among the three nodes, we have a budget of 46 million euros, of which 65% are done by INCIBE. The rest of the are provided by the rest of the regions. So that's all. Thank you very much, Carmen. You were briefly capable of explaining the amount of initiatives that you've launched already, that you've foreseen. INCIBE put 32 million, but it was really useful for the list of projects that you've launched. So thank you very much for the explanation. Now, we also have Mónica Espinosa, Director of the Cybersecurity Agency of Catalonia. You represent the node composed by Catalunya, Valencia. Thank you very much for inviting us to ENISE, for reuniting so many regions of Spain. Thank you to all of the companies that are here to support us, presenting to the tenders that are being launched. We can feel the support of the ecosystem. Without you, we couldn't make such ambitious actions such the ones that we are talking about today. Our node, the program of our node, we call it Center of Innovation and Competence on Science, Health Sciences, Transport, and Industry, Connected Industry and Operational Excellency. Yesterday we have the ECC, which was our inspiration to create this project. We wanted to create those skills oriented to the characteristic of our regions. In Catalonia, we have this approach within the agency that I represent. We are protecting the public sectors, our hospitals, our health establishments. So what we wanted to do is to extract more skills. So from Catalonia, we were focused on that in this node of the health sciences. My coworkers are here present, also from Galicia, which is an industry really specialized also on intelligence transport. We also have Carmen Adolfo from Valencia, from the Cybersecurity Association, and that also share this approach of the connected industry. We are talking about the fact that there is an agreement signed on August 2022 where we started this project. And up until now, there has been a really good evolution. And there's been a lot of progress towards a better protection, phase 2 and attack. So since 2022, we've implemented a lot, and this has also been translated legally to our regional law. And what we wanted to do is to make a specialization that was more horizontal, let's say. So the IoT are all of the components oriented to the improvement of products and services. Today, we are a lever, but for that we need excellency to improve our products and also to foster these kind of activities. In that moment, we added quantum skills that we see. It's important, as we could see yesterday by the different presentations. The CCN in 2022 already started orienting us. We included in our program that allowed us to better progress and better foresee projects linked to quantum computation. There's been an extraordinary work that's been done in Galicia. They focus on the creation and execution of the different superior programs of training on cybersecurity. They made 9 training courses specialized on IT cybersecurity. We are really specialized on IT, but we also need to potentiate OT. That's why we made 6 training courses and give the necessary equipment and train all of our teachers and staff. So the administration's made a significant investment that already made an upgrade. And these professionals are really well trained to have these trainings. Here, the administration of Galicia has been doing an excellent work. Another work line, it's been awareness for society and the entrepreneur business community about the risk associated to the technology intelligent usage. And they've signed a series of agreements in order to foster the CyberGA meeting, which is going to be soon. If you can go, there is going to be a series of activities. Also, they have signed some framework agreements, and for us, it was difficult sometimes in order to comply with all of the objectives and dates. In Galicia, they've also created a hub network and demonstration centers for research and innovation. This initiative has the objective of creating an excellency center to progress and continue improving. They focus on intelligent transport, as I said, and cybersecurity. They've developed in these hubs some use cases, and they gave the necessary equipment in order to give this initiative by the administrations. They have some platforms for event management, cybersecurity and automatization associated to tenders. This is the main lever that we use in order to provide these services and help companies. And it's all about creating products and a series of public entities that can manage. We also gave support to acquisition by different companies with 14 training courses to design the different we've designed programs specifically dedicated to professionals. In Galicia, we focus on intelligent transport. Also, I want to highlight the design, development, and operation of a list of tools on cybersecurity on the research center of Rozas. The fabrication and validation of the system has been done, as well as the training and capacitation specialized on cybersecurity. Also, the works of acceptation of the system have been done. We have an ongoing certification process. And from Valencia, they focus on this intelligent industry. So we adjusted all of the hub creation and digital twins on industrial cybersecurity. We focus on the main industrial sectors of the region. We did some studies, analysis, and strategic plans. We've published the results. And we've done a series of strategic plans on industrial cybersecurity on the key sectors of the region of Valencia. Some events have been organized in Valencia in order to let the general public know about these research studies. Also for training of students, staff, and different local entities that operate in these sectors, as well to make the institutions aware of our work. We also share the necessity of potentiate these kind of activities in collaboration with the public administrations. Other line of work has been awareness, an important component of the 15th component, and we've tackled specific cybersecurity questions. We've seen that training was necessary as well. The management of training itinerary with specialized companies. We provided different showrooms and cyber range. Regarding technology and cybersecurity products, we developed a series of components and cybersecurity tools that will improve the state of the products that we provide. And regarding research and development, we have been doing some analysis, experimentation, and tool development adapted to the different needs and focus on cybersecurity and the specific characteristic of the different sectors and their productive processes. I think this is an executive resume, so you know. And from Catalonia, I initially said we are specialized in the protection of our health sector. You know that we have an incident and from that we've been progressing to improve our work. So the first line that we defined, it was this protection to health institutions and mental health institutions. And there was a lot of these entities that suffer attacks, so they thought it was necessary to include them in order to guarantee this kind of analysis, assessment, testings, and plan elaboration. And we are in a continuous process of improving of the resilience. We realized that it was important to protect our local administrations. That's why we included them in our program. And through a convention with Local Red, they publish a series of tenors to have an impact on these local administrations. And here I would include, as Mr. Candao said, there is a need of include them, and they need to comply with LENS. We are OAT. We are a certifying entity, just so you know. So there are different works to do in order to be certified. And when regarding the accompanying for the certification of the SMEs, we have few companies that comply with the certification, and we saw then the need to work on this, giving our support for certification. We know this is a slower process, but at least we give our support. We work with different commerce chambers, but in the end, I think we're not going to go through them. We're going to go through the patronals. But our main line of work is to improve the investment. We defend this within the different campaigns. We provide training. We provide awareness actions. We provide the tools, and we have many ongoing campaigns. The Cyber Academy. We have defended We have been fostering this training that can afterwards provide us the professionals we need, because we also needed external but also internal training. That's what we were looking for. And this Center of Emerging Technologies, it's in the same line with the program. Yesterday, we gave 1 million to post-quantum to identify our weaknesses for crypto agility and for the development of case uses, case of study. And like that, we make ourselves aware of the latest progresses and the need of generate this vision. And like this, we make our contribution. We have, lastly, 2 key points regarding critical systems and critical infrastructures. I think we need to be present there. We need to generate a series of reports that are going to be the base for progress. Also, for the health administrations, we focus on the improvement of health and mental health institutions. We've talked about testings, continuity of training, maintaining of the different programs. And with that, I'm going to conclude. Maybe it's been really fast. I know it's a really complex subject. Thank you very much, Monica, for explaining so many initiatives. And thank you for seeing that more than IT and OT, we had I've seen you foresee the importance of these concepts, and I've seen the versatility of the conventions and the regions in order to adapt the different projects. It's true that the funds came in a moment where they were needed, because the directive ENISE 1 had just been launched. Now we have ENISE 2, so we have to help these companies to adapt, to have reference, to have the technical measures, to have the rules or regulations. And you have a lot, I've seen, with the part of certification of talent, and also for the equipment. I think this is a transversal program that is going to give a lot of skills to the different regions. Now we have Juan Ramón Garmendia, which is the director of the center. He's the coordinator of the Cybersecurity Center in Navarra. He represents the node number 3, which is the more complex, because it's the one that has the most community, the most regions, sorry. Navarra, Canarias, Murcia, Balearic Islands, Castilla-La Mancha, and Asturias. You have the same time as your coworkers. Thank you very much, Jorge. It's difficult, I know, and I'm going to make a little bit of trickery to say, but because I'm going to talk about more in general terms. This node is what we call the Ciberreg, fostering cybersecurity within the different regions. Each region has its main characteristics.
So as I was saying, we have a common link, which is that we're, let's say, regions that when it comes to cybersecurity, we have some terms of maturity that have room for improvement, we could say it that way. That's in general terms, and when it comes to administration, maybe it's regions that we were a lot more focused on ourselves in the safety or security of the infrastructure of the administration than offering a service from inside out. So now we have the possibility of obtaining funding. As you can see here, we're talking about a total of 28 million euros, and this allows these regions to have a series of initiatives to improve the situation from inside out. And we have focused on several main goals, which is companies, citizens in general, and talent.
Dentro de estas líneas que hemos lanzado, como os decía, cada comunidad pues tiene un poco sus especificidades, pero sí que es verdad que hay un nexo.
Each line has its specificities, but there's a common link. And we have used the funding of these projects to create a cybersecurity regional center. And why regional center? Because that's what has allowed you to have a possibility of all those initiatives and then give some continuity. Because maybe the funds that we receive from... Sorry, I don't know what's happening. Hi, can you hear me? Okay, so they have allowed us to launch a lot of initiatives, and those initiatives need to have some continuity. So creating a structure from a regional center that in the end capillarizes efforts from central institutions is hard, but getting that closer to us makes a lot of sense. Several of the regions have chosen that strategy. Then it's also true it's regions that in general have this maturity possibility with a field for improvement, and we have selected initiatives that will allow us to do a measurement of that maturity possibility. So we are based on some self-diagnosis, some based on more or less intrusive technologies, audits, but there's a common link that as regions, we should be interested in getting to know how our companies are doing and also having a more sector knowledge. Why? Not only to get to know how we are doing, but also so that the rest of measures or aids can be focused on achieving improvement plans. One of the other fields that we have worked on is talent. We have also done chairs with universities, both in the field of training and the field of specialized training, or creation of masters, etc. We have promoted actions to promote participation, but without requirements that are going to block the entry. For example, ETFs, workshops, talks, etc. We have also worked with professionals, with certifications, etc. And since we have focused on companies and talent, we have also focused on citizenship. So all regions, in a better or worse way, have developed quite a complete program when it comes to awareness raising, so that we can share that culture of cybersecurity, knowing the risks, threats, and practices, so that they're headed to different collectives. So we have worked in a collective of minors, underage people, vulnerable people, citizens in general. That has been another field that we have worked in. And then finally, we have had a more technological side to it that has been targeted to different centers for technology. It's centers that can make technology for citizens and for companies, or giving infrastructures that companies can use. That for cost reasons are not up for everyone, so giving those infrastructures and get them to the availability of companies or that training field. So for my side, that's a bit of the summary of the initiatives that we have launched. And then I wanted to thank INCIBE for their collaboration. Because you can imagine that being 8 regions, the coordination effort is quite complex. So thanks, everyone. I think the merit is all yours. We are doing the work of accompaniment and follow-up together with you. But well, the project is not simple since we are so many regions and you're doing it very well. We still have 3 regions that still have not created a nexus, and they have mainly focused on reinforcing their capabilities inside the administration. So we have about 15 minutes. So first of all, so we have Tomás Gómez here, who is leading the project in La Rioja. So he's the one that has contributed to this initiative. Thank you to the INCIBE. I wanted to tell you what our experience has been, specifically in Node 4. I must say that initially, we were also candidates to incorporating to Node 3. And then seeing what we thought about this node, we knew we were not the target for that one. Also wanted to thank INCIBE for that strategy because we knew we could not give a service to citizens or companies when we could barely give services to the public sector of La Rioja. So it was essential for us to improve our capabilities inside the public sector before even trying to help for an improvement system in the private sector or citizenship. It was not next to our reach at that time. We changed the approach with INCIBE. That was really good for us. That gave us the possibility of improving the sector and improving our capabilities. We had passed the cybersecurity strategy in 2022. We had passed a strategy that, without actually being too ambitious, we wanted it to be reachable. And what this has allowed us, in retech and mostly reaction test, let's say. For whoever does not know this project, it's a kind of grade from La Rioja. So we wanted to really push the goals that we had set for ourselves in our strategy for cybersecurity. This strategy was based basically in 5 pillars and 3 lines of work. The 5 pillars were improving our prevention, detection, and response capability, recovery or solving, under a layer of governance, which was our last strategic pillar, with 3 lines of work that had to do with the protection of identity, protection of devices, mainly the devices that were not IT, mainly, just like Monica said, because they're coming up very quickly in all organizations, and that's a problem for us as a government and for any organization. And third line was the protection of the supply chain. So all of our projects that we have managed in retech, and they were all done through public tender. There was no other kind of initiative here. So I'm not going to go into detail for all. I'm not going to talk about it right now. So all these initiatives have allowed us to improve or to accelerate achieving the goals that we had set for our cybersecurity strategy. Well, we have thought about that strategy. I also need to thank the INCIBE team and all their team, the support that we have they have given us. Because in spite of the fact that sometimes the effort that requires the follow-up of a project that is so important, it means a workload that is important to us as well, because we have many other things to do and many other duties. And thanks to them and thanks to the creation of these operational plans, that has allowed us to not lose focus, because since the plans were so adjusted and the dates were the 30th of June next year, it was really important for us, and the risk is still very high.
Nuestros proyectos se han basado en la mejora o han tratado de conseguir la mejora de estas.
Our projects have focused on the improvement of these goals, and none of the projects that we have targeted something that's externalized, because we don't have the external capability to have our own stock. We have launched several initiatives, and we have given some contracts related to the improvement of identity. We have also given some tender, and in that line that has to do with public employees. And in that line of giving away those tenders and allocating those tenders, well, we also need to think about the conclusions. Now we have the occasion to share with more detail. I think what needs to be so we have had several resources when we have had our time. Usually companies have the right to appeal whenever we have our situations, but if anyone wants to know any more details, we can talk about the specific projects that we have decided, but they are public both in the website of INCIBE and our own website. We will talk about this with the internal meeting that we have. I don't have the whole truth, but maybe it would be convenient to check the administrative procedures for everything that means retech funds, because I have the feeling, and this is completely personal, that we have self-imposed some obligations that are going to, let's say, put an obstacle on agility. We can analyze that with detail later on. Maybe it will make sense to analyze this, and Elena Lidia did a very, very interesting proposal, but no one seems to pick up the idea from that. I'm analyzing here many profiles, so I'm going to be brave. I'm going to get into the pool. Maybe it would be time to think about an initiative, like maybe thinking that technology contracts should have their own special area, right? Just like we have supply areas or technologies, we should think about this through, because when we have thought about allocating a technology contract, then it seems that technology is obsolete. I don't want to take away too much more time from my colleagues, but we'll talk about this. We should talk about what the market should do, providers, etc., to help us, and so that this does not become another obstacle on the way. Since we have just some minutes, I would rather give them this. I think you have earned all the audience, because I think everyone thinks exactly the same. Managing funds is complicated, any kind of funds, but it's true that next generation funds are a lot of money that arrives out of the blue and arrives in a world that comes in through coffees, anti-fraud, etc. And all this very often is a very new regulation that has appeared in a country due to achieving new directives, but it's just a regulation compliance that we're all forced to. It's not comfortable and it has a positive virtuality and it has very enriching things, but then bureaucracy in itself is never enriching. So it's bureaucracy for bureaucracy. This does not enrich anyone. So thank you for your suggestions. And just like always, I don't think anyone is going to take the lead from this. But I would also like for someone to think about the approval of these economic capabilities again and the need to create mechanisms to make things more agile, whether that's due to a general coordination for the intervention of type tenders or this kind of mechanisms that will allow us to get to the market some solutions or requests that are early on. So I'll match the appreciation of that scenario that you have seen that we all have in our tables. And now I'm thinking about the community of Madrid. Jesus Rodriguez, he is a lead of the region of Madrid. I'm going to start with a personal note. I hate when I have to talk in different roundtables after Thomas because he just leaves some lines that I would really like to delve deeper into, etc. But I think Oscar will also like to say something, so I'm going to try to focus on the project, which is what we were here for, and then we'll continue about that. So for the Reseda project in the region of Madrid, we started in this in Node 3, we went to Node 1, and then we ended up as an independent node. If you sum up this, because the region of Madrid was at the same time creating our cybersecurity agency, we made the project start a little late. And if we all were a bit late, we were even more late. So we have started to do more projects. We have more than 50%. So we have a good line of work and we think we can execute everything in the foreseen deadlines. The goal of this network from the region of Madrid at first was very much focused on healthcare because of this future that I talked about, but well, with the flexibility that the management of funds has allowed us when it comes to modifying new plans, we have thought of this environment of local identities in the region of Madrid, because very often when we talk about Madrid, we think about the capital, but we have 143 local councils and their corresponding citizens that need support. So in the end, what we want in Madrid, both for private companies and for public companies, is to have a reference point when it comes to cybersecurity. We want to be the creators of talent generators, drivers, and we want in the field of cybersecurity, we want companies and startups to be here in this field as well and to grow, because this is what makes cybersecurity be better in general. As for the region of Madrid, we created the Cybersecurity Agency, and we have taken the operational leadership of this project. They're not here, and because they had to present the project yesterday in Madrid, and due to their agenda, they could not come here. From our side, what we want is to create the support and communication as well. To focus a little bit on action lines, the three first ones that have been thought here, we have occupied here in what we have called the desk center, the demonstrating center. And it has some technological infrastructures that, just like our previous colleagues have explained, and we want to act as being those infrastructures and those SA areas where many companies, due to budget matters, when they're launching their products, their ideas, they can't have access. And on the other hand, consumer companies, just like healthcare companies, etc., they want to see what the consequences are for not having cybersecurity measures so that they can see what the reality is. We started with the definition of what we already had of cases of use. They're starting to be finished, to be modeled and perceived, etc. And in the end, the idea for this is to create a catalog for services so that the project is sustainable long term, to know what services we should give, etc., what startups are going to give, what the SMEs are going to give, and the whole ecosystem. As I said, this demonstrating center has been allocated by 8.5 million, more or less. That's about half of the whole project from the region of Madrid. Then, additionally, due to the different situations, we have added some new lines, trying to be focused on local identities, small identities. We have been working on a program for the reinforcement for regional strategy for cybersecurity, where we're preparing the tender. We want to have it between November and December, which is for the certifications for the national security system for entities around the healthcare field and local entities that are local. We also want to have a tender around the same dates. For the adequation, more or less, it's going to be about 2 million euros. For those taking notes. Then the technical office for an impulse to cybersecurity is going to be about 500,000, a technical office to support them in the continuity of business. That's about 2 million euros more. And we're also going to be working on everything that has to do with talent and the culture of cybersecurity, training people both in the public and the private environments. Then we have another line in this block, which is the impulse to cybersecurity for locals that have, or municipalities that have less than 20,000 inhabitants. We want to deploy the necessary lines. This is being executed. That's going to be around 2 million euros in this line of work. We're also going to tender a support office because we need to move a lot of things and a lot of things to work with papers and all. So that's going to be a lot of bureaucracy. That's going to be a good project. And to complete the circle, there's no worth for people to get to know us without actually working on this. So we're going to devote about 1 million euros in the promotion and dissemination of all these activities. So that Oscar has some time. I'm going to shut up now. But if you need a bit more information, the Cybersecurity Agency is going to be delighted to respond to your questions, and that's what we're here for. Okay, thank you, Pedro Jesus. Very quickly, Oscar, you have the floor from from Aragon, the Cybersecurity Network. I want you to talk to us about INCIBE. It's a pleasure to be here in León in the framework of ENISE. Thank you to the INCIBE for having invited us. And of all the regions, we were the last one to join the RETEC program. The first communications that we had with you were in April. We had to run a lot. In June, we had already signed the agreement. Then we launched our cybersecurity strategy. And the truth is that we had to run because thanks to the instruments that we already had, like some framework agreements for cybersecurity, we were able to develop all our action lines. Now we almost have them, either all of them launched or we're only missing some details. We had 5 lines of action where we had several initiatives for each one of the lines, mainly focused on initiatives for the own protection of the government of Aragon, because just like our colleagues have said, that implementation of RETEC funds, thanks to that, we were able to join to that. And well, we had the protection and deployment of a series of tools, awareness raising, governance, and even a very important part that we sometimes forget, which is the physical protection from our assets. We also have a line of actions for our own assets. I don't want to talk about all the projects that we have done. We have been working on them. Some of them are still pending to be tendered, but we have sold almost everything because out of the 15 actions, we have finished 7 ongoing in different fields. We have started some of them and some others are about to end. We have 3. We have 3 in the stage of tender that we will probably start because for 2025 we will not have enough time, but we are launching them anticipatedly. For 2023, we have 2 that we want to execute in 2026. One of them is going to take time until June 2023 because we have done 3 concept tests that we have focused on what we want to do. So the deployment, even though it's intense in time, I think we'll be able to reach June 2026. So nowadays, for the total of the agreement that we have with INCIBE, it's 12,100,000. We have finalized projects 7,800,000, about 800,000 in projects, so almost 7.8 billion. In execution is about 2.5 million, and committed we have 10 million, almost 400 million, 10.4 billion euros. Sorry, 10,400,000 euros. So we wanted to work with these operational plans. We were working with such complex Excel sheets that you sent us to fill in, but we have automatized almost all of them, and it's a work that we have done together, and we're working at a very high speed. And as I said, in the tender stage, we don't have much to tender. We have about 750,000 to still be tendered for 2026 in cybersecurity, and we have 2 possible tenders for 2026, 750,000 euros, and right now they're being tendered 961,000, which is 7.9%. If there was any remain of these executions because we did not have those tenders, we still have ongoing projects that we could launch, although we would do it with an excessive amount of time to get to the 30th of June. And that's how we end. Thank you very much, Oscar. We wanted to thank you for the work that you're doing, also your teams at INCIBE, because we are making this be a reality. And I wanted to invite everyone to come to the website for several reasons, because all the hirings have been there, 70 million because it's going to be too much time, and also because in the next week we're going to publish a map where we'll have all the activities, and it allows in a more contextual way to see in each area which are the projects, and that's how companies can locate better where they want to be or where they aspire to participate. So that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you to the ones that have woken up early, and well, very good luck for everyone. Best of luck for everyone. Thank you everyone for being here in this round table.
Bueno, muy rápido, muy rápido. Claro, es que...
Muy bien.
Okay, so we're going to give some time for people to come in, come out, to exchange. And in the meantime, if you're okay with this, let's do a bit of a scroll through our social media.
¿Sabías que hay un equipo que trabaja cada día para que estés más seguro en Internet?
Hoy te contamos 5 cosas sobre INCIBE que probablemente no sabías. La tercera es la más top.
INCIBE no solo asesora a empresas, también asesora a familias, profes, jóvenes y sí, también a tu abuelo que apunta la contraseña en un post-it pegado a una pantalla.
Tienen cursos gratis para aprender sobre ciberseguridad y test para ver si tus contraseñas son seguras.
INCIBE tiene una línea gratuita, el 017. Puedes llamar si tienes dudas, te sientes en peligro o necesitas ayuda en Internet. Te atienden todos los días al año y lo más importante, sin juzgar.
Si hay timos por redes, INCIBE te avisa, para que no piques sin darte cuenta.
Juegos, retos, vídeos, para aprender a protegerte online sin dormirte en el camino. Porque la ciberseguridad es para todos.
También para ti.
Si tienes dudas, llama al 017 o contacta con INCIBE por Telegram o WhatsApp.
Te ayudan de verdad.
Hola, soy la mascota de INCIBE. Me dicen que soy una ciberperreta. Los humanos me ven y sueltan. Ay, qué mona, qué recura. Y normal, solo hay que verme. Pero ya que has llegado hasta aquí, al menos escúchame. No compartas tu contraseña. Ni aunque te la pida tu crush. Ni aunque te lo pida otro perro. Bueno, a otro perro puede. Pero que sea de confianza. Y si un día te la lían online y no sabes qué hacer, llama al 017. Es gratis, confidencial y no te juzgan. Como yo, que como mucho, ladro. Y ahora sí, una galletita, ¿no?
5 cosas que no deberías hacer online.
¿Qué pasa si uso un 234 como contraseña?
Que te hackean antes de que termines de escribirla.
¿Pasa algo si uso la misma contraseña para todo?
Sí, es como utilizar la misma llave para tu casa, tu coche o tu caja fuerte.
¿Puedo conectarme a la red wifi de un centro comercial?
Solo si quieres compartir tus datos con todo el edificio. Usa una VPN.
¿Me pueden estafar por Instagram?
Sí, sobre todo si haces clic en sorteos falsos o mensajes raros.
¿Es necesario activar el doble factor?
Sí, es gratis, Rey, y te puedes salvar la cuenta.
¿Y si ya me estafaron?
Cambia tus contraseñas, bloquea el contacto y llama al 017.
Protege tu vida digital. No es exageración, es prevención.
Y si tienes dudas, llama gratis al 017.
Hola reinas, hoy vengo a daros unos consejos de ciberseguridad muy fancy para que no os hackeen. No uséis la misma contraseña en repeat. Literal, eso es como dejar la puerta abierta con un cartel que dice «Entra, bebé». Si te llega un email diciendo que has ganado un iPhone, pero tú ni has participado, amorch, eso es más fake que mis ganas de ir al gym un lunes. Conectarte al wifi público sin protección, eso es red flag total. Ponte una VPN, reina, que tus datos no son para compartir, son como tus cruces, privados y misteriosos. Si algo te suena chungo online, mejor hacer ghosting al hacker antes de que te banee tu cuenta bancaria. ¿Hacer ghosting?
Sigue.
Y por último, activa la verificación en 2 pasos y deja de ser un NPC. ¿Sí? ¿Lo he dicho bien? ¿Un NPC? Muy bien, nos tocan los sectores estratégicos.
All right, now we have the strategic actors,
energía, salud, industria, transportes,
energy, health, transport, communications, a lot of key sectors, and the ISACs, Centers of Analysis and Information Exchange. And we are going to know today how different organizations are fostering this cooperation, this cross-sectoral collaboration. That's why we're going to have a full discussion panel. I'm going to thank all of the participants right now.
Perdón, que me atraganto.
Sorry.
We
have Ricardo García de la Banda, Director of IT Systems at Pharma Industria. Laura Merino, responsible of Integral Security at FEICE. Antonio Camino, responsible of Digital Transformation and Cybersecurity and the Cluster of Automotive and Mobility of Aragon. And Luria Lago Garcia, representative of Minor Hotels Europe and Americas. Now we're going to have the Chief of Strategic Sectors at INCIBE, Jesús Feliz Fernández. Let's give them a round of applause. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay.
Buenos días, Carmen. Muchas gracias.
Good morning, Carmen. Thank you very much. Thank everyone for coming. Thank you for being here in León, in our fantastic city. Thank you to the fantastic team for the organization of this event. For us, this is a special year because we are starting to have the results of a work that we started 2.5 years ago. We launched at the moment within INCIBE a new area called key sectors, where the objectives it's distributed among different sites of the key sectors of the national panorama, and the objective was to get closer to those key sectors, delve into their needs, and also to be able to adapt the services of INCIBE to their target clients and adapt to each of the specific sectors. We've been professionalizing our services and make them more and more customized. We started, as I said, 2.5 years ago, and step by step, we've been tackling a series of approaching strategies. And well, last year we launched the 3 first ISAC, which is a strategy in order that we implement in order to get closer to these key sectors. They are sectorial clusters that have the objective of sharing information and creating cybersecurity exchange information systems. We're gonna start with the water sectors, then energy, and finally, well, this was last year, and this year, 2024 and 25, we have the key sectors represented today. And following the order, we're gonna start with tourism, represented by Nuria Lago, which is the Vice President of Cybersecurity of Minor Hotels Europe and Americas. He represents the tourism sector, which is a sector that it represents 13% of GDP, depending on the season. We're seeing how the legal dispositions are going to be translated. But for us, it's something critical that they do it. That's why we want as well to include them under the umbrella of services that we're going to be sectorizing. And that's why we foster this ISAC on the tourism sectors, and that's why Nuria is coming on representation of this cluster. We also have Antonio Camino, which is the Director of System of Transformation and Cybersecurity within the cluster of the automotive and mobility of Aragon. It's a particular sector because we have the directive that is included within the fabric production. And then we have transportation, which is a sector that is oriented to infrastructures. We think that when launching these working teams and these certifications, we wanted to do it, and this is the reason why we wanted to have the ISAC of the automotive, including infrastructures, because with the digitalizations, these cars interoperate more and more with these infrastructures. We're going to delve into details, get into the nitty-gritty, but just know this represents a big amount of the production in Spain. Spain is one of the main producers of cars, and it's a big part of the Spanish economy. We have the chemical sector represented, that this is a sector which represents 5% of GDP, also 5% of direct employment within the private industry in Spain. Its exports represent 70% of the revenues. So I think
bueno, yo creo que avala los resultados de todas estas cifras que
we
estamos
have
manejando.
the results.
Y por último,
Lastly, we have
se me acaba de
Ricardo García de la Banda.
Carlos García de la Banda.
Ricardo García de la Banda.
Bueno, representa el sector salud.
That represents the health sector, where we wanted to
agrupar el sector farmacéutico con el sector de
reunite the pharmaceutical with the health sector. I think both sectors have many things to tell each other regarding cybersecurity. That's why we thought it was convenient to join them under the same umbrella. You're gonna get into the nitty-gritty, but I think everything was said when during the pandemic you were able to collaborate. Once the presentations have been done, I want you to start. I want you to tell the public what implies a cybersecurity incident for you and for each of your sectors. I'm going to start by Nuria. Can you tell us what is the impact of a cyber incident in your key sector? So everything can happen because we are a sector where we are overexposed. Every hacker can get into you. There's no perimeter as such. So you can have the information theft, client information theft, credit card theft, ID theft, access to systems, or regarding the building, you can have problems with your keys, with the lights, with the elevators. So you have a range of possibilities that can happen regarding IT and OT. So it's complicated, I would say. So in what way this can have an impact on national security or said otherwise? The ENISE directive, what it does, it's that Europe in a certain moment notices that it's necessary to protect a series of sectors because they consider that they are critical for the good functioning of the markets. We are talking about economy, and this is something that the ENISE directive is focusing on. Through information, they realize that the markets, that's the security and stability of the markets, it's essential. That's why they launch they deploy the series of tools and directives that are translated on ENISE 1 and the future ENISE 2. And regardless of how you are affected or not by those directives, what is the impact of a cyber attack on your sector? So imagine that we do an international congress in any of the cities where we have a presence. It doesn't have to be Spain. And the next day, they have a decision-making meeting. Imagine that these people are staying in different hotels, and at 4 a.m. when they are sleeping, while they're sleeping, because the day after they have a meeting, imagine then the fire alarm shuts on, and everything can happen at the building that can have finally an impact on the people that are staying at this building. This is a big risk. It can put people at risk. And then imagine that there is information stolen about your clients, and that you can know, for example, these clients, where they've been, with who. Imagine that your credit card is stolen and somebody can buy things with your credit card. That it's not just the well-being of the person itself, but the digital entity of this person and their assets. in the end, it's about protecting towards different risks of different type. That's why your sector is critical for our country. That's why, Laura, regarding the chemical sectors, can you tell us what can be the impact of a cyber attack in your key sector? How can it affect to national security? Thank you very much for inviting me to this discussion panel, first of all. And the chemical sector, I would say it's a little bit particular. And a cyber attack could be replicated to other sectors. But let's think of this computational aspect or, for example, administrative interruption. But the problem can be more than that and have a serious impact for the industrial and health security. So an attack to a system, to a control system at an industry where they can change pressure, temperature, or something of a product, it can have an impact as a result, like, for example, a chemical reaction, a fire explosion. You have to take into account that we manage a list of companies, and the security of our industries is important, but also the consequences and the impact on the population. It's important for us the logical and the physical security are equally important, and it's integrated in our systems. Ricardo, I would say there is a link between the chemical and health sectors, also the pharmaceutical sectors. We could integrate you within the chemical part, but there is differences as well. There is no clear boundaries, I would say. But how or in which way can a cyber attack have an impact on your key sector? Can you hear me?
Buenas.
Hi.
Habla Ricardo.
Speak, Ricardo, because we cannot hear you.
Ricardo no se escucha. Sí. Pasamos, si queréis, mientras se soluciona
In the meantime, as we solve Ricardo's microphone issues, Antonio. First of all, thank you for inviting me here. I represent a cluster of the ISAC. They include Galicia, Castilla and León, Cantabria, Navarra, La Rioja, Aragón, Valencia, and Catalonia. More than 1,000 companies are represented by these clusters. And what is the impact? I want to illustrate this with a practical case. Last month, there was an attack to a big company in the UK and other countries. So the first impact was an attack to the administrative system. Then the company, to protect itself, starts protecting the rest of departments. For the production department, we know the impact. So we already have an economical impact of this cyber attack. 1.5 weeks after, we could see a loss of 50 million pounds, and the attack still unsolved and it's still impacting. So then we get into the value chain. And it's not just an impact on the main chain, but we have all of the rest of the value chain that is affected. 2-3 weeks after, we make an assessment of the impact. We talk about more millions of pounds. And not just in the UK, we have closed factories, but others are also closed. We talk about the direct impact on the value chain and a more serious impact where this company should ask for funding. And then the public administrations are involved. So we have also this governmental part. We also see the impact on the trust of the clients. So with this visualization, so the picture are 700 companies involved, millions of people affected, and significant amount. Seeing the impact that I've mentioned, how not to accelerate the processes that we need. You've talked about something that is essential. The value chain.
En primer lugar, dar las gracias a INCIBE y a la ciudad de León por acogernos.
Thank you. Thanks, ENISE and León for inviting us. I represent the cluster of pharmacy and the pharmaceutical industry, and I'm going to also try to represent my colleagues of the foundation that I represent, and ASPE Salud.
¿Cómo impacta en la industria farmacéutica los
How cyber attacks impact the health industry? We have for the health of people. So from one side, it affects us as business, because it can paralyze production and fabrication. They can steal the industrial property. They can modify data. They can attack us in many ways. But also, it's the health of people that is at risk. So we have a double visibility in this sense. So during the pandemic, we had the chance of working with INCIBE and CCN, with our researching teams that receive training from you, hiring of new staff, insiders. We work with them. We also travel, and we are really thankful for that. ISAC allows us to automatize all of these things. So when we're going to travel, have new teams, it allows us to act as communication channels. What are the consequences? A blockage on production. We could have serious issues if a cyber attack occurs, so we should have really careful. And also, people are put at risk. Manipulation of information, of industrial property, control of production. So, in the end, cyber attackers can act on many things, regardless of the channel. Many companies during the pandemic, they modified their data because, for example, they didn't have, or they weren't receiving the needles for example,
seguimos fabricando los mismos productos al mismo
and
precio.
we are proud to say that we continue producing the same materials by the same price. I see you have many lines and many specific characteristics, but these key sectors, I see they suffer cyber attacks. And fundamentally, we could synthesize with saying that there could be a stop on production with a significant impact on companies and all of the sectors at the national level. Also sabotages of different kind, where there can be alterations that can be that these products don't comply with the needs. Talking about that, cybersecurity is more and more important for these key sectors. So it's important to talk about it and highlight that it's important that we need investment in cybersecurity for those key sectors. And you representing the tourism sector, also you inside of Minos, how do you perceive this idea of cybersecurity in your company? Do they take it seriously? Starting by the point that we are serious when things happen, I would say that our sector is not a technological one, but you depend on technology, I mean, but it's not your core business. We rent rooms. We don't provide IT services. It's a little bit more complex then to try that everybody understands that cybersecurity is important. It's true that the market is complex. Cybersecurity-wise, there is a lot of cyber attacks, ID theft, and everyone is more and more aware of the importance of cybersecurity, not because there is incidents in our sector, because they happen everywhere. There have been Spanish companies that have suffered ID theft, international companies as well, so nobody is exempt, I would say. This is something that is going to happen at any moment, and it's something that sometimes you can not avoid. It's like a car crash. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen at any moment. So what we try is to prevent. If we do an excellent job, nothing's going to happen. This is the more difficult to argument, because they say it never happens, anything happens. And I say, yeah, that's why, because we work so it doesn't happen. And we work so you can be in good hands. I know it happens a lot that when everything is going according to plan, nobody remembers the importance of cybersecurity. And Laura, from the perspective of your sector, of the chemical sector, it is one, I would say, that traditionally has been isolated from the IT, OT, and the processes are more linked to OT. So it was not connected to the world, let's say, technologically wise. So it was a little bit isolated from the problems that happens not in the chemical industry, but every other industry that should be connected to the internet and that is exposed. How do you perceive this? How do you perceive cybersecurity within the chemical sector? Do you speak about it? Do you don't speak about it? Do you assign any budget? Do you talk about the current events? We should differentiate between the big companies and middle companies I would say that there are companies, bigger companies, that they have everything well implemented and controlled years ago. And now we have these smaller companies that start digitalizing and seeing the interconnection between the operational technology and information technology. There is more and more surface for attack. This is more relevant today because of the problems that have emerged and the problems that can imply a cyber attack. Cybersecurity is starting to get assigned a budget from companies for all of these subjects we've talked about. It was more difficult before, I think, but it's something logical to do. Because at the beginning we had the physical and operational security, we had it in hand. We saw everything. We didn't have this digitalization we have now. So that's why. We have a lot of SMEs among the chemical sector. It's a big percentage, as in any other sector, the national level. And I think we give more and more relevance to these subjects, also linked to culture. We have these engineering and security departments where they are more where they are integrating more and more the ITs. You could have an IT department before, but they were isolated or independent from the rest of departments, and they are more integrated now. You've mentioned other key, INCIBE 2, which focuses on reinforcing the integration of IT departments or teams within the direction of different companies. The directive ENISE, in this new version, what it does is, in one hand, reinforce these facts and highlight the importance of security teams with responsibilities well defined, and on the other hand, what it does is extend the number of affected sectors, and also in the transposition to the different countries, it offers the possibility of extending it. And other things included on this directive is reducing the limit from which a company should comply with this directive. So in the end, what we are foresee the CERN, what we are foreseeing from the reference CERN. We have 3 national CERNs in Spain. We have the INCIBE CERES, which is the CERN for private and companies and citizens. We have the CERN for the Army Defense and other CERN for public institutions. So companies included within the framework of the directive, from a certain limit, they should report. So that's our references in order to have a better coordination when solving an incident. And so everyone is coordinated also with the competent authorities, so they are aware of what is happening in each sector in the countries. We have a directive that should be transposed, but it's been delayed. It's a complex and ambitious directive. I've asked to the 27 countries of the EU, and it's been delayed, and the different sectors should be ready for it. Regarding the directive, Ricardo, how do you see the question? What are you doing about it?
Bueno, por un lado, yo tengo la suerte de coordinar un grupo de trabajo de ciberseguridad en la asociación, ¿vale? Estoy seguro que
I coordinate a working group within the association,
Fundación IRIS también trabajan con
I'm sure the other institutions work
esos temas, ¿no? Y
about it.
a NIS 2, bueno,
Regarding
por un lado,
ENISE 2,
expectantes a tener la norma en las manos,
we
¿vale? Porque
are looking forward to have the directive in our hands because we are interested in questions such as how the organisms are going to be affected. One thing is that we can tell what should be improved, but the pharmaceutical industry is a well-regulated sector. We are really used to work not as the electrical or water sector, we don't set the prices of medicines ourselves, just so you know. So we are really well regulated and we're used to be told what the prices are, how things go. And that's why we have received a lot of investment on research and development. We've been born with a cybersecurity culture or surveillance culture in the sector. I would say that most of the companies on the sector are going to comply with the regulations, not maybe in form, because we have to see how to implement it, but 90-95% we're going to comply. I don't think not. This is a well-regulated sector, historically, and Spain is launching cybersecurity-specific regulations, apart from the many that we have, that are going to be joined to this ENISE directive. There are other sectors that have integrated cybersecurity in their DNA. It's going to depend on the sector. For example, for the automotive, what is the state of the question? Normally, vehicles, motor vehicles that circulate in our roads, they seem to be independent from cybersecurity. You just put on gas and that's it. Now they interact with the environment. They think for us. They are highly computational. We have 10 computers inside a car. But how does this affect you?
Hace un tiempo realmente se centraba la ciberseguridad en la parte IT, OT.
Cybersecurity was centered on the processes before, but now with production, more technologies, we have more operational, logistical things that are interconnected with communications. But it's not just the process anymore. We're talking about a product. And this product should not also be protected itself. It should protect the people that are driving the car, for example. And here, as you said at the beginning of your intervention, there are companies that seem to be left behind. But it's not the case, really, because they are within the supply chain. So I would say it's a few companies that are left behind, if any. So we are working on awareness of the companies and people at all levels. And from this cluster, following the interventions, this is the line that we want to follow in INCIBE. Because we want everybody to be aware of everything, that nobody's left behind. It's really essential. I want to highlight something that Laura said, and I think it's important. There are different rhythms among the different companies, and one thing is big companies with their budgets, and sometimes we are talking about small companies that are part of this chain and that they don't have the same lever. They don't have the same rhythm. So we should introduce initiative. We should give information. We should canalize this and create a space where responsible people know where to go if they need to.
La falta de información es verdaderamente un tema complejo, ¿no?
Missing information is quite a complex topic. we need companies to understand what they're missing and for them to understand what's the path that they need to follow. In INCIBE's website, we have a lot of information related directly with NISE 2, so that you can read it, check it. We have also distributed that with the goal of, well, everyone, so that everyone is able to know what's going to happen with other regulations, just like CRA. So the supply chain that we have talked about so much, and it's one of the main drivers in Europe historically, well, everything that is fluctuating around the different sectors very often is translated or is part of that supply chain in the CRA. What tries to do is to try to make everything straight when it comes to cybersecurity, what the manufacturers give us the support to the clients, etc. But how do we tackle this from the perspective of a service sector, just like tourism, that right now is not inside NISE 2, but we will see this in the future. Also, any regulation always has different sides to it. On the one hand, it is a very useful tool to set the lines and to create a lever. But on the other hand, the more regulations the owners of companies can avoid, the better for them usually. How do you perceive all this? In the tourism sector, I think the big consumption companies have an additional challenge because we're focusing on the NISE 2, the Spanish situation. But my position is international. For example, I'm responsible for Europe and America, and NISE 2 does not appear here, but it is operative in some of the countries that I operate with. So not only the Spanish regulation, but regulations in general are helping depending on the place. What's valid here is not valid somewhere else. What's valid in Germany may not be valid in Cuba. So you need to create a compendium of regulations, exceptions, and parameters of all situations, and then you have different legislations from different countries. This is complex, so in this case, NISE 2, this is common in Europe, not in America, because they have their own regulations. They're a bit behind. They're a bit restrictive in some aspects, and some others aren't. Regulation is very important, but we have to have some criteria and common sense. And this is not always aligned with all the regulations that you need to have. Well, almost out of time. We started a bit late, so we have about 5 minutes. So just to end, one last question would be, well, what we said at the beginning, we are trying to push this for compulsory gesture to try to collaborate the public-private collaborations and to get to the industry of agreements with big associations that represent each one of your sectors. In your case, we have signed directly with all the big hotel chains of the country. We could do so, so it's fantastic. We have counted on the big hotel chains, thanks to Nuria's work, of course. So what do you expect from a collaboration of this kind? What has been the arrival inside of the sector? There would be some companies that would not know about cybersecurity, etc., from this collaboration. So in the chemical sector, thanks to the initiative of the INCIBE, we signed this agreement with VECIT, with this chemical sector organization. And then in the NIS 2, there is that management of risk from the supply chain. So it's a little bit to take that leg, right? So at least at the beginning, it's 3. So that would be the whole chemical sector. So far, we signed this in July, thanks to Enrique's work. And I think it's a meeting point for all the companies where we're going to share good practices, where we're going to have that meeting point of trust to talk about cyber attack, to talk about incidents that may have happened. And what we have seen that's really interesting is that, let's say, training that you give. Because, and that awareness raising that you make, because with SMEs, from the field of application of that directive or the future law, and it can be a little bit more lost, and it could be a support leg of this agreement that we have with INCIBE, which is a very direct way to get to you. And the other way was a little bit more complex. Well, you mentioned Enrique Redondo, who is the responsible person and in charge for the chemical sector. Enrique, are you over there? He's the person in charge of the chemical and others. He's also in charge of waters, energy, and nuclear energy. So you have him there for everything. So thanks to his impulse, we've had many activities. We have done many activities. You also have Juan Diez, the one in charge of the healthcare sector, also in the R&D sector. Then he also does quantum. And he's the one that's, let's say, pushing that sector. And we're anxious, or we're really excited to do many things. Then we have Manuel Ranzan. It's a pleasure, Manuel, to see you over here. It's a great happiness to see you here. He's the one in charge of transport and space. He's going to take the reins from Isaac in automotion very soon. And it's one of the sectors that's completely key for us. We have Marco Lozano, who is the one in charge and the one pushing the tourism sector. And it is a pleasure for tourism and leisure. And it seems like it's just fun, right? But there's a lot of work behind that. There's a lot of work to get to know everyone, so thank you, Marco. Thank everyone for the strategic work that you're doing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming and being part of this challenge, and in which we have gone into, and we hope we can have a great future. Thank you for having us here.
Agradecemos a todos los que han compuesto el panel y la buena
We want to
representación
thank
de INCIBE con
everyone
los sectores
in the panel and the good
estratégicos.
representation of
Gracias, chicos.
INCIBE with the strategic sector. Thank you, guys.
Muy bien, pues continuamos.
Okay,
Y lo
so
siguiente que
we'll
vamos a contar es
continue,
una historia
and
real.
next thing we're going to
Our
talk about
next
is a real story.
Hi, Ronald. Will take us to the heart of a real incident, showing how a critical infrastructure confronts a ransomware attack that truly tested its operational resilience and its ability to defend itself. Please join me in welcoming Ronald Jimerson, Chief Information Security Officer at the Port of Seattle. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I first of all, I want to thank INCIBE for inviting me here to come and speak here. It's really an honor to be here today. I'm here to talk about an event that took place at the Port of Seattle in August of 2024. We learned a lot out of that event, and what I would compare it to is like that storm that comes around, you know, once in a century or so, that you think you're prepared for, only to find out that you've got some weaknesses that somebody else can take advantage of. So I'll talk a little bit about that today. And as I get into that, what I'm hoping that you'll get out of this presentation is just to gain some insights on a significant cyber attack. A lot of us in our organizations have been through cyber attacks before, but the magnitude that we experienced, we really have some good information to pass along so you can understand the lessons learned that took place, and then some recovery strategies, and how to move forward from an attack like we had. Because I'll go through various phases of operations that were interrupted and things like that. So I'll give you a chance to process that. But before I actually get into the actual details of our attack, let me tell you a little something about the Port of Seattle if you're not familiar with. The Port of Seattle owns and operates the 11th largest, or the 11th busiest airport in the United States. We also own and operate a seaport, one of the biggest ones on the West Coast, up in the upper Northwest as well. We also oversee or manage fisheries, cruise lines, and various properties that support the public, things like parks and stuff like that. So it's a huge organization, and as you might imagine, that having a cyber attack would really disrupt a lot of operations as well as some of our outward customers. So our ransomware attackers were known as the Reseda ransomware group. This is a highly sophisticated ransomware group that it's believed that they've originated from the Eastern European region under the Commonwealth states, formerly known as the Soviet Union. That's where we believe that they originate from. They have really made their mark by targeting government organizations and critical infrastructures, things of that particular nature. But they have been known to strike the medical industries, and recently they attacked the Department of Transportation Administration in Maryland, and I believe another technical company that produces certain technical items, things like that. So as you can see, they are named after the genus of the centipede, and some of their attacks, no surprises there, but they're a little bit more sophisticated, actually using phishing, which is a commonly used tactic to get a foothold into an organization. We all know that. And then planting malware and then rootkits so they can get inside and learn more about the infrastructure, your infrastructure, and then perform a lateral movement and things like that so they can perform recon. So while we had this attack, we had to separate ourselves from the internet, so that made us lose quite a few services within the port. And in particular, we lost Wi-Fi, we lost our phone systems except for cell phone systems, we lost a lot of other capabilities, ground transportation connections and common use tickets. We had people actually having to, our airport partners were actually having to write out boarding passes for the airlines, things like that. So that's some of the workarounds that we had to do. But there was a lot of disruption that took place where people had to do certain type of workarounds, including some of our life safety issues. Some of our alarm systems, camera systems, and things like that were not activated, so we actually had to send people physically to certain locations so they could ensure those areas were protected, as well as some of the access to our facilities. Now, from an inward impact, we didn't have any email, we didn't have any Teams, OneDrive, things like that. You might think, well, that's O365, you should be able to have access to that. But our Active Directory was compromised, and our credentialing system being compromised. Our folks didn't necessarily have access to all of that. And plus, since we didn't have internet, most of our client systems for performing work functions didn't have access to the internet and couldn't do what they needed to do anyway. So that also left us without some of our critical databases in the organization, or our ability to do GIS and mapping. Printing is a big deal, come to find out, when you have a cyber attack, because we have so many different types of operations and mechanisms and processes and things like that we have to put in place to disseminate information, to where it became very necessary to utilize printing capabilities. We also lost budgeting was impacted by this as well, our ability to pay people, our ability to pay our contracts, things like that, and invoicing, that type of stuff. Think about how all that could be impacted in your organization if you didn't have those types of services. So what did we do? Our leaders and our frontline employees went into action immediately. So our IT department, our information security department, as well as our legal department, kind of jumped into action. We partnered with Microsoft to do forensics analysis and understand a little bit better about what happened. Early on in the attack, we weren't quite clear as to all the systems that were impacted, and there was an expectation from leadership, hey, when are we coming back online? Is it going to be a few hours, a few days? And it actually turned out to be a longer period of time for that. So we were doing the impact analysis and the forensics taking place through a third party, as well as working the legal side. And then our other departments went through their operations related to continuity of operations and their contingency plans and things like that we had in place. So doing all of that is really encompassing under the process that we utilize to coordinate events like this. We're under the National Incident Management System, NIMS. So that helps us kind of coordinate things in a little bit more of an orderly fashion to make sure that we're more succinct in how we're trying to overcome some of these issues that are taking place in the organization. And then, we had to, like I said before, we had to work a lot of mitigation strategies while we were trying to figure out what systems we had access to versus what systems we didn't have access to. So that was kind of an ongoing process, and we had policy decisions under a emergency operations center that we stood up so that we could coordinate and centralize information, and leadership could make certain decisions as to how we were going to prioritize bringing back up systems and an understanding of what systems were impacted and how long those systems could potentially be out of service. So after all of this taking place, we went through an after actions process. We hired an outside vendor to come in and do an assessment as to, hey, understand what went well versus what didn't go so well. And through that third-party vendor, they were able to do a more in-depth analysis by talking to all of our key department, our key stakeholders, and giving us a better understanding of, hey, what was the communication process like? What were some gaps in the communication? So we had just finished a tabletop exercise about a month before this incident actually happened. So our leadership and our key stakeholders, had some understanding of where we needed to work on in some of those gaps, but more importantly, it was even better understood as to how people knew where they should be positioned during this particular attack. So we didn't have people necessarily in leadership trying to jump all over the place to resolve different things, because we had been through, that process of discussing a particular scenario like this. So we're, through this report, we've got findings and analysis, and we're looking at ways that we can improve. And we take that information and not only share it within our organization, but we've shared that with other organizations, and we're still in the process of doing that right now. So what did we learn during this process? Well, we've learned quite a bit during this process. just some key things about our threat actors. Threat actors that exploit ransomware, they're very business-like, very business-oriented. As a matter of fact, most of you are probably familiar that ransomware services from ransomware groups being ran as a business, they provide that as a service. So someone like a ScriptKitty or no one with hardly any experience at all can purchase a ransomware attack and still receive the service and support behind that attack, which is why you're seeing so many more ransomware attacks. There's been about a 56% increase from the first quarter of 2024. So you can see how ransomware attacks are kind of growing because of the financial gain that one can gain out of that. And they're organized teams that help exploit an organization. You've got teams that'll come in and do cleanup. You've got teams that'll come in and really coordinate the extraction of data out of the organization. You'll also have teams that can just pivot based on more information that's learned from when they have a foothold into your network. So these tactics, it also include really understanding what your business is like. Really, after they get inside and they're performing that lateral movement and understanding what systems you have and what capabilities that they're supporting, they learn and they build a roadmap off of your infrastructure, your architecture, and they adopt, to the more information that they gain. So they move slowly. We learned that they're very patient. No matter, what type of protection systems you have in place and things like that, threat actors know that they can get around some of these things and know where some of your weaknesses are. I talked about how their execution is rapid and automated. When they got into our systems and we were doing forensic analysis, a lot of the logging, things like that, we should be able to see to understand better how and where they went into our systems. A lot of that stuff was erased. So these are people that are very sophisticated, very coordinated, and because of the financial gain, this is why you see more attacks like this taking place. Other things that we've learned from this, and I talked about communication before, is really putting it into streams to where it filters up to a central location so that decision makers can really have an operational picture that's common to all of the organization. One of the other things that we did learn is system prioritizations. Most organizations have a priority listing of importance of systems that need to be maintained and restored, should a situation like this occur. But that also needs to align with what leadership is anticipating, what they're expecting. And from our experience, we know that changes. We had a listing of critical systems that were prioritized, but once we got into this attack and looked how things were impacting the business, we had to kind of change some of those things around to better manage our operational capabilities. One being our baggage system. We know we had our baggage system was out for a little while, and we had bags that backed up that created a lot of confusion and things like that. So we had to make sure that was a priority, and we wasted no time of restoring that system so we could get flight traffic moving again, or passenger traffic, excuse me. And the other thing that I'll talk about very briefly here is knowing and understanding your vendors. We all engage with technology vendors and things of that nature. We depend on them for support and things of that particular nature, but you have to understand and know your vendors in other ways as well. What is impacting them, and can they provide you with new capabilities or restoring capabilities really at the drop of a dime. So some can and some can't. That you need to have that discussion, run through some of those scenarios to get a better feel as to how you can overcome an issue like we did. And then leveraging your staff. Understanding that your staff is going to be going through a period of fatigue because of the very nature of attack. People just kind of go into an operational mode to get things fixed, to get things resolved, to try to understand what's happening. So we experience that too with our employees, working, 19, 20 hours a day just trying to get systems restored or come up with strategies as how we were going to restore systems. So that's something you probably need to be mindful of as well. And what we have learned from this as well is never let a good cyber attack go to waste. So we took the opportunity to take what we had planned over a 3-year period, and we got that completed in roughly 6 months time frame. So we had a lot of projects that were already in flight, Windows modernization and server upgrades, things of that particular nature. When you think about it, like right now, at least half the world are still on Windows 10, which has end of life already, and the patching capabilities and the vulnerabilities that are out there are enormous. So we didn't necessarily have to migrate a whole bunch of client systems, but we became fully off of legacy platforms like that. We did a network refresh, server refresh, firewall refreshes. We already had that planning in the planning cycle, and our endpoint protection. We really migrated that more and more to new systems. Actually, we were just migrating over to a new endpoint protection platform when our event occurred. So we were able to fully integrate it and get it to the point where not only were we looking at being able to look and minimize malicious activity at an endpoint level, but through the cloud as well. And then we had various applications, upgrades, and things like that. Know your network, know what's on your network, just not the IT people, because a lot of us have legacy systems and things like that prevent us from upgrading. But we were kind of forced to do that. And now that we've gone through that process, we can build back better with a little bit more of an understanding as we bring that capability back, that we don't want to put ourselves in the position that we were in before, having all these dependencies on these type of legacy systems and things of that nature. So the other thing that we put in place was aggressive tiering. So we're used to having network administrators be able to access certain systems with certain types of privileges. A lot of cases, they have to have separate accounts to be able to get in at that higher tier level to do those types of higher administrative functions. That only few should have access. So we've implemented this Microsoft access security model that you can see right behind me as well here. And really, the point about that is really controlling who has access and the way that they have access. So in this tier model, with our higher level administrators and things of that nature, not only were they required to have separate accounts, but they also were required to use privileged access machines, to whereby they have to use a different machine to get on to do those tasks that are at that higher level of security. They require a higher level of security, and that goes down to the medium level of security, down to user access, and to business access, things of that particular nature. So it's a little bit more structured, and it's a little bit more controlled as to how people are having access to systems and how they're utilizing those systems and how data is flowing through those systems. We also were in the process prior to our attack was to acquiring 24/7 security services, managed services, because we're a very small cyber security department. We don't always have somebody working 24 hours unless there's a certain type of alert. But now we are a little bit better off now that we have a third party that's watching over the weekends and when people are after hours, things of that particular nature. So we put ourselves in a good position to be able to do that, and that led us into better MDR protection as well. So we also implemented advanced perimeter security. We invested in a third party that is able to help mitigate and stop denial of service attacks, as well as malicious bots and other type of cyber attacks out there as well. So I went through my slides fairly quickly, but I wanted to provide some final thoughts from my particular perspective, having gone through this event. A lot of us in our organizations know and understand this, but we have to really keep in mind that cybersecurity is just not a technical issue. It's just not on your IT folks or your security folks. Cybersecurity is a business issue. It's a business issue that leaders need to make decisions off of, and the way that they need to make the decisions is based off the information that you're able to provide them, but they need to be engaged with these technical stakeholders in the organization so that they understand the decisions that they're making and how that's going to impact the organization from a security standpoint. The other thing I'll talk about, and what they're having a lot of talk in our organization right now, are business impact analysis. Looking at those critical processes, those critical systems, and understanding, how long can those systems be down before we actually take a significant consequence in the organization, such as lost revenue or even customer trust. So it's important that we also keep engaged with partnerships. They say that cybersecurity is what we call a team sport, just not one side. We have to work together. And working together, I mean, is just not your stakeholders internally, but also your external stakeholders. We're engaged with the FBI and a few federal organizations during our cyber attack so we could get to understand this particular type of threat actor and what type of services that they could provide for us during this cyber attack. So they were very helpful. Oh yeah, we know this particular ransomware group. This is how they act. This is what you can expect and things of that nature. And we now have a better understanding about how we should streamline information. When you're going through a cyber attack, a lot of people are making phone calls and going off of information on assumptions and things of that particular nature. So make sure you have processes in place to where the information that is being collected and processed, everybody is able to kind of digest that information so that we don't have, things outside of work streams that are taking place that are going to impede our ability to get over this particular type of attack that took place. And the other piece that I would say about streamlining information, especially to the public, is trying to be as transparent as you can, because if you're not, and you're not timely in that process, people will start to make assumptions. There was an assumption made, I think in the media or through social media, that hey, our airport is down, it's not functioning right now. Well, that wasn't true. So people will start getting online and making assumptions and putting things out there that won't be accurate necessarily unless you don't find a way to streamline and be able to manage that type of information that's out there. And the other thing, and lastly, what I'll leave you with, those of us that are at that technical level, or manage people at that technical level, really need to have a better understanding of how the business operates. We're so focused on a capability, a system or an IT system or an application. Sometimes it's easy to lose sight of exactly what that system is supporting and how important that capability is to a stakeholder in the business. So a lot of IT professionals tend to put themselves in a silo and just want to fix a device or a system when they really need to understand the overall picture of how important that system is, so that gives them a better understanding of how to advise leaders on not only the capabilities that need to come back, but the priority in which those systems need to come back. So just wanted to kind of give you a quick run through of what we went through here at the Port of Seattle. And we had a lot of people that reached out to us during this event offering us help. And that goes back into those partnerships and kind of having a trust with other organizations to help you navigate through that process. We had information from our threat actors that was leaked on the dark web that we didn't even know about until one of our partners said, hey, there's some stuff out here you need to know about. And we were able to look at that information and make some determinations as to whether or not it was relevant or irrelevant, things of that particular nature. And I also didn't talk a little bit about more of the legal aspect of the incident that we went through. We acquired outside services from our legal side to be able to communicate with the threat actor. You don't really want to communicate directly with the threat actor unless you've got some kind of professional in front of you navigating you through that process, because there are businesses and organizations out there that are built and skilled to do just that. So they were able to help us do cost-benefit analysis and other types of risk management analysis to really make a good determination as to whether or not we were going to be held to pay a ransom, which, by the way, we ended up not doing because it's against our values, but we just didn't think that the cost involved with what they were asking for, public trust, and other set of circumstances as being manipulated for extortion, and how that would hurt our reputation as an organization as well. So with that, we made the decision not to pay a ransomware, and we've been fairly well off from all of that, but we see organizations still having ransomware attacks and other type of significant events. We're a learning organization, as most of you should be, and things like this, because we know that the threat landscape is becoming bigger, more sophisticated, especially with the insertion of AI and other type of technology developments that the threat actor can enhance. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pause to see if we have any questions. Questions? Okay.
Thank you so much, Ronald.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, join me, please. This way. From artificial intelligence to autonomous systems, new technologies are transforming our societies, our economies, and our security. But as innovation accelerates, so does the need for responsible regulation, collaboration, and strategic implementation to ensure these technologies serve the common good. Joining us for this discussion will be moderating this panel my colleague, Lucía Aro, as she is the Innovation Accelerator Diana Focal Point at INCIBE. Lucía, todo tuyo. Un aplauso, por favor.
Hi, everyone. I'm really happy to be here, not only because ENISE is such a great meetup and one of the biggest meetups in terms of technology and cybersecurity, but also because this roundtable here that we are about to have is the result of a collective effort in putting forward dual use and defense. And that is a path that we really believe we need to be following. So as many of you might know, 2025 was a great year for INCIBE in terms of dual use, because this year, along with UPM, Universidad Politécnica de Madrid, we finally got named Spanish National Accelerator Site for the Diana program. Diana is the Defense Innovation Accelerator program by NATO. And, well, in the Diana network, as you might know, there are about 17 accelerator sites in different countries of the Alliance. There are more than 180 test centers. And being part of the Diana network means that during 2026, we will be collaborating in the acceleration of 150 technology and dual-use companies. So, without further ado, I would like to introduce you to the great panelists that we are going to have here today. So Carlos Pérez Pla, which is early stage investor at Plug and Play. Lara Santos, which is process engineering manager at Celestium. And Adam Painter, adoption manager at NATO Diana. Give a round of applause for them. So, a lot of juicy topics to deal with, actually. We are really excited to be here. Let me just give you a brief introduction on who we're going to be speaking to today. So first, Carlos Pérez Pla is an early stage investor at Plug and Play, which is one of the Diana network accelerators. Carlos is a venture capitalist with almost a decade of experience in the technology ecosystem, focused on early stage investment and enterprise and AI startups. Carlos has invested in over 20 early-stage enterprise software and AI startups and supports 24 Fortune 1000 companies with their innovation strategy. That's a lot, Carlos. Next, we have Lara Santos. Lara Santos is Production and Process Engineering Manager at Celestion Technologies. She is an expert in battery technologies and a specialist in technology transfer between research and production, which is actually something really important that we are probably going to talk about. Celestion Technologies is a company that recently participated in the first Diana call a few years back, developing dual-use batteries for civil and defense applications. And last but not least, we have Adam Painter. Adam is a commercial and adoption manager at NATO Diana. As part of the management, Adam is focused on innovation, investment, and adoption for the defense market. He has a broad background, including Formula One, defense tech, venture building, and venture capital. So as you can see, we have many panelists from different perspectives, from the facilitators, from the investment side, and from the developers and technology innovators side. So my first question is going to be for Adam. In regards, from that facilitator's perspective, how are institutions such as, for instance, NATO, which is the one you clearly know about, facilitating the transfer and commercialization of dual-use technologies, for example, like harmonizing regulatory frameworks, for instance? How are they doing that?
Yeah, so thanks so much. Great to be here today. And obviously, it's great the fact that NATO Diana has spread and moved into Spain. So it's great to kick that off and represent the organization here today. I think first off, just to give you a little bit of background on what NATO Diana does, if you don't already know. So NATO Diana is the defense accelerator for the North Atlantic. Effectively, we do a number of things. One is around understanding the capabilities that end users, governments in NATO need, and we start to bring those together and effectively understand what those are and then put calls out to nations. And effectively, we understand where the gaps are, and we try and fill those with exciting, innovative technologies, particularly in the dual-use space, but leaning towards the defense space. Effectively, from us, just to give you a bit of a sizing of how big we are. So, as you know, we cover all 32 countries. We have 17 accelerator sites. Last year, we had 74 companies in our cohort. And this year, we're going to upscale to 150, and that starts in January. And effectively, we had over 3,600 applications from all NATO countries apply to our program. So you can understand the size and scale of what we're trying to do. We have 3 offices. One is based in London, one is in Tallinn, and one in Halifax in Canada. And effectively, to answer your question about facilitating the commercial adoption, there's a number of things that we do. So as I said, we try and understand the capability gaps that governments, end users need to be able to fill and meet the need of today. I think the other ones are around a couple of things we do from a framework perspective. So not only are we a traditional accelerator where we help companies go from where they are today to hopefully adoption, and adoption is our key word. So we try and get the companies into the hands of the end user as fast as possible. We do that through a number of different things. So we do that through a couple of frameworks that are very new to us, and how we try and get NATO to innovate, not only on the innovation side, but also on the policy side. So we've created a number of things. One of them is called a rapid adoption framework. And effectively, that allows our companies who have entered into our challenge program the ability to go out, understand, and learn, but then also once we understand where capability is, we try and pair that with the nation, and that allows them not to go through competition. So As you know, there's a lot of governments run competitions for procurement. Effectively, because the companies have gone through that with us, we don't have to do that, and we go for a single source procurement option. So there's a number of different ways we're trying to do that, and effectively that is sort of one of our key things. Lastly, I just want to touch on our relationship with investment. So NATO itself doesn't necessarily have a vehicle for capital markets to engage with, and effectively Diana is bridging that gap. So effectively we're building an investment network effectively across 32 countries to help, firstly, our accelerator and our innovators, and secondly, to help change and speed up policy, and particularly where investors struggle is around that understanding what signals the market needs to be able to invest more in companies that might have innovative technologies. So we're really trying to demystify NATO.
Yeah, and actually you said a word which I think it's key, which is capability gaps. It's so key because a lot of companies, they come to us being like, hey, so I want to have the tag dual use on my technology. And it's not about the tag, it's about the capability gap that you are fulfilling, and it's about the needs that you are fulfilling for the final users. And we always try to make innovators really aware of the fact that, yeah, it's not the must. I think it's not the must on your technology, but the capability that you are developing and the problem that you are solving for the final user. Never lose sight of the final user. You also talk about how you are building the investment network, and that actually brings me to Carlos, because, well, from the investor's perspective and from the investor side, what would be need to be changed in terms of exit mechanisms or regulatory clarity or deal flow maturity for private equity to see the dual use space more as an opportunity, a systematic opportunity, rather than an exception and something kind of risky?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, first of all, thank you for inviting me to this amazing panel in front of this audience. I mean, when we investors talk internally about, how are we going to make money at the end of the day, it comes down to two main ways, right? So one is M&A, and the second one is IPOs. The IPO window is completely closed globally. We have seen a couple of IPOs this year, but it is actually closed for most of the companies. And then when we talk about M&A, we try to understand who are the potential buyers of the company that we are actually investing at, right? And here you have three different parties. One is private equity. You have like growth stage private equities that they buy early stage companies and they operate with the end goal of selling. Then you have big tech companies, so the Google, the Microsoft of the world. I believe these ones are completely busy with AI right now, so there hasn't been much activity besides that. And then you have another kind of like large tech companies, right? So in the security sector, for example, you have the Palo Alto networks of the world that they are actually acquiring companies. But when we talk about dual tech technologies, there are not many acquirers right now, right? So what is actually missing is those later stage private equities buying early stage companies. People usually forget, but private equities and venture capital, we also have investors. So in order for a private equity to exist, we need all the LPs, we need public money, we need all the endowments and pension funds to also invest in these private equities, because I think the opportunity is massive, and we're starting to see not only in Spain, but also in Europe, new funds, but it's still very, very early. So we as early stage investors, we are investing in this category, but if there are no exits in the next like 3 to 5 years, we are going to stop investing, right? Right now, most of the risk is coming from the public and private sector, but we haven't seen anything in the growth stage yet, or just like a few. So I think what is missing and what actually needs to change is more investment in growth stage private equity, because I don't think we will see the Googles of the world acquiring companies in the next like 3 to 5 years.
But do you think private equity is kind of scared of dual use and how to invest in them?
I mean, at the end of the day, private equity, you can divide it in two main categories. So one is early stage investments, and I think we are seeing new funds investing in early stage companies. We do invest in the space because we believe there is a massive opportunity, and we are seeing new funds. I think what is missing is the growth stage, and that is going to come if we see revenue numbers in these early stage companies. In order to see revenue numbers in these early stage companies, we need to see adoption. So we need to see commercial use, defense use of these type of technologies and these startups in order to be attractive for a growth stage private equities as well.
Makes sense.
And to close the entire loop of making money for the investors. If not, I don't think it's going to work.
Does make sense, yeah. And Lara, regarding the developer or let's say the innovator's perspective, how do you balance the speed of business development, which is actually super fast, and we all know that, with the slower, well, let's say not slower, the slowest procurement cycles or for the defense and government sectors? How do you do that in the case of your product?
Gracias por la pregunta y gracias por invitarnos como empresa que ha participado en el primer programa de Diana de la OTAN. Yo creo que equilibrar los ritmos entre el sector privado y entre el sector, en este caso de defensa, es uno de los mayores retos que tienen las empresas que tienen una tecnología de aplicación dual. Yo creo que la estrategia aquí es tener dos velocidades de desarrollo muy coordinadas, pero no dependientes entre sí. O sea, yo creo que la estrategia de cualquier empresa pequeña, hablo como una startup, de alta tecnología, aquí es encontrar nichos de mercado altamente eficientes. Y hablo de alta eficiencia refiriéndome pues, a que aporten un valor y una financiación a la empresa que al final, por un lado, permita seguir innovando, porque este es el componente que nos diferencia a las pequeñas empresas de nuestros competidores, y por otro lado, que dé esa estabilidad económica para adaptarse a los ciclos más largos que tiene el sector de defensa, ir acreditándose, ir certificándose, ir pasando las validaciones, por ejemplo, la validación electromagnética, que es terrible, lo comentábamos antes, y para ello hay que definir bien la planificación y contar con un equipo especializado en el corazón del producto. Además, yo creo que de este evento somos los únicos, la única empresa que habla desde el producto, porque sí que es verdad que el público es muy de ciber. Pero yo creo que hay que contar con un equipo especializado en el corazón del producto, y ya en la segunda fase de desarrollo del producto, donde tú especificas y modulas ese producto pues para unas regulaciones más o menos críticas, unas certificaciones o unos estándares de utilización completamente diferentes, como son en el sector privado y en el sector de defensa. Ahí es donde esta fase implica inversiones diferentes, implica colaboradores diferentes, implica tareas de ingeniería diferentes. Yo creo que al final hay que crecer rápido en el sector civil para que te otorgue esa flexibilidad y esa agilidad para que todo tire otra vez de la rueda.
And so far, would you say that you are able to do that at Celestium? Are you achieving that goal of maintaining the equilibrio de ritmos, balancing rhythms effectively?
Estamos intentándolo. La verdad que las regulaciones son complicadas aquí en España, las cosas van muy lentas. Al final yo creo que la estrategia está en formar pues eso, un equipo.
It's going to be based on informing and having a team dedicated on establishing the basis for the technology, and then have a team specialized on the sector you're going to address. Being here, I would say that the most important thing I should say about a product is to accompany it through this wall of data, and having a specialized team in cybersecurity, AI, that is used a lot today. This allows you, in one hand, to satisfy the technological demand of the civil market, and on the other hand, it gives your product a credibility, a viability, and integrity that is required by the defense sector.
Something that is actually a problem for so many companies, which is they already have the civil market covered. They have the technology, it's already really good developed, but they don't have the defense area expertise. And that's such a hard transfer for innovators, because whenever they have that market covered, they have to jump to another market which is completely different, and they are lacking professionals or mentors or experts that can help them and guide them through that step. So that's something about dual use that a lot of companies are finding, which is the lack of knowledge in how to jump to that defense arena. I would like to now open a bit of an open debate for all of us. I am going to be posing some questions, and we can just share our visions about them. So, in the current landscape, what type of strategic alliances, like with integrators, with the primes, with the MODs, with the R&D centers, do you consider to be key to gain traction in the dual-use ecosystem? We can start by Adam.
Yeah, I mean, the easy answer is all of them, because that would be a perfect scenario. But I think trying to be pragmatic, I think the focus really should be on trying to gain access to end users. A lot of our startups in our program have accelerated the fastest once they understand what their use case is and being really specific about it. It does change a lot from the commercial use case. So effectively, once you understand what that use case is, get it into the hands of the end user as fast as possible and iterate and test. A lot more MODs now are being very open and collaborative with access to end users than we've ever seen before. And this is partly, obviously, because of the Ukraine war, but also just because of the need to accelerate innovation. And I think focusing on that from our side is probably the key thing. And then second, particularly if you're a subsystem, you have subsystem products that need to be integrated into bigger sort of overall products. You know, we're talking ships, planes, things that move. Effectively, trying to understand where your system might sit and how best to try and integrate that on current or future existing platforms is something to really understand. But I couldn't stress the end user question is a big one, and you should really focus on that as an end user.
Yeah, and we are at INCIBE, we are a government agency. We are not an MOD, obviously, part of the MOD. But the thing is that as a public institution, we really have, and especially the MODs, we really have to be there for the innovators. Like, the ecosystem cannot grow and cannot develop if we just keep on having exactly the same contracts in the same way and putting the same barriers to innovations that might be key innovations or might not. But we have to open that door as public administrations. We really have to open that door to innovators to make sure that we are achievable, that we are there, and that we let them know what needs do we have. As that would be said from the public administration area. What do you think about that in terms of investment?
Yeah, I mean, something unique that we do at Plug and Play as well is connecting large corporates with the startups. So for the past 15 years, we have been mostly working with private companies, majority of the Fortune 1000 companies. So it includes companies like John Deere, US Bank, Entity Data, and we basically connect them to startups. And it works in two different ways. One is a reactive way, and that's basically when the corporate come to us with specific problems. So we identify the best companies and we introduce them to them. And there is also a proactive way. Because the corporates also come to us saying that they don't know what they don't know, right? So we basically twice a year, we put together a top list of companies, we send it over to the corporates, and they can choose the startups they want to meet. So that's kind of like the traditional Plug and Play ecosystem. Something new that we are doing, and that we have started doing actually 2 years ago, is we included public entities as well, and universities. We believe that the collaboration between universities, public entities, which is basically government, and private companies is going to be key and critical for the implementation of dual use of technology. So I think what we are doing in Turin, we are doing that with the Diana program. We have already accelerated 18 startups so far, and they also have access to the private side of the ecosystem, right? So having access to that end users that you were also talking about. We are doing the same in the US. So in Texas, it was announced a couple of months ago. We are working with the Department of Defense, Texas NMN, which is one of the largest universities in Texas. And the idea is basically to help the university incubate startups, have access to the Department of Defense, and also having access to all the private ecosystem as well. So we believe that there needs to be collaboration of all the entities in order to have like real adoption of this type of technologies. It happens in any vertical or any industry, but I think in this one specific, I think it's the only way to go.
Yeah, and that's actually, well, regarding that specific accelerator focused on defense, that's also a must that we have to take into account the fact that we are not developing an ecosystem with enough specifically meant accelerators in terms of defense that really know how to work with defense. We really have to work on that also in general as a whole. And Lara, what would be your intake on that, on the fact that in the current landscape we need all those alliances, and how are we working with them, and what would need to be changed with those alliances or improved in order to be better or develop the ecosystem?
Bueno, pues desde el punto de vista de una startup, estoy muy de acuerdo con mi compañero Carlos. Al final, lo que tenemos que intentar buscar es la colaboración.
What we need to look for is collaboration between the government, among the different public administrations, technological centers that have expertise in this transfer of innovation to companies. I think what we need to do, or what small companies need to do in order to finish validating this technology, in order to go to the market as soon as possible, and so that there is no delays, and so these companies have this early adopter role that sometimes these companies are lacking, is to get to some agreements with the public administrations regarding validation. From my point of view, what we are finding and what is slowing this dual development in defense is that in order to get those validations of products, having a prototype in a real environment where there is an interest in validating and prove this technology that companies use, in the end, all of this is regulated, let's say, by certain normatives that are delayed, that take a lot of time. And you cannot have your prototype, for example, you cannot have your validation prototype because everything is delayed, because there is a regulation that does not allow you to try it. Sometimes.
And that's an interesting debate, the one about validations, and I would like to ask all of you from your perspective. Obviously, your perspective is clear from the innovator side, but how are validations a barrier? Because we need them, we need them, and in really specific terms. But how are they a barrier for you to invest, to make sure that they have these validations completed, or for you as a facilitator to make sure that they go ahead with those validations, and how can we make that barrier shorter, or at least make it not disappear, but help to fix the barrier that means for innovators? Adam?
Yeah, no, I think there's a few things that I suppose we are trying to fix some of these with real life solutions. So effectively, a lot of what we do is not only run the accelerator, but we also try and help the adoption side. So we have a large group of people, military people serving, that help us support our startups and try and cut through some of the barriers to entry. One of the key things that we focus on is around operational exercises. So in our accelerator, and some of these are access to other startups in the ecosystem, is we've basically consolidated all of NATO's operational exercises across the alliance. And next year, Diana will be supporting 16 of these. One of them just happened in Portugal called REPMUS, which was a big naval operational exercise. And effectively, we bring together startups, we put them in real-life scenarios, we put them on ships, we put them on drones, we integrate their technology into the command and control structures, and it's an opportunity for these startups to effectively test, validate, and potentially fail, and come back and try again in a real-life scenario. So that's one of the things we're doing, and effectively this is something that we will be doing more of and trying to really break down the barriers. Just the point on that some of the startups have big challenges with gaining access to these, predominantly because it takes such an effort in time and cost to integrate yourself into these. So there is a lot of effort to try and reduce that barrier within NATO to ultimately become an easier thing for small startups to try and integrate into.
Yeah, and actually about that, many startups after the Diana program, some of them were telling us that, well, and you guys, that one of the most interesting things about the program is not the funding, is actually the doors that the program opens in terms of being able to have an OPEX, in terms of being able to reach the defense ecosystem. So that's something really valuable about the program, and I think you guys are doing a great job in that sense, because it's actually working for innovators. And in the case of investment, how are the validations being kind of a barrier for you?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on who you ask. I mean, for us, and I think there is a big difference between the US and European investors in terms of like validation. Like in the US, we love to invest as early as possible. We don't need like any validation. Like honestly, it's an investment in the founder. Like that's it. Like we need to believe that the founder is gonna be able to build the product, to navigate all the regulation environment, and it's gonna basically take it to the market. Like that's the only validation. Like they believe that the founder is gonna be able to do that. I believe in the European venture capital ecosystem, it's still not real. Like when I talk with some of my peers in Spain, they actually ask like for a P&L, they want to see all the profit and loss, balance sheet. I'm like, you don't need that for an early stage company. Like you don't need them to have like revenue as of today. You just need to believe that they are going to have revenue in the next like 10 years and that they're going to be able to make money. So for us in the US, I mean, validation is mostly like founders, and it's gut feeling, honestly. But yeah, I would say that the biggest barrier is the regulation environment. I think it could be like a make it or break it event for any startup. Like, and I think we have seen that with GDPR and data protection. Like we saw new companies coming up of that regulation. We invested in a company called Big ID, security company, and they're $1 billion company today thanks to GDPR. But we have also seen many companies struggle to get into the European market because of GDPR. So I will say a lot of regulations could have like a negative impact in innovation. So we need to be very careful on how to navigate that environment. And I think that's the biggest barrier and the biggest question for us, rather than anything else.
So do you think that it would be better for us in Europe to kind of copy the investment style of the US, or do you think that would not be possible because we are kind of structured in different terms?
I think it will be amazing. I think at the end of the day, founders is what matter the most. People don't realize that the majority of the companies, they pivot in the first like 2 to 3 years, and they end up doing something else. Like if you look at the data, most of the unicorns today, they are starting doing something else. So we need to look at the founder's capability to build something big regardless of the industry. And I think that's what matters the most. The people building the company. I don't think what they are doing today is what they are going to end up doing. So I think that's one of the things that the US is doing better than the European market in terms of like venture capital. They are throwing away a lot of money as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And that starting doing something else is something that really applies to dual use. A lot of companies are actually discovering as they go that they have a dual use. So yeah, we are finding a lot of that. Okay, so now I would like to ask each of you to take up 2 minutes before we leave to give an advice to an innovator. Let's imagine that here are tons of innovators that really don't know, they are approaching dual use, they think they might have something, they don't really know where to start, they don't really know if they are actually going to be able to get into the defense market. So what would be your advice in 2 minutes max? Adam?
Yeah, I think first off, it's really simple. You just go find someone in a uniform somewhere and start speaking to them. I think that's relatively easy in practice, but in principle is sometimes can be a different experience. I think for me also, I'd focus a lot on really trying to understand what, as Carlos said, around your team and structure, and where you can better maybe augment that, particularly with people that have had experience in that sector, and then obviously focus a lot on trying to fail fast. I know it's something that's obviously being said quite a lot, but I think particularly in the defense market, testing and validating your technology, that's really what really matters, and a lot of MODs really look for tried and tested solutions that have been sort of developed within the battlefield, for instance, or that have come from the commercial space and that have got very good traction. So effectively, that's what I would say from a top down, and also apply to Diana. So that's just being selfish.
Go find people in uniforms.
Yeah.
Lara.
Bueno, yo voy a hacer un poco de promoción del programa Diana de la OTAN, que sé que este año sois aceleradora aquí en España.
Diana program at the EU.
Yo animo a la gente que crea que su producto
I wanna encourage to each one of you that think that can have an applicability, because we've learned a lot. We've learned in defense how the regulatory framework works, what stages do we have to get through, and we saw that this was a well-structured sector, because there's a lot of products, lots of different products. So this is a program where we can get in, and there are many market spots. I want to invite you then to engage, and when developing the product, the most important thing is not to grow as soon as possible in this dual ecosystem, but grow with a purpose to get closer to the sectors you want to get in.
I'm gonna switch to Spanish for this one.
I'm gonna change
because of the audience mostly. Pero diría que principalmente son dos cosas. Una es,
but I would say mainly two things. One thing is to believe in yourself. I think this is something we are lacking in Spain. Sometimes we don't believe enough in ourselves. The United States are really good at that. And I think we are lacking this believing in ourselves, this self-esteem, and this culture that we can do something that is big. This is one of the main advices I give all of the companies I work with. Second of all, I think all of the things that I think we're lacking is to move and fail rapidly. That's what the US is good at. There's a problem, they forget about it, and they get to the next step. So we take a lot of time for analyzing, and everyone fails. There is not perfect application, so we should move fast from one step to another. I think it's what we should do and what I should advise. Move fast. There is no problem if you fail, and everything is going to arrive.
We are really scared of failing, like of trying in OPEX or validation or any type of test. Yeah. We are really scared. What am I going to do if my product doesn't succeed? Go find the problem, go find the solution, fix it, keep on working. And we don't really have that culture in general in Europe. We don't really have that go for it culture in terms of don't stress about what's wrong, just keep on looking for solutions. And I'm like, Diana as a program is also trying to kind of fix that for innovators, being like, just go there and try it and ask for it and ask and find important people that is going to, not important, but find the right people to make your product better, find the right people to ask. Yeah. So that's what we are taking home. I really hope that this was an interesting roundtable for all of you. And in case you are a startup or you are an innovator, you have here these amazing people to ask about dual use. Don't miss the chance because they are not going to be any closer anytime soon. Ask them and put your product out there and try to reach as much funding and contacts and opportunities as you can, because that's what dual use is about. So thank you so much for being here today, all of you. And it was actually great to be here with all of you guys. Thank you so much. Salimos por aquí.
Esto.
They told me I had to finish at.
Muy bien, estamos llegando al mediodía.
Okay, we're reaching midday. Good morning, good afternoon. Is it until noon, up to 3 p.m.? We could open up a discussion because I still don't know what to say at this time. So we're going to be talking about
in a world of growing complexity and interdependence, cybersecurity cannot rely on isolated efforts. It requires shared vision, coordination, and trust, both within nations and across borders. To guide us through this topic, we are honored to welcome Florian Pennings, Associate Chief Cybersecurity and Operations Officer at ENISE. Florian, the stage is yours. Welcome. Un aplauso, por favor.
Perfect. It is. Thank you. Hi, everybody. So indeed, I'm Florian Pennings, the Associate Chief Cybersecurity Officer at ENISE, the European Cybersecurity Agency. And I first of all really want to thank INCIBE and the colleagues here for inviting us to the stage to talk a little bit about cybersecurity cooperation and coordination, as well as foresighting from the perspective of ENISE. European Cybersecurity Agency located and headquartered actually in Greece, but very active across all our 27 member states, our constituents as we often call them. In order to do that, I actually want to take you through a couple of wider reflections on coordination and cooperation from an EU level perspective, as well as a little bit on the strategy that we conduct, and then to conclude also with a little bit of foresighting per request also from the colleagues, to give you a little bit of an idea and a taste of what we as an agency predict for 2030 in terms of the threats. So, if we look at cybersecurity cooperation, for us being a cybersecurity agency, this is a challenge in itself. Yes, we've been around for quite some time. We have now a permanent mandate. We have a lot of new legislation at an EU level, the NIS2, the Cyber Resilience Act, the Cyber Solidarity Act, etc., etc. The ambition is high. But it also means that the more regulation you have, the more cooperation you need. And the more cooperation you need, the more coordination you need. So in order to take you a little bit through that, I want to give you a bit of perspectives from my end and allow me to explain a little bit on also who I am. I was hired back into the agency after having spent 5 years in a large cloud service provider, looking at many of these cybersecurity legislative topics and challenges from a private sector perspective, knowing that the essence of cooperation really is identifying common interests. It's quite simple. If we both, as parties or in a multi-party environment, feel this is the right way to go, then cooperation happens and coordination becomes easier. Prior to that, I worked for the National Cybersecurity Center in the Netherlands, and I also spent some time as a second national expert at ENISE, so I've seen it from different angles. And with that in mind, I really believe that the essence of cybersecurity these days is, of course, understanding your stakeholder field, of course, understanding the cybersecurity legislation that's out there, but trying to cooperate and to coordinate. Now, at an EU level, biggest challenge there is scalability and balancing that. And what do I mean with this? If you have to cooperate with the energy sector within the EU, and you're an agency like ourselves that has a strong responsibility when it comes down to, for example, sectoral cybersecurity legislation as defined in the NIS2 directive, we need to cooperate. And we need to cooperate with entities. We do not have that expertise in-house. We have 141 permanent staff members. By no way can we cover all of the energy sector representatives in the EU. And we don't even want that, and we shouldn't. So we need to be smart in how do we reach to the right stakeholders. How do we cooperate? How do we coordinate? That means that we need to talk to the right people. That means that we go out there at events like this, that we engage, that we identify, hey, who are the right groups that we can coordinate with? Is this, for example, trade associations? Are these sectoral groups? Is this special departments within certain national cybersecurity centers that we want to cooperate with? Incredibly important. And why do we do that? Because we also know very well that when it comes down to sectoral legislation that needs to be implemented in cybersecurity for critical infrastructure, many of those are in the hands of private sector and industry. And that means that both of us need to find each other in the right way. An example is ISACs, for example, where we do information sharing, and that's where scalability becomes a challenge. It really is. We'll never get this 100% right, but it's the constant effort that we support and we invest in. That brings me to another element, what I really want to emphasize when it comes down to cooperation. That's really using the same taxonomy and also really fueling and investing in harmonization. Especially when it comes down to taxonomy in the EU, that's quite important. And I know, having worked on that private side, that for industry, it's incredibly important that throughout the digital single market of the EU, same language is being used when you want to implement legislation. Same approaches are being used, the same risk assessment, because it makes it easier. Now, this is exactly where we as an expert organization of ENISE are investing in. This is important for us, and we want to contribute to this. That also means that we also are actively and we're open for hearing those challenges from the different sectoral entities. Now, you heard me say already NIS2, but there's the other big legislation out there. It's a Cyber Resilience Act. The details of the implementation will still follow. It's the same challenge in essence. This really is where industry players are going to be impacted and affected, and we want to learn also from those. So that's why I'm really happy to be here at this event, because I know that it's that the level of private sector is very high in terms of participation. Now, then moving on to coordination. Frameworks. Beautiful European term, frameworks. Frameworks and strategies and policies. Well, essentially, we are part of that framework, and we want to be part of the framework, but what we always try to do, being ENISE, being rather small, actually too small, but I will always say that we're too small, we always need more resources, is to be very innovative and trying to find, okay, what model works best, what framework works best, and how do we identify those? That means, again, we need to engage with our stakeholders. And to that point, there are numerous frameworks and cooperation mechanisms throughout the EU that we use and that we connect to, that we invest to. Some are statutory and legal that we have to connect to, but some are not statutory or legal and are set up by us or we're invited to participate. For example, you see that I have one other badge below here, the National Cybersecurity Competence Centers. I'm meeting today and tomorrow here in the beautiful city of Lyon. We are there also because we have a statutory role, but I'm mainly there to understand, okay, what are the current challenges and what are the opportunities and what are the solutions being discussed at an EU level to identify, hey, this might be something for us to invest in for 2026, 2027, because it's also about foresighting. I'll get to that in a second. CSER networks, Cyclone, the NCSCs, the NIS Cooperation Group. We have many cooperation mechanisms in the EU. And hoping that I'm talking to private sector industry representatives, get familiar with it and also get involved. Understand these processes, because many of the investments made there and the discussions are taking place on that side of the fence are super interesting for you as well. And we see it as an expert organization. It's a beautiful part. ENISE is a cybersecurity agency of the EU, but we're essentially an expert organization. We bring communities together because, again, as I said, 140, we can't do it all ourselves. Then allow me to say one last point about that coordination. What we've often heard, and I've been in this field now for close to 20 years and have had the opportunity to see it in different angles, from operational to tactical to strategic. Many of us, including myself, are sometimes mixing this up, and that's okay. What I consider to be operational is maybe not considered to be operational in another part of the EU. But how do we uncover and reveal that? By having conversations and identifying this. And there you can see that, for example, cooperation within a CSER network is very operational. Agree on this. Agree on what you identify and how you cooperate with each other. On the strategic level, within the EU, and again, our domain is the EU, I have to admit that there we do have investments and we do have frameworks, but we could do a little bit more there too. Again, the difficulty there is scalability. If you, for example, want to cooperate on a strategic level within the EU, how do you do that? Do you do that with the largest companies? Do you do that with representation of certain regions, certain countries? This has not yet been solved, but I think these are the questions we need to ask ourselves, because one of the things that we as an agency really emphasize is, yes, we are there mainly to support the EU member states and to support the agencies. We know that the industry is not to be forgotten in any of these discussions. Then allow me to go towards a little bit of scalability and inclusivity. The biggest challenge that we have within the European Union environment really is that we need to make sure that these two connect. So scalability, I explained. How do we get to the right companies, the right representatives? But how are we still inclusive? In the way the right sectors that are under threat or the right products that we see vulnerabilities appear are included. This is a constant investment. That means that we constantly have to update our products, we constantly have to update our services, we constantly have to have the right information levels flowing. So constant investment from our side. Now, how do we do this? So within the agency, we recently, at the end of 24, adopted a new strategy. It's the ENISE strategy covers from 2024 up to 2028. And what we really do in that strategy is we identify our horizontal objectives and our vertical objectives. What's incredibly important, and I'm really proud and really happy with that, as you hear, I really are all about, for me it's all about stakeholder engagement, but smart stakeholder engagement. But we see in the blue part, empowering communities. This is incredibly important for us because we understand, being small as we are, we need to put the right connections out there. Otherwise, we aren't able to get the right information in and to understand what's really out there on the threat as well as on the risk field. Then, and I'll talk to this about this in a second, foresighting. Foresighting is an activity that we started to deploy back in 2021, 2022. And much of the foresight analysis and discussion, and I'll give you in the next slides what our top 10 is, really comes from those conversations with experts and the Delphi process and all kinds of methodologies behind that to make sure that we are able to really put down, hey, these are the 9 or the 10 threats that we see for 2030. That's based on conversations with experts. Super important to say, we're the first ones to admit we don't know it all. Yes, we're experts, but we're actually really good in identifying, hey, what kind of expertise do we need to incorporate in our own systems, in our own processes to identify, okay, this is very, very relevant for us. Then shared cybersecurity knowledge across Europe. Now, this is a very open one, but obviously being the cybersecurity agency in the EU, we need to make sure that that knowledge is there. We do that via reporting, we do it via other kinds of products, we do it by being present in the relevant cooperation mechanisms, like the CCERT network, okay? Somebody disagrees there. And then the vertical objectives. So this is really where we are looking at cybersecurity policy implementation. Preparedness. Preparedness is something that I will admit in the first months being back at ENISE, because I was there before as a second national expert, back up until 2019, then left for my private adventure. I didn't quite get it. And I think this is also one of the challenges that we need to accept, to explain better to industry players what is preparedness. So the preparedness here is really about how is the EU system as a whole prepared for cybersecurity incident and crisis. So discussions around the blueprint, for example, you might have heard of this. If you haven't, have a look at this. Quite relevant because it puts down a process and a framework on how the EU actually deals with cyber crisis and communication and information flows. And that's quite relevant also to get perspectives from industry players on. And then, of course, cybersecurity capacity and building trust in secure digital solutions. I want to pause on the last one and take you through this. This, for us, is a rather new topic. This means not only the cybersecurity certification, but it also means ENISE's role in standards and also ENISE's future role when it comes down to the cybersecurity of products, which is the Cyber Resilience Act. The Cyber Resilience mentioned by many as being the new GDPR for cybersecurity. Very relevant, and we really want to invest in this. So if we then look at the empowering communities at our core, as I said in the blue in the other slide on the ENISE strategy, you would see cybersecurity cooperation is about the empowering of our communities, and our communities are large, wide, extensive across the 27 EU member states and even sometimes beyond. So there are a couple of things that we are really doing here. On the one hand, yes, we engage a lot. So our engagement with the industry basically is connected via events. We organize a lot of events, we organize a lot of workshops, we organize a lot of public consultations, we have an advisory group, and we also have a managed security services certification at our working group being set up. All these things are there for us to make sure we connect to the right people, we understand what's important, but we also get that expertise in-house. Out of this, then on the right side of the screen you see all the reports we publish. Now those reports that were published, and I'm really proud of our colleagues there. They used to be very lengthy. We're making them a bit shorter now, including executive summaries. Please take note of these. Read these if you'd like, and also give us some feedback. Because by feedback, we'll get better at the process ourselves. Then allow me to conclude with the last slide here, and this is really about our foresighting of the threat. I was also asked to talk a little bit about this. Now, as you've heard me say, cooperation, coordination, connecting to the right stakeholders, all of that we do for multiple purposes and multiple objectives. Now, one of the main things for us is to understand what's actually happening in 2030 and what's also the direction of travel that we need to undertake. Now, why is this so important? Because in the EU system, I'm not going to bore you with this, but being an agency, we are succumbed to certain processes. That means that every year we make a work plan for the next year and for the next year. And that actually goes over 3 years. So we need to do foresighting in order to put things down in our work program and our multi-annual work program that takes over 3 years. You being cybersecurity experts, I assume, this is quite difficult. Because how do we know now what we need to do in 2 or 3 years' time? Still we do it. And to that purpose, we really focus on these kinds of products. This is the reflection of an updated version that we published, I think, in the spring of 2024, 25. And we keep on doing this. It's incredibly important for us. Now, just to take you through, because you had some time to read this already, what's incredibly important here to see that supply chain remains very high as a number of, for us, as really a top threat for 2030. But we added there because we saw a skills shortage, which is not necessarily a technical topic, but we see that in especially the last years, it has become quite difficult to find the right people for the right jobs. Now, behind this skill shortage, you just see two words. There's a whole project and a whole engagement behind there, what we call the European Cybersecurity Skills Framework. There's also the European Cybersecurity Skills Academy. There's a lot of investment in this topic. However, it basically boils down to the fact that we identify, both on the industry side, because I know it from my time being on the industry side, as well as from the public side, we need more people that understand cybersecurity skills, but it doesn't necessarily mean we need more people that understand the technical side of it. It also means we need people that understand the policy, the law, maybe even the psychological aspects of cybersecurity. So this is something that I really wanted to mark out, and I kindly invite you to support us in this effort. Then the second I would like to point out is the abuse of AI. So one of the key projects and the publications ENISE is fortunate to bring out is European Threat Landscape. We recently published our 2025 version that looks back at around 5,000 incidents, and we identify those and we analyze those. And one of the conclusions there was that when it comes down to phishing, we really saw and we identified that around 80% of those phishing activities are AI powered and fueled. That means that we now really see, and we have the data, that this is something that we need to look into. Quite interesting here as well, if you look at the 10th, it's also interesting, eh? The physical impact of natural and environmental disruptions on critical digital infrastructure. We have the data, we added this because we see this. And this is something that we also want to identify. Now, the basis of these, of what you see here, you can read this in our reports, and you can read this also in our publications. I would mainly invite you, because this is one of our most downloaded reports. We know this, it's the European Threat Landscape. Please have a look at that. And again, I really invite all of you to, when you have had a chance and you have reflections or you have comments or you have suggestions, to reach out to us via the contact details on the website and let us hear your feedback, because we are constantly trying to improve and make this better. So thank you very much. That was it from my side.
No. Ahora sí. Thank you, Florian. A lo largo de la mañana hemos hablado de innovación, cooperación y visión.
Over the morning, we have talked about innovation, cooperation, and strategic foresight. Now it's turn to talk about interconnection between critical infrastructure, global connectivity, and corporate cybersecurity. To listen to the debate of such an interesting topic, we have the presence here of Elena García, Chief Security Advisor from Microsoft, Laura Parra, Chief Information Security Officer from Global Cellnex Telecom, Mar López, the CEO of Sophistic, Francisco Lázaro, the President of the Security Group Autelsi, and Sean Cordero, Chief Information Security Officer of Scalar, who will be here in just a second. To moderate this table, we'll have the presence of José Pancorbo, who's the President of Conetic. You have the floor while they finish preparing.
Muy bien. Bueno, buenas tardes. Muchas gracias a INCIBE por contar un año más con Conetic, la Confederación Nacional.
So, good afternoon. Thank you again for counting on Conetic one more year.
Con Europa a través de la European Digital SME Alliance, y veo varios compañeros de los territorios
I see lots of people from the different territories of Spain that belong to Conetic, so welcome you all. As I said, thanks to INCIBE for counting on us for this event, which is a reference or a benchmark in the field of cybersecurity, discovering opportunities and making contacts and talking about this field of cybersecurity. We're delighted to be with you again in this 19th edition of ENISE, and I want to thank you again. Thank you to the speakers of the table, and I want to welcome you again, and then I'll introduce each one of them. In a world that is technologically more and more complex, with devices, infrastructures, services, providers, everything is connected. Some years ago, critical infrastructures were isolated. Nowadays, none of them is. And the level of risk, since it's logical and necessary in this context, authorities act and regulations flourish. We have DORA, ENISE 2, BAFR. All of them are looking for raising the level of protection for against external attacks and threats. So the availability of systems and services. This is a priority when we talk about sectors or essential services, and the companies from a digital sector are directly affected by all these regulations, whether that's for the types of services, digital services, infrastructure services, clouds, data centers, services that are managed by other companies, or for how critical the sectors from these clients are, from our clients. So entities like the one I represent, like Kinetic, we have been working in this field of cybersecurity for a long time, and we have had to accelerate and to change our strategies to strengthen the supportive capabilities of our associated companies. We used to look to the client, and from many years ago, or from some years ago, we prioritarily looked at the associates of the Confederation. So we integrated Ciberlur, the innovative company, and we have also integrated in the ISACTIC, created by ENISE, the European Agency for Cybersecurity, as a reference point in our sector for sharing value on cyber threats, where we will work to give support instruments that will help the companies to prepare and to improve the cybersecurity of its products and services, because we are aware that zero risk does not exist. If I'm allowed, from the work that we're doing, we share a reflection that we lead to European authorities and national authorities, because we believe it is necessary to increase efforts in the unification of all these regulations. In the end, the base is the same one, although depending on the risks, each one will regulate different aspects. This would hugely help to make companies use it, mainly SMEs, so that we go one step ahead in compliance, which affects them. This will allow not only to give an example, but also to adjust to their implementation what has been required many times. The title of this table, as you know, of this round table, is the intersection between critical infrastructure, connectivity, and corporate cybersecurity. Cybersecurity has moved on from being technological risk to an operational risk, as you all know. We know cases that impress us, some of them that are really recent, that have stopped production plants. Recently in the UK, Jaguar and Land Rover, in August, they stopped their manufacturing chain. That didn't only stop Jaguar Land Rover, but it also dragged all their supply chain. Hundreds of providers in the UK and all countries that, depending on this manufacturer, were implicated. That meant the British government had to intervene, giving £150 million to stop the collapse of this whole industry. Taking into account everything that we are seeing and what's at stake, we need to increase the level of resilience, and we need to find new ways to reach these goals, like the change in responsibility of companies against these incidents that are directly coming to affect directives, organization orders with very serious consequences, and even legal consequences. We need to talk about this, and for that, we have some people that I am so sure that are going to make this debate richer, and I want to start by Laura. Paula is the global CISO in Cellnex Telecom. I'm going to sit down now, if you allow me. Although she is linked to the multinational Cellnex for telecommunications since 2022, where she has taken on several strategic roles for the company inside and outside of Spain. Laura has more than 25 years of experience in the field of technologies, 12 with experience in the subsector of telecommunications. As CISO for this multinational for telecommunications strategies, you're in charge of supervising the global cybersecurity strategy, give continuous support and the operational continuity of Cellnex in a context in which we have seen that there are constant threats and they are more and more complex. Cybersecurity and Cellnex have been consolidated as a strategic pillar to take into account the critical infrastructures that sustain communications in 11 countries in Europe. They do so through culture and innovation, contributing to strengthening sovereignty and digital trust, which is so necessary in the current geopolitical environment. I would like for that to know what's your vision with regards to this new scenario of responsibility that we have from companies that are so big as Cellnex in these changes. How do you think about these changes? Thank you very much, Juan. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to INCIBE for the invitation for being here in ENISE. What an introduction you did. Yes, it is true that I've been in Cellnex for some time already, now with this responsibility in which the regulating framework is what in the end is going to push everything. So I find this highly positive because thanks to the fact that we need to comply with the regulation as a critical infrastructure, cybersecurity has raised a level of strategic responsibility, and we have the Administration Council and the Center of Governance and Risk Prevention. That's where everything stems from. Because as you said before, we did believe that cybersecurity was a technical topic. It's not a technical topic anymore. It requires proactivity, it's a topic of resilience, and it's a topic of the continuity of business. It's not anymore, and thanks to regulation, it's not something that requires us to go beyond, and it's just not protecting ourselves. It means being really prepared in the moment where there is an incident, in the moment where something happens, so that we can achieve with the tools that we are implementing, the protocols, people's culture, communication, and communication protocols that we need to do. It's a companion for everything. To give continuity to the business, to raise the topics that are blocked, and also taking into account that we're critical infrastructure so that these services do not affect citizens and the final users. The ecosystem is pushing that, but it has been regulation, the lever that has launched this. But Laura, does this change the profile of CISO? No, but it does change it, because my background or my career has always been related to IT, although cybersecurity is close by. The CISO right now requires a vision and a strategic capacity of understanding the business, being able to communicate to business, and to make people aware that what we believe at the level of a business and the processes that we're implementing, the new products that we are going to design. In cybersecurity, we need to be there from the beginning. And also that conversation with the Council of Administration, which is at the center right now of everything, as we said, that is essential. Last Friday, for example, I gave a training to the Council of Administration of Cellnex for ransomware. They are really concerned about understanding and to know how that affects them. So we need to help them out in this sense. That's the role of the CISO. And that's important now. Thank you very much, Laura. I'm going to go with Mar. Mar López, since July this year, she's the CEO of Sophistic. It's a company that specializes in cybersecurity from the group 480 that offers integrated services in this field. Mar has an open trajectory in cybersecurity, and from your experience, I would highlight that you have been a part of the Department of National Security from the President of the Government of Spain from 2012 in 2012 and you had several responsibilities. In a recent interview, Mario was saying that cybersecurity is not only a technical function, but a strategic axis that for me is governance, innovation, and competitivity. Governing this competitivity is this vision. I'll go back to this vision because we were talking about that. And I want to ask you the same question. How do you see the evolution of responsibilities in this company? And do you think the changes that are pushed from these regulations, are they giving additional value? It will not only be defense. And where is that value? Well, first of all, thank you very much. And thank you to INCIBE, of course, one more year to participate in this big event of ENISE. I'm going to give a similar vision because, indeed, I can't agree more that cybersecurity has a long time ago gone from the technical to the strategic vision. We have been working on it for many years, and then from a double perspective. First of all, because indeed this is an opportunity. It is an opportunity for everyone, an opportunity for the sector, for the administration councils, for companies, but it's also a challenge, a very important challenge that we have lengthened all over time. And in that challenge, I'm going to go to maturity. So companies such as yours, for example, are aware they have a maturity, they have been working because that applies to the whole business, continuity, supply chain. So we need to sum up components in the regulation that have been indeed making us adapt to that time. But it is a challenge because the level of maturity for, let's say, companies in general, when we see the global field as the CEO of Sophistic, I now think of all the whole Latin America, and not everything is the same thing. First of all, it's a very important challenge. And secondly, here in Europe, we have had new regulations all over time. NIS 1, NIS 2, DORA, AI, and that lack of harmonization will make us, in the end, companies. I am, for example, a service provider, but what will make us do is that companies in general will have that part of lack of function of how to harmonize all of that. And I go even beyond because since giving services globally, what regulation am I subject to, how to harmonize that, how do I work on that, although the base and the pillars of the regulation are similar. But it is a really important challenge, and as I say, we have been talking about this for many years and about how to harmonize those regulations when in Spain we're waiting for two important regulations that would already have to come out, the critical infrastructure, because this is about it, and NIS, which already includes it. So when other member states have already done their transfers and they're different, so even inside of Europe, we already have dysfunctions about how to apply the regulation. That's why I'm saying that it is a very big challenge. We have been working on this for many years, and I think we didn't really achieve from the vision or the view of Europe or in a world level on how to work on this better. And this implies that big companies have to have that awareness raising, that maturity, which is not so clear. But because the CISO has a responsibility there to convince people and to do it for several reasons, not just because it's the legislation, but also on a strategic level, we need to be good competitors in the market, because first of all, the first one that will abide by this regulation will perdure in the market, because we will have all those continuity policies to third parties and third parties to us too. That for on the one hand, and then that competitivity and trust. In the end, whenever someone abides by this and articulate all this, in the end, you need to enjoy it too, because it is a competitivity level for element for the market. So it's not the same thing to hire a company that is there, that they still have not reached that maturity level. They're not aware. They're thinking about it when they should already have been abiding by it for a long time. That's the case of many critical infrastructure. Maybe Paco can even add a lot to this than the ones that have been working on this for many years. So yeah, challenge, opportunity, and mainly strategic umbrella and governance umbrella, and that co-responsibility from the Administration Council, together with the figure of the CISO and the companies that we're working on this, to have a co-responsibility in how we tackle all this.
Que los CEOs están concienciados de esto? ¿Impulsan en las organizaciones?
Por eso te decía el nivel de madurez.
Do you think that they are aware enough? Yes, within the different organizations, I don't think that is the case at all levels, at all companies, at all organizations. You were talking about this SMEs challenge of how to tackle these issues. They don't even know what they are talking about sometimes. This is a significant challenge, and in some way, due to this supply chain, how they provide service to critical services, how do they should be trustable. And this is something that is easier for bigger companies because they already know that even if they don't comply with these politics, they will gonna receive sanctions. And they don't like that because of these reputational issues and because you are playing, let's say, in a situation where you should be aligned with the rest of the market. Let's talk now about this obstacle that we find during our web. I'm gonna introduce you to Elena Garcia Diez, that from May 2024, she is assessor of the President of Security of Microsoft. Before joining Microsoft, he was CISO at Indra, and she's been the founder of Women of Funder, and she is the director of Women for Cyber in Spain. How do you visualize this new situation that is characterized for this obstacle, and what are you doing to tackle these obstacles?
Mar es vicepresidenta del capítulo español.
She is the vice president, a chief security advisor of Microsoft. We have a 360-degree perspective. For us, securities evolve all. I think this is something that you've heard a lot. And this is not textual reference of the CEO. And when I joined Microsoft, I had the opportunity to meet him, and this is the response of every company such as Microsoft at the moment we're living. A moment where internally we're going through this maturity of the CISO figure, and how should we work on security. Security should be evolved, and we're going through a situation of where we're launching the biggest plan, let's say, in history, that we are calling it an initiative launched in 2023 that doesn't have an end date, let's say. So, and what it implies is that we want to elevate the priority of security also for Microsoft, because we are aware of the moment that we're going through as a company. We are the most tech company just behind the White House, and we are aware of our role for protecting our clients and society as a whole in the context we're having nowadays. From the declarations of the CEO and where he highlights the security, we also talk about collaboration, different roles. I also like to repeat the fact that security is a team sport where every single person should play its role. And we should adequately distribute our responsibility. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult to have an effective defense. From Microsoft, you can contribute with a reflection regarding SMEs. You're agreeing that the CEO figure is a profile with a lot of baggage at a professional level. You have the CISO figure that is a guardian for cybersecurity. Spain is an SME country, so how do you tackle all of this?
Me encanta que me hagas esa pregunta a mí, porque además viniendo
I love that you asked this question to me. The question of fighting for in favor of all of the industrial tissue so it can grow. The answer is the same as before. It is a team effort. We need to help these companies to better manage their security. We have many things to do. We have rules and regulations. Spanish law is really, it's robust, I would think, and different public politics. And, well, this is the way we should go. We have more digital SMEs, more competitive SMEs, and we should obtain it making a team effort. So, you know what is going through. And it's about reuniting all of the providers within the supply chain so they can make their contribution, so we can extend together our security levels. Because SMEs become providers sometimes, and there is a dilemma to up to where arrives the security. If you only look inside, you skip a bigger part of the picture, and you skip all of the context where the SMEs exist. We talk about big corporation, SMEs, administration council. We can move to users. So Francisco Lázaro is the president of Autelsi, and he has a big experience on cybersecurity, and he has worked for the Renfe Group. He's an associate professor at the Engineering University of Madrid, and he works on data protection for different universities. He also participates in the National Security Forum. From Autelsi, in this world that is hyper-connected, does it match with your co-panelist's vision? Thanks to the organization for bringing this team here. The responsible for data protection at the Renfe Group. And you've defined me as a president of the security group of Autelsi. And I want to mention something. We said that security is a team effort, but there should be one person leading the team. There are many fronts. One of them is the direction that should be clear at the level of the state. And I'm gonna disagree with some concepts, but the fact that the transposition of ENISE has been delayed, even if there are many people looking forward to it, doesn't make any sense, I would say. It's true that there are other reasons behind, but we are late, really late to this transposition. We need clear directions. It's not enough saying that security is super important. We need to tackle the represented sectors because they don't reunite. They are waiting for the transposition. I should say that it depends. As a person from Galicia would say, it depends on the maturity degree of each one of us. I have the chance of being at a company that has a lot of experience and maturity in cybersecurity. There are others that are not so developed. And there are also important companies that don't have this perception of the risks. that it can imply. We are more or less 380-something operators of essential services under the ENISE umbrella, and there is a disposition that establishes the different roles. And you would be surprised to know that a big percentage of essential operators haven't designated responsible for security of information. So it's true. You will notice that we talk about cybersecurity in a really natural way, but when you delve into detail, you see that there are many concerns, because the direction should be concerned about cybersecurity. We know because we look upwards and we see that we need the support. And if we see the ENISE 2, it establishes everything. Let's say there should be one leading there, the CISO figure enters in place. We should not just be aligned with the company, but we should make a part of it, be a part of it, sorry. Everything should come from above, this direction on directions on what to do. And we have different levels of maturity, different cybersecurity levels, and there is a lot of work to do yet. For example, within Autelsi, we've worked on the 3 main obligations for the governments and companies. And how does it translate? So approve and assess the risks. What does it mean? That's what we do. For example, they should establish different risk levels. They should be monitoring everything. So if everything is going good, we should not be concerned. But we see that even if things are going good, situation can be reimbursed at any moment, and there is a lot of pieces to match. For people that have been working a lot on cybersecurity and have mature systems, we see that other organizations are not as developed. And when you get into detail on the supply chain, there are many companies that don't have even the basics. When there are big companies that are forced to have those skills. As I see that you don't care to be frank, what do you think about the planning of politics? We're talking about 2 different things. I don't talk about Autelsi, I'm going to talk in representation of Renfe now. We are an obligated subject because of the Spanish law and the different and its different dispositions. Do something coherent, it's something that it's easy to do. We're based on responsibilities, methodology, risk analysis, and each one has its own things, but we are certified, and this is something that is natural to do. If we talk about regulation, each one has its different goals, different actors, different stakeholders, and the base is not the problem. The problem is on control. Because, for example, with ENISE 2, they are closer to 27 because you have the Secretariat of State. There are many more stakeholders. That's why we created the National Cybersecurity Center. And I think it's there where we need to better coordinate the efforts so we avoid redundancies, and that is not just a place to receive help. So there's a lot of work to do.
Muy bien. Vamos contigo, Sen.
Let's go with you, Sen.
Bueno, Son Cordero cuenta con más de 20 años de experiencia en seguridad.
He has more than 20 years of experience on security of the information. He works with CISO for AMS and LATAM Scaler. You gave us an update of your CV. He has been working for more than 2 decades on this, and he is recognized for fostering change on the industry. As an agent of change, as an assessor of, he surveys the architectures on cybersecurity for different companies, and he collaborates with executives for accelerating digital transformation in its organization and make a better assessment of emerging threats. You said that your mission is to improve companies' results in cybersecurity so they can have better control, better rules and regulations. It would be really interesting to know your vision on this new situation we've talked about. And from Europe, from Spain, I would like you as well to add from your CISO role, how should an international company should tackle the different obstacles that it can find. Thank you very much for your invitation. Something that Paco mentioned that it's really important is the idea of one company and assessing whether it's mature or not. But when we are focused on compliance or governance, what I've noticed that it's happening, and this is something that I've noticed internationally, in Latin America, this is as well a problem. The reality is that every day companies are making decisions that by law indicates that they are in order, but the reality is that the risks move faster and the threats are faster than them, so it puts those companies in a really negative position. For example, in the US, we have many regulations regarding privacy, but it's as easy just to talk with a company and immediately you notice that they don't have enough knowledge nor the capacity to do what's necessary in order to manage those risks. So what we do is to work in this idea of maturity of the company and also to make CISO. So more regulations are coming, and they indicate us that we should have the theory. And that's good. But what I'm noticing is that the more time we have in these positions of CISO, we are losing knowledge that is necessary at a technical level in order to have this translation between the business and the technicians. Many times I've been talking to other executives, and for me it was obvious that they weren't understanding even the basics of how ransomware attack is working. So what are we doing if we are losing even the basic? It's obviously to have the skill of to have the communication skills with the other parties. But if we are losing even this, how are we going to comply not just with the law, with what is necessary to do, but how are we going to even comply with and how we're going to tackle this situation if we are losing even the basics to help people? This is what I'm seeing in the US and in all of Latin America. What do you think about Europe? I like a lot Europe. I think we have big differences. Is there a big differences? Europe is not a market where I've spent a lot of time. And what I've noticed talking to other CISOs in Spain, is that the regulation, from my point of view, has the capability of helping companies to make the difference. That's what I've noticed. In the US, it's just the opposite way. The other way around, we are losing things where we used to help people. There's companies that tell us that the regulations are disappearing. What it's going to imply is that we're going to have more risks. And seeing that here in Europe, specifically, with the few knowledge that I have from Spain, I see that the law is more serious. And there is more respect compared to other parts of the world. Thank you very much. Let's go to a general question. We can ask for volunteers regarding the supply chain. The industrial chain creates lots of jobs with the providers, micro providers, and there is an industrial point of view. We have the product that I want in the time that I want at the levels that I desire, but then we have the cybersecurity, and we start to have cyber attacks, vulnerabilities that are not originated from the primary company, but from the supply chain. What do you think about this from the point of view of these prime contractors, these main companies, and as well from the supply chain and looking also to little providers of every company? Supply chain. We need, I join what Paco said, we need more integrative regulations that include all of the responsibilities. And trustable providers, I can assure you that they're working on it. They want to have more compliance. And for us that we've been working a lot of time with security of information, this is something that is new. But we should have a better understanding of the best ways of improving security or guaranteeing the supply chain. This is going to go through transform our relationship with providers. If we look for a better protection of information, what we should do is to know what information is affected, in what hands, up to what point it's protected or not. And this is the moment of transforming of localization. It's an optimal moment to think about all of these questions. Security of information should help us. For Microsoft, we track 250 normative changes a day. This exerts an overpressure because we need agility, coherence, that it adapts to the needs, that it really leads to improvement. And it's not just compliance. It's key to act in all of the supply chain, understanding each role in a clear way and with trust. We could talk a lot about these kind of issues and the importance of analyzing the supply chain, not on big companies because of their maturity, but rather the administration providers that should join this team or this situation, where in the end, let's say the business can be compromised or disappear otherwise. Now, all of the sectors are highly competitive. We are in a moment where pressure and long and short term is a factor of tension. This for the supply chain and to SMEs is difficult for them because they are like, what am I going to do? we should help SMEs because otherwise the future ecosystem could be compromised. 90% of employment is at stake.
Sí. Lo hemos sentido. Para vuestra desgracia somos habladores. Tres pequeñas cositas.
I'm gonna say three things. We've mentioned CRA, that it's going to affect a lot of fabricants. I belong to many associations and also SMEs. We always wanted to convince them, but they were working on other things. That's why we should provide help to them. And it's not the same to the supply chain that in ENISE too. Supply chain in the law is an obligated subject. It's not the same to be engaged that just be a part of it. That's what I mean.
Yo creo que aquí el equipo tiene sus opiniones y
each member of the panel, discussion panel has its own point of view. And we are in a team sport. It's a team sport. So it's a pleasure for me being here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elena, Laura, Mar, Paco, Sean. Thank you very much to ENISE. And good morning.
Solamente sea de año en año, de verdad. Gracias. Dame un beso.
Tenemos por aquí, ¿no?
Me encanta. De año en año. Bueno, pues vamos a llegar a la
we are going to go to the last discussion panel before lunch, but allow us to show you what we do on social media. Let's see a video.
¿Que trabaja cada día para que estés más seguro en Internet?
Hoy te contamos 5 cosas sobre INCIBE que probablemente no sabías. La tercera es la más top.
INCIBE no solo asesora a empresas, también asesora a familias, profes, jóvenes y sí, también a tu abuelo que apunta la contraseña en un post-it pegado a una pantalla.
Tienen cursos gratis para aprender sobre ciberseguridad y test para ver si tus contraseñas son seguras.
INCIBE tiene una línea gratuita, el 017. Puedes llamar si tienes dudas, te sientes en peligro o necesitas ayuda en Internet. Te atienden todos los días al año y lo más importante, sin juzgar.
Si hay timos por redes, INCIBE te avisa, para que no piques sin darte cuenta.
Juegos, retos, vídeos, para aprender a protegerte online sin dormirte en el camino. Porque la ciberseguridad es para todos.
También para ti.
Si tienes dudas, llama al 017 o contacta con INCIBE por Telegram o WhatsApp.
Te ayudan de verdad.
Amiga, que utilices el nombre de tu mascota de contraseña no significa que la quieras más, así que no lo hagas. Sí, ya sé que subes 1000 historias de Zoe comiendo, Zoe en el parque, pero si tu contraseña es Zoe1234, ¿qué quieres que te diga? Es como darle las llaves de tu casa a todo Internet. Y luego te hackean y tú, ¿cómo ha ocurrido este suceso? Pues porque tienes un destacado que se llama Mi Niña Zoe, con eso ya tengo la mitad de tu contraseña. Pero mira, un truquito. Usa de contraseña una frase, una canción o una fecha que no sea la de tu cumpleaños, ni el de tu perro. Y añade números, símbolos y alguna mayúscula. Zoe no se va a ofender porque ahora tu contraseña sea no rompas más mi pobre corazón /07. Así que nada, hazlo por ti. Y por Zoe, claro. Pero sobre todo por tu cuenta. Y recuerda, si tienes cualquier problema de ciberseguridad, nos puedes llamar al 017. Tranquilo, aquí escuchamos pero no juzgamos. Nos vemos en el próximo vídeo.
Hágase la luz. No me importa, que si no seguimos adelante.
So we're closing the session with a roundtable dedicated to innovation in cybersecurity and how the funding mechanisms are pushing the development of ideas and projects in this field of cybersecurity. In this roundtable, we have Maite Ollero, who's the representative for the Center of Technological Development and Innovation, Noelia Escobar, institutional representative of Incotec, and Vice President of AFIBI. And this table will be moderated by Javier Zubieta, Director of Commissions of AMEDIC. You have the floor. Big round of applause. Good afternoon. Thank you very much to INCIBE for allowing us to be here talking on such an important topic and sometimes something that we have talked about many times, which is innovation. It's a very good thing to have very good speakers here. And thank you to the attendees for being here with us. And thank you both for being here in this dialogue that we'll have about the perspective of the future after the innovation and cybersecurity mechanisms. I think this table is self-justified. Because if after the whole work that we have done in innovation and cybersecurity, just in programs such as CPI, INCIBE, and other organizations, we're in a very interesting point to, well, analyze what works, what doesn't work, what's missing, what we can be proud of, what we can't, and to draw some conclusions. And well, as this is just beginning, because innovation and cybersecurity is just like basically starting right now, what is ahead of us for the future? Because it's as interesting as the past or even more. We also talk about the Spanish area. Innovation here is very much related to international innovation, and right now we're going to be focusing on European innovation projects, because in cybersecurity that has quite a lot of traction, and we know firsthand the best of the possible information here. You might also be seeing that cybersecurity, and mainly over the last year, has also been, I wouldn't say transforming because that's not the case, but it does have some mutations towards other bigger fields, we could say, as it could be cyber defense. And also, more specifically, I would mention dual-use technologies that are interesting for everyone. I have not been all of the presentations, but I guess most of the people here have mentioned something similar to that. Today, we're also going to be dealing with that topic, and again, thanks to the people who are here, because we're able to do this. Maite's presentation has been quite short, so I'll just remember what she has said, because remind you all of what she has said, because she is a representation of Spain all over Europe. It's an example of the help that you have done in Europe, both for private company and public administrations when it comes to giving value to Spanish actions. In this sense, she's going to tell us about it. And she has already been working in the European Central Bank for a long time, but she knows how this works very well. So in the collaboration aspect, I have known her for a long time from other organizations I'm in which we have been working together. She has a very long CV that I would just sum up as the reference of innovation and collaboration in Spain. I would start with Noelia, because you have an absolute specialization in the CPI program in INCIBE. So I'll ask the questions as I have received them, because I don't want to take away anything at all. And I have them written down. Noelia, what's your vision from your experience in different projects in the framework of the CPI big program for the INCIBE, and what lessons learned do you identify for future initiatives? Well, first of all, thank you, both of you. It is a pleasure to share a table with you, with both of you. I have followed you quite close, and thank you to the people who are just being here in such an hour that is so difficult for us and for everyone. So thank you. So I'm going to talk in a more general way first, and then we'll think about something related to a reflection in programs in this field. I actually lived this initiative in INCIBE from the beginning, very much linked to my participation with AMEDIC, the CPI working group. So I was passionate about this challenge from the beginning. So putting in motion this very big, attractive program, not only for Spain, but also for Europe, because it is and it was a really good reference point. As a concept, tackling this thought was really intelligent from a very strategic point of view. So we wanted to tackle the field of cybersecurity in a way that it would affect the whole ecosystem, all the actors, in a very much atomic system. We had big players and then we had smaller companies. So tackling that situation was hard, but we knew how to segment that big program in different actions. Each action had, let's say, a leitmotif. It had different goals, a goal of generating more collaborative projects from a point of view of a higher magnitude where we have big players, which maybe was action 1, then actions 2 and 3 maybe took place for bigger programs where we had a smaller, let's say, environment of technological companies with a very big niche aspect to it, and how to insert that CPI aspect of AI and how to talk about big dimension projects. First message that I wanted to give was that I think CPI should be completely focused on a strategic focus on that idea of an ecosystem that from the beginning INCIBE knew how to understand. Learning, maybe from the point of view that I need to work on the private ecosystem and managing different projects from different initiatives. Here, I would say that's something that's also really important, that in different forums we may have mentioned and we are taking into account, it is the role of users. I think in the process of public purchase, in innovation without final users in the process, it doesn't make any sense. I think that's quite linked to failure. So CPI has to go beyond those goals, to go beyond proving that. We need to think that from moment number 1, what is going to happen in the day after I develop and finish my project of public purchase and innovation. That's how we are working. So that's why the role of users from moment 0 when it comes to specifications, when it comes to development from configuration, and even when it comes to demonstration. I don't mean just paper users. I don't mean that I'm user of this document, but users that are involved, that are selected so that in that project, in that technological solution, they're the best ones to create that situation with a commercial perspective. So the first message that I wanted to give of where I'm going in different forums, I always insist on the importance of the users, mostly for public purchase, but that would be point number 1. And I talk about private users and public users in the ecosystem. Point number 2 of that, let's say, point of view that is part of the ecosystem in a relatively interesting way. We have polytechnical universities, we have big universities, and we have smaller players that we try to generate that development of that ecosystem. And then we're also going to give, let's say, more pessimistic way or a very constructive way. It's a learning experience that comes with the times. Timings sometimes create non-doable expectations. So in the processes, for example, we have a big problem with temporality. We have a framework, which is a mechanism for recovery and resilience, where the times are what they are. And the timings sometimes go against the execution of projects. So INCIBE has to limit to those timings. So at first we did not consider those, let's say, such strict timings. I really liked what you have just talked about or mentioned with regards to the user. So what's going to happen on the first day? In my mind, if you already think about the definition of the offer, what's going to happen on the first day after the technological resolution? And in fact, in many of the programs that we're collaborating with right now in the circuit, you know that we're in a very high moment of the innovative public purchase for this wave that we have of Feather right now in the topic of key users. And in the preparation of the offer, in the dialogue interviews, now we need to ask, well, what do you think of what's the business model? How do you think about the day after this? I think I remember, Maite, that in the case of European programs, this is something that has been done for a long time. And I also want to link this with the question that you're commenting on. So mainly what clues, hints, or recommendations you can give the audience about, well, the whole program of funding that is coming, that you said that changes are coming and you'll talk about them, or if you could give me any specific examples about them. Yes, in the European program, you were saying that before, Javier. It's a program that has a funding historical program for cybersecurity projects that started about 10 years ago, because in the year 2016, I think, yes, when the European Commission is committed for starting a public-private initiative in cybersecurity, that's when that started to work with a lot of money. And that's when the funding of this kind of project started. So far, we're channeling those funds right now with the Europe Horizon program, others that are complementary through the Digital Europe program. And you were talking about users. Indeed, in the Europe Horizon project, the projects that are funded in the innovation for cybersecurity, one of the big criteria, one of the big conditions is for users to participate. That's what Noelia was saying. As an example, we could give public administrations, operators for public infrastructures or administrations, any kind of identity that could later or during the process participate in that process of creating technologies, knowledge, etc. And then that should be used for a specific thing. We have many examples of that, and Spain is a country that has a participant ecosystem in this context of cybersecurity, which is quite strong. Over these years, we have been generating that context, and we have assessed this a lot, and we have dragged those users, which are the ones that actually support the proposals. And I can say that we can find projects coordinated by companies such as GMV, for example, Telefónica, or Indra, Atos, etc., but also by very small SMEs that are just university spin-offs. For example, I don't think they'll be here today, but there's a spin-off company from the University of Valencia, Polytechnic University of Valencia, which is called Cyber Ecosystem, that could coordinate 2 projects from last year. This is just to give you an idea that it is not that hard to get in to be funded by one of these situations that we can help you prepare the proposals, but you just need to have a willingness towards excellency, towards developing tools that have a final possibility, that give capability to the users, and so that you can work with previous times. It is a commitment to give those names. I really want to thank you for mentioning my company, of course, but I also wanted to thank you to mention the smaller ones, because it's an example. I also want to mention this with perspectives for the future, because what are we thinking about right now in current times in Europe, and how from Spain can we participate and use this in a good analysis? Okay, so I'm going to link this to the initiatives that Noelia was talking about. For the future, what is ahead of us as well. I think you'll remember that Mario Draghi presented a report, a document that was called The Future of Competitivity of the European Union in September last year, so about a year ago. In that document, Mario does an analysis, a review of the productive sectors and innovative sectors inside the European Union. One of the ones that's mentioned is security and cybersecurity, also defense that you mentioned before. They are going to be sectors that are especially favored when it comes to funding over the next few years, particularly in the period of the next multi-annual framework of years from 2028 till 2036. The European Commission wants to create a program that will be called European Fund for Competitivity, that will be committed to supporting a series of sectors, productive sectors that are really important in the European context, and also developing technologies that will give us sovereignty or technological sovereignty. It's one of the main topics that does not only apply to defense, but also to the civilian aspect. There will be a window when it comes to resilience, security, defense, and space, where we will fund cybersecurity projects, and another window on digital technologies. There will be several places where we will be able to support that funding, but we also want to cover the whole value chain from research, from the most essential research. There are some initiatives about innovative public purchase, big deployments when it comes to including a lot of countries. Those will be the topics that will be included in that program. Right now, it's a little bit early to know how all that idea will be articulated, because right now it's precisely the whole negotiation is on top of the table with the member states. But we understand that in the middle of next year we'll know more. We'll know what instruments will be ongoing, and there will be many opportunities, and we will be there to help Spanish entities. I can tell you personally that when I met Maite, I thought that she was, well, a whole ordeal, because I was in the times of the Horizon 2020. And if it used to be very complex, it is even more complex now, I would say, because there's more opportunities. There's just a lot more. And thankfully, we have people like Maite who are able to make what's hard easy, and of course, to accompany us and to make that possible for so many people, because in Spain, in Europe, for this kind of programs, we are proud of our programs. So, Noelia, we have been talking about the future for Europe, and now what I would like you to do is to give your view of the future for Spain. I think it's a topic that you're particularly interested in, which is the driving mechanism for the ecosystem. How can we make these programs to come now for innovation and cybersecurity? What example can you give us that you think that could go forward? Under the concept of CP, maybe, which makes sense to be talked about here today, right? Until some years ago, that it seems to start to be a reality, because the INCIBE program is a big bet on that. How can that help to increase the capabilities as a country, which is a big challenge that we have ahead of us? I think this mechanism has to go beyond buying a technological tool. I think it should be a strategy for the country. When I visualize the public purchase and innovation over the next few years as a tool for strategy in the sense of generating ecosystems. And in cybersecurity, that creation of ecosystems has to happen in a much more natural way, in a sector-like way. So conceptually, that process has to go hand in hand with developing, let's say, sectorial ecosystems. Inside that concept of sector systems, there's a concept that I really like, and there's an example that was common nowadays, which is the reference sectors in the sectors. There was a project in Castilla y León for the development of an excellency center in cybersecurity in the sector of autonomous mobility, in the field of cybersecurity. So I think that this concept of focusing CPI in specific sectors so that it builds an excellency center for sectorial references, such as the case of autonomous mobility, in that case, for healthcare, for 4.0 industry, in training, in agro industry, where cybersecurity has a lot to say. I think it's really interesting from the point of view of creating real networks for public-private collaborations and not to generate, let's say, isolated pilots, but in the connected mobility. It's a project that has already been assigned for almost 3 million euros in Castilla y León, and it's the implementation of a cybersecurity center that's applied to connected mobility, and it's for development and implementation of this excellency center. And I think it's important to take a look at the leitmotif of this approach. You perceive the impulse of the cybersecurity sector, because this is a sector that we know it's a lot atomized, so the smaller companies, for them it's really hard to take pride in it, the development of solutions and services with the added value in the field of cybersecurity in this field, the training, capacitation of people, because it's really important to link this with capacities, with being able to introduce capacities in the sector, externalization, actors in the sector, and lastly, the implementation of a demonstrative center. So not just any prototype. I want to develop the capabilities to have a center to demonstrate that we have infrastructures for cybersecurity and the creation of new centers, including trials labs, cyber attack simulators. I think from my point of view, this concept is really intelligent for us to think in CPIs as increasing capabilities, not just sporadic pilots, but creating ecosystems that are reinforced, that will be ecosystem that can evolve and they can tackle the challenges in different sectors in the environment of cyber. Yeah, I was listening to you, Noelia, and you mentioned the word sector a lot, right? It's quite a strong message, right? You promote it a lot. Yeah, well, in the field of cybersecurity for INCIBE, of course, words are very important because a technological solution has to be applied according to necessities, to the specific needs of the sector. So specifically connected mobility, everything related to safety in networks, attack detection, digital healthcare. I think all these sectors, and there's many, because cybersecurity is so cross-sectional. But personally, what I have seen from my years working in this industry, I'm not a technician, I'm an economist, but from my perception, we can't have a standard solution. There's so many options in each sector that I think a sectorial application and collaborating all together, technological centers, universities, so that we can drag this whole system, I think it's really intelligent. And thinking about this initiative, this for me has been a great example to replicate. Of course, if I can help with something with the experience that I have in cybersecurity, maybe in a more technological plan. So it's as we have always had a very cross-sectional capability, and we'll see in what sector we can actually use it. However, what you're mentioning here, well, the sector goes in a more vertical way. Well, so we're already in the last section. Well, what I would like is to have a quick conclusion. That message or that tweet, which is a bit longer than usual, but I would like for you to have a closure and for it to be really synthetic, please. In a very global way, CPI, from my point of view, is not just a tool for technology, and even more in the geopolitical and with the complex systems that we have, in which we have to increase capabilities in a very strong and sustainable way and robust way. I think there should be a tool that will allow us to create the structures for public-private ecosystems with sustainable capabilities so that they can generate, let's say, durability, not just one specific prototype, but generating infrastructures. And I think here the concept of national network of centers was really intelligent. I think we should go that way, or we should learn from that example. and I have followed it closely. And I think it's really important to work on a national plan for challenges and capacities by sectors, not only from the optics of CPI, but also to show how we implement or how we integrate the programs that come from Europe, how we have different regional capabilities that we can be proud of and integrate them in national capacities. I think I take two concepts, thinking that public purchase has to go beyond just one moment purchase, but also strengthening the creation of excellency centers in different capacities, a national map in which is necessary to work on challenges and capacities in an ecosystem way with the pull from different agents, European funding, national funding. Thank you. I'll allow you to have just a quick reel. Very quick, going back to the title of this roundtable, Future Perspectives. Well, perspectives are really optimistic in the sense that there will be a lot of funding, and in the European context, we need to know to make it right. And to make things right, on the one hand, is proposing ideas that technologically mean a step forward, also that will guarantee to develop technologies that will support the European technological sovereignty, and as Noelia said, the public-private collaboration with the users that need those technologies. So here we are to help you identify these lines of work and how to get that funding, how to find the adequate partners, and these are basically the adequate pillars. There are opportunities, but we need to know how to fit in with them. It has been a pleasure. We have stuck to the time, and as you could see, not just the present, but the future is also important, not just Spain, but also Europe. Maite, Noelia, you are true references, so I'd like to have a round of applause for you, please. Thank you for being here with us at this time. My colleague will help you get down the stage, and as for the rest of you, we'll invite you to go back to a round table at 3:30. I'm going to say the title. It's possibly one of the panels for conversation that's one of the most interesting one due to the topic.
Now or never. Nos vemos a las 3:30 si así lo queréis. A los que nos estáis siguiendo en streaming, gracias por estar ahí y nos vemos a las 3:30.
To those who are following us through the streaming services, thank you. I'll see you at 3:30. Thank you.
Pedro. 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 El Pedro que le han puesto el dos a otra mujer.
¿Ya estamos todos? ¿Todas? Vale.
Are we
Ahora sí.
here?
Quedamos
Okay.
comienzo a esta sesión de tarde aquí en el Palacio de Congresos de León. Y
we're having this
a
afternoon
los que estáis
session.
presentes aquí en la sala.
Thank
y a
you
los
very
que nos
much
estáis
for being
siguiendo
here
vía streaming.
present. And
We now begin one of the most relevant and inspiring discussions of this ENISE. How to bring international cyber community closer together. This panel will explore how collaboration among nations can shape a safer and united digital ecosystem, not in the future, but now, okay? We are honored to be joined by Luca Nicoletti, Head of the Industrial Programs Service and Head of NCC at Italy. Michel Bordachar, Deputy Director of the National Cybersecurity Agency, Chile. Yevgen Brixin, Acting Chief of the Department of the State Cyber Protection Center at the State Services of Special Communications and Information Protection of Ukraine. Mihai Lupascu, Director of the National Agency for Cybersecurity of Moldova. And moderating or guiding this panel, Miguel Ángel Cañada, Head of Cabinet and National Coordination Center of INCIBE. Gracias por los aplausos. Welcome.
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and also thank you for people that are following this panel, this event through internet. It's a pleasure to having you here, guys. It's an honor to have you here and discuss regarding something that probably is in the agenda of all of us, but definitely something that we have to increase our level of activities on that arena, which is the international cooperation. Clearly, something that I think that is more valuable than ever now. We are looking in the market and we are seeing for technology, for the use of technology and the depth technologies, the frontier technologies over the cybercrime and cyber incidents. And that's is guiding us to this, let me say, to increase this cooperation in order to make sure that we are covering all the bases on that part. So again, thank you for being here. I would like to ask you a general question to all of you regarding this matter, and it's, I mean, it's important to understand how you are facing this international cooperation. I know in the case that for example, in Chile, they are starting now with this new agency. Probably the international cooperation is going to be something important in the coming days, in the coming months. We are honored to be the first institution that signed an international agreement with the agency 2 months ago, on July. But I would like to give you some minutes to explain the importance and the way that you address this international cooperation. So we are going to start from my colleague Luca from Italy. Luca, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Miguel. And first of all, thank you very much for the invitation and for organizing this wonderful event here in Leon. As I was introduced, I am head of Industrial, Technological and Research Programs at the National Cybersecurity Agency. The National Agency in Italy is a newborn, it's a startup, it's a newborn organization. We started our activities in 2022, and we had the opportunity to shape the agency, having analyzed what was happening all around the world. And one of the first and most important things that we understood is that we needed a strong capability to cooperate all over the world with other agencies and with other organizations in the cybersecurity field. we live in a global world, and the cyberspace is, by definition, global. There are no borders, and it's impossible to remain inside a single member state, even a single continent. So we created inside the agency 2 departments. One is specifically devoted to international relationships, and is led by an ambassador. And the other one is my department that is very open to the outside world for what is about everything that relates to collaboration. I am inside the European Cybersecurity Governing Board, together with you, by the way. I am a member of the I Board. I am a member of the CRA initiative. The CRA initiative is a huge initiative that has been started in 2022 by the US, and that encompasses up to now more than 180 countries. And the meeting will be next week in Singapore for the annual meeting for this organization. We are inside the transatlantic quantum community from the NATO. So this is to say that we are inside all of the main fora on which we discuss about the cybersecurity stuff. And what we have understood in these years is that cooperation is absolutely the first thing that we need to achieve, because the threats are global, are the same for everyone. Here we have a colleague from Ukraine, and they know very, very well what this means. But once again, today I had another meeting with another Miguel from Moldova, and they told us about all what was happening during their elections 1 month ago. So this is something that we need to do together. This is something on which cooperation is fundamental. We have an agreement also, our agency with yours, and we are happy if we can begin cooperating with all of the other agencies all around the world. So that's it from my side, and once again, thank you for inviting me today.
No, grazie mille Luca, è un piacere sempre avere qui in la Spagna. You know that I have to say something in Italian when I told you. This is something.
Unfortunately, I cannot do that in Spanish,
exactly,
but I will study.
Exactly. No, thank you so much. Michelle, you're going to be down a road, a very important road in the last years. Chile is clearly one of the, if not the best, the most important governance model in Latin American region. I think you have been doing an extraordinary job, work with all this legislation process, very important process, and now you launched this agency that is handling a lot of incidents. We have the opportunity to hear directly from the director here in July the path that you are describing for the coming months, and again, it was a common comment on that event, the great job that you have been doing. So, but again, regarding the international cooperation, in your case, in this road, in this path, how important is for you? What are the main challenges that you are seeing, and how you think that probably not only, I mean, obviously in the Latin American region, but also in other regions, how can this international organization can play an important role for you?
Oh, okay, so I'll be reading a little because my English is not my
you can
okay.
puedes hablar en español porque hay traducción.
Okay, but no worries.
Perfect. You prefer.
Okay, so this question can be approached from different angles. So to give a few examples, from cooperation in prosecution of cybercrime, to the application of international law to cyberspace, or to international cooperation on capacity building and threat information sharing. I think this last point is the key for us in the National Cybersecurity Agency called INCIBE. So regarding cybercrime prosecution, Chile has made a political decision that this area falls outside the scope of our ANSI. Our role is prevention, not criminal investigation, which is led by Cybercrime Unit and Public Prosecutor's Office. So still, very briefly, I can note that in this area, the main challenge for countries is to reaching agreement on applicable international framework, especially as they become more specific, for example, under Budapest Convention or alternative convention promoted by the United Nations. The conditions for collaboration may vary, and not all countries agree in these conditions. So this is the main challenge in that field, but as is a matter of international relation, state international relation, final decision rests with our Minister for Affairs. Concerning how international law applies to cyberspace, there is broad consensus that it does apply. For example, rules of attribution, responsible state behavior, self-defense, prohibition of the use of force, but there's no consensus on how to apply them. For instance, can a cyber attack that paralyzes all the hospital in a country be equated to an armed attack and then lead to legitimate defense? So there's no agreement in that. So one important initiative today, promoted mainly by UNIDIR and the Organization of the American States, it's to encourage countries to adopt and publish national position on how they interpret the application of international law in cyberspace, because they think that this transparency can help to increase predictability and then avoid escalation of conflicts. But finally, and most importantly for us, the National Cybersecurity Agency, is international cooperation in capacity building and threat information sharing. Most countries face similar internal challenges like limited resources, talent retention, the creation of binding regulations, and defining how national authorities should interact with other public enforcement bodies. So cooperation in this field is vital, and the real challenge lies in how operationalizing it. So because we sign many agreements, but sometimes they are never implemented. So how can we implement these agreements that we sign in paper? And another difficulty involves trust and a strategic alliance. So how many MOUs can we sign without losing the confidence of other partners? And what happens if at some point we start collaborating with one country, but later, for political reasons, develops tense relations with us or with some of our key allies? So I think that will be my takes on this question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Thank you. Very interesting approach. I think that's this, let me say that cyber diplomacy is field that it touches great. We have a lot of room to improve in that arena, and the capacity building definitely is something that is an ongoing process that we are going to be handling eternally, let me say that way, because there is something always to learn about that. And it's important to make sure that we create the capabilities, private and public sector, to address that. So thank you so much. Now I'm going to give the floor to Ivan Briskin. He came from Ukraine, from the agency. We signed also an agreement with them, I think 3 years ago, 3 years ago, with the ECCC CIP. And I want to especially thank you to be here for obvious reasons. I think that everybody's really proud of the frontier essence of liberty that you are working on, and we are been collaborating for a long time. We are supporting your activities. We are supporting and working with you in training with the team. So it's an honor to having all you here. But you probably understand that in the case of a representative from Ukraine, it's something very special for us. So thank you, especially for being here. So I give you the floor to address this comment that this international cooperation we are talking about.
Thank you for warm words. It's an honor for me to be here on this stage. And if we talk about international cooperation, it's a good question how to implement all this agreement. And I want to talk about one point of implementation. This is threat intelligence information exchange. And exchange about threat intelligence. And one of the biggest challenge for us was to implement this information exchange challenge with partners, but not to exchange like all information that we have, any-to-any information, but to exchange specific information about the specific threat that are interested to both parties of the information exchange. And in our situation, we have like from one side the situation when the cyberspace and cyber operation is a part of the full-scale warfare. And on the one side, we have a lot of information about the threat actors from different countries, like presented on this screen. And on other side, we had implemented a lot of information exchange channels with countries from European Union, from commercial sector, and from other countries, our partners, about the threats, yes. And for us, it was a challenge to have a lot of information on our side, have a lot of information from partners, to filtering this information and to create like clever data, good data that we can send and that we want to receive, to share it with clients. So like where's the SSAP is the main body in Ukraine, which is responsible for technical cybersecurity services and for the cybersecurity policy implementation of Ukraine. And one of our goals is to share this TI data to the government and critical infrastructure. And of course, when you receive this data, what is the purpose of the exchange of information? You want to enrich information that you have, and then share it with the clients to early detect the threat activity, yes, and prevent the realization of the cyber operation goals. So we create our own national attributions that is understandable for us and understandable for our international partners. So for this attribution, we can like determine the different groups that acting against the Ukrainian cyberspace, determine what the goals of this group, their TTPs, and we can understand when we receive information for partners that this specific group that we're tracking also targeting the partners cyberspace. And the result of these things that we can improve the exchange process with the partners, you know, like for example, is where we talk about the specific actors, we understand, for example, that fine crime actors, the targeting specific sectors, finance sectors of Ukraine, there's not very interesting for the partners. But the espionage actors, the targeting the EU countries, they like the same groups from state-sponsored, yes, state-sponsored countries. And with this attribution, we can determine that, for example, this activity is will be useful for our partners from NATO, from our partners for EU. And we know we have a set of information that we send to the partners and receive from them to enrich, like by default, by the naming of the sectors. So yes, this is our one of our main challenge was to establish good channels of exchange threat intelligence information.
No, really interesting. Really interesting. Thank you so much. I think something that I highlight something that is struck for you for your presentation, and is probably you are now the most important military force in European context. This is in the obvious, and the reason is so obvious. But I think that probably you are, and we know that you are learning a lot in development on dual-use capabilities because the situation that you are facing as a frontier of the rest of Europe. So definitely there's something in the way that you are addressing this international cooperation that has to be allowed with the way that you are now addressing the problem that you are solving in the country. So thank you again, thank you for being here. Finally, I would like to give the floor to Mihail Lupascu. He's director of the Agency of Moldova. This morning we had the opportunity to hear a little bit about the process and the situation that you are currently facing in the country. And probably in the case that you were talking about, the international aspect is very crucial. So thank you for being here, and please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Miguel, and thank you very much, INCIBE, for having us here today. It's my great honor. It's the first time I'm present at in Spain, and I believe this, starting from the topic of this panel, it could pave the way for our closer cooperation between our institutions in the future. So first of all, to give you some context, Moldova is a very it's a small country, and also we started to implement or to readjust the cybersecurity landscape just recently. So only 2 years ago, we adopted the new cybersecurity law that implements the NIS2 directive. So now we're following this European legal framework on cybersecurity, and of course this comes with a lot of challenges. And in this situation, the cooperation is not just an option, but it's a must for us, because in our case, we realized we started very late in this process. And we need to catch up with a lot of progress that have been done by other European countries, following the NIS1, following other formats and policies that are being used, deployed across European Union. And by having a close cooperation with European Union bodies, ENISE, ECCC, European Partnership Mission, but also it helps a lot to have this dialogue with the neighbors and the European member states at the bilateral level in order to learn from their best practices. Because one big advantage we have in this situation, we are trying to. I'm a positive person. I'm trying to see the good aspects in every situation. Some would say, like, indeed, we started very late. My agency was established formally only 1.5 years ago. So you can imagine there's a lot of, on one side, there's a lot of pressure when it comes to the challenges and the solutions that we need to provide for the critical infrastructure. Also, when it comes to the alignment with the European Union legislation, because it's on the agenda, top priority agenda of the government, and also be able to, let's say, implement all this framework. And the good part in this regard is that we can learn from other countries, from our partners, about the best practices on one hand, and also we can learn about, let's say, natural mistakes that are to be made or would naturally happen. And by trying to learn from this experience, it helps us to at least avoid at least partially some of the mistakes along the way. So learning from the experience of different countries, and we went to analyze before implementing the cybersecurity law. In our case, the agency is being managed and founded under the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization in Moldova, under the pillar of digital transformation. We also have cybersecurity here. And we realized when analyzing the different experiences across Europe, there's no one single way or one single method of doing cybersecurity. We saw the different approaches, such as cybersecurity being managed either under the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Interior, under the Prime Minister's office, under the Minister of Justice. So there are so many approaches. And what was very important for us in this cooperation is to try to see different models and understand why they work, because there are some particular reasons why a country or the other is choosing a model. And by doing so, it helps us a lot when it comes to making strategic decisions, because we can see what worked in a particular country, especially countries that are very similar to ours. So in this regard, we can replicate the model and advance at a faster pace. As my colleagues previously said, it's very difficult to add something of value after the interventions of my colleagues in the panel, but just to stress out the importance of cooperation. And I want to refer to Luca here when he mentioned like internet and cybersecurity. Digital world has no borders, so we cannot do it by ourselves. It's virtually impossible, and we cannot just isolate ourselves and think we are safe and protected. The only way forward is to cooperate and have a very deep cooperation at not just at the, let's say, political or the foreign affairs level, but we need to have a strong cooperation at the operational level, because those are the people who see or who can detect the threats, and they need to know, and the threats are cross-border. What we saw during the presidential campaign, I mentioned during the parliamentary campaign last month, most of the activities and the attacks are being conducted using proxy countries. And it doesn't mean that that country in particular is attacking us, is that the malicious actors are using proxy countries or jurisdictions where we don't have easy access to generate attacks, and they might use our own networks to attack the other countries. So by having a strong cooperation between the European Union, at least the neighbors, it can empower us to have a faster and a more coordinated response to these transborder threats.
Yeah, thank you so much. You mentioned something that it's true. It's absolutely true. The borders, and also Luca highlight that the borders of internet doesn't exist. I mean, there's no border on internet. We also used to work with this concept of cybersecurity perimeter. For us, it's obvious that Latin America is a region that we have to work a lot with them. We have a lot of interests, economics, cultural, over there. But also we are working in the Mediterranean region. We have an agreement recently with the Arab League. I think definitely we need to work a lot in this North Africa and also Middle East region. We had agreement also with some countries of this Middle East region. A couple of weeks ago, we were there in Riyadh during this conference that they are doing, and again, the international cooperation was something that was really present on all the debates, all the tables, on all the panels. And of course, Asia is something that we are starting to work with them. We have agreement with Japan, and we are working also, actually yesterday we signed an agreement with the agency of South Korea, because it's important for us to have this cybersecurity perimeter much more clear. But let me tell you something that probably, you said that you have a lot of pressure because you need to prioritize a lot of things with this young agency. Probably Luca and the rest of my colleagues can tell you that this pressure will be, when you don't be a young agency, this pressure will be a part of the business for a long, long time. But it's important to prioritize because there are a lot of things on the plate and we have to choose the right battles in the right moment. But again, thank you so much. I would like now to jump for direct question for all of you. I'm going to change a little bit the order, not the question, but the order of the presentation. So I'm going to go with Chile again, with Michelle. You were mentioned the importance of the international cooperation and the trust with other countries. Definitely in the region is something that is very important. You are a big player. You are probably the most important player in the region, Latin America. So could you share with us some example of how the Agencia Nacional Chilena is building this international cooperation and this trust with other countries, other partners?
Okay, so the most traditional mechanism, of course, is the Memorandum of Understanding with other national cybersecurity agencies, because in that way we can do it like directly and not going through a whole process with our foreign affairs minister. And so this agreement allows cooperation on issues like sharing information and building capacities. That is key for us. And but today, I would like to highlight in particular a more ambitious and transformative example of cooperation. It's our cybersecurity capacity building project, which we are implementing with the support from the European Union. So the project assists 12 Latin American and Caribbean countries in developing and strengthening their national cybersecurity policies and promoting clear governance structures and coordination mechanisms. So its value goes beyond institutional design. It builds network of trust among countries, CSIRT, regulators. It also facilitates information sharing on global threats. But above all, it seeks to help reduce asymmetries between countries, preventing the most vulnerable from becoming weak links used as attack platforms. And in essence, this project does more than transfer knowledge. It builds community, trust, and institutional resilience. Its greatest achievement, it's enabled Latin American and Caribbean countries to protect their digital ecosystem by developing their own regulatory frameworks within their own realities, while learning about different models and possible options, as well as knowing about trials and errors and lessons learned from other countries. But it helped them to build their own regulatory system with their own context. So we are not pushing them to follow our model. That our model is really similar to the one of the European Union. And this project includes several multi-day in-person sessions, as well as online meetings and written deliverables. But the in-person gatherings are by far the most important, because spending several days face-to-face with people allows for building trust-based relationships. And everyone that work in these fields know that in times of crisis, when you are under a cyber attack, the most effective help becomes always through unofficial channels triggered by friendship or closeness, but not through formal channels, because that's too much bureaucracy. And that's why we think that this is a strong argument for highly technical, depoliticized security agencies, so capable for maintaining cooperation even amid political turbulence.
And you did an extraordinary job in this depoliticization when you passed the laws and in the Congress, and all the job that you are doing, with including all the parties, all the sensibilities. So this is something that is not common in the current terms. So it's something that it's important to highlight the efforts in doing that. Definitely something very, very important that you are being reaching and you are being achieving. I'll go back to Ukraine again and then go back to Italy. But in the case of Ukraine, Ivian, given the current geopolitical context in Ukraine, how crucial is the international cooperation, specifically on cybersecurity on the country? Because the international cooperation for other matters is clearly an important thing now, but on cybersecurity, how do you think that's adding value to the process and the situation that you are living now?
It's very valuable for us. As I said, like we receive a lot of help, you know, first of all in the experience sharing and in the threat intelligence sharing. Also, we'll receive help from partners in the products, you know, in the security products, because it was very important for us, and we have a lot of international programs that support the cybersecurity and cyber defense in Ukraine, and it helps us a lot. Especially at the beginning, you know, of the full-scale invasion, where the all like organization, all kind of government, finance sector, all the sectors was a target of the cyber actors, and it's very important and useful for us. As for now, we're trying to improve this cooperation. We have a law in Ukraine that describes cybersecurity in Ukraine, and at the beginning of this year, we make some changes to this law, where we determine which organization can provide like the international cooperation, and I think we add to this law the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so they are responsible for the cyber diplomacy track, so we include to the law the cyber diplomacy track, and we describe which organization responsible, for example, for cyber diplomacy, for the top-level cooperation, for technical cooperation. We determine this level of cooperation for different cybersecurity stakeholders from Ukraine. How can they act? So we work in the way to improve the level of cooperation.
No, thank you.
And also maybe one example. So a few months ago we started the initiative like to create the cyber alliance with Moldova and Romania to exchange the experience, information, like and improve the cyber defense of 3 countries. This initiative only starts, and we will see how it will go. And maybe if it will be like a positive experience, we will increase this activity for other countries.
No, thank you so much. Really interesting. And you were talking about this initiative, this project, this transnational project, and look at. And Italy is leader. They are leading some very interesting initiative across the European Union. One of them related with Syria, with the Ciberseguridad Act, the implementation for that, and they have a very strong leadership on that. Luca, you probably there are a lot of good answer for this question, but because I know that you see the importance of the international cooperation, but what do you think are the main benefits that you can see in Italy coming from this stronger and their leadership that you have on the international cooperation within the European Union, but also, as you mentioned, in Syria is a good example, and international level?
Okay. Yes, you can hear me. First of all, I think that there is a point that all of us we need to share, but I think that here on the stage we all share this point. We lack resources. We lack resources both in terms of money, of course, but in particular in terms of people, of experts that can manage this kind of things. So why is it so important to have a strong cooperation between different countries all around the world? Because we need to put the few resources that we have in the best condition to work at best, to be more effective as possible. And we can do that only if we coordinate ourselves, if we don't replicate, if we don't duplicate effort, okay? And how can I achieve this result? Being aligned, being cooperative, knowing exactly what the other countries are doing. You know, in Europe, we are putting in place this solidarity mechanism. There is this Cybersolidarity Act that, from our perspective, is very, very important. And this mechanism envisages the need of involving the private sector in this big game. We cannot do anything as public administration. We need to involve the private sector. We need to involve experts coming also from not only from the public administration. And in order to do that, in a cross-border environment, we need to put in place standards. We need standard procedures. We need to be online on how we, for instance, which is the right process for vetting a company. How can I trust a private company for doing some kind of a very sensitive process during an incident or during the recovery from an incident? These kind of things are very, very important for our companies because there is another mechanism that we're putting in place not only at the European level but globally in the CRI for the ransomware, for managing ransomware, once again in a solidarity mechanism between different countries. Once again, how can I be sure that a company coming from, I don't know, from Australia has been properly certified for doing that kind of stuff? That's why it's so important to cooperate at the international level. It's not only a matter of, let me say, exchanging information. This is the first thing that comes to our mind, and it's obvious, it's absolutely fundamental, but it's not the only thing. We also need to cooperate in order to let our private sector to be effective and not to replicate, once again, efforts. I cannot ask different kind of certifications in different countries. Both Italy and Spain and most other countries, they have international companies. I don't know. Yes, they have international companies. They work everywhere, and they need to have the same kind of requirements wherever they work. Okay, and we can do that only by cooperating in a very close way with our like-minded partners all over the world, wherever they are, not only Europe, but also outside Europe.
No, thank you so much. That's absolutely, we totally agree with that you mentioned. It's quite important. When you say we need more resources, probably the people in the audience from the Ministry of Finance, something like that, and they pay more attention for that. But it's absolutely true. We need more people. We are handling something that is growing and growing. It's a market with 2-digit growth annually. The risk surface is growing, so it's definitely that we have to increase these resources to fight that reality, and also the private-public cooperation. That's absolutely crucial. We have been investing through different programs in the last 3 years, approximately 300 million, working with universities, with the private sector, startups. So we are bringing to the table all of them in order to make sure that we can face the deep or frontier technologies threats that now we are facing. I'm going to go back to Michael, to Moldova is in Spanish, sorry, Moldova. What are the main, what lesson has Moldova learned from managing hybrid and cyber threats in the recent years or months in the case of the agency? What do you think is the most important lesson learned of that process?
Before starting, does it?
I think it's working.
It worked?
Yeah.
So before starting with the lesson learned and the conclusions from the, we held 2 elections on parliamentary last month and the presidential election last year. So it was a very challenging period the last year. So there are a lot of, I'm trying to give you the essence of this activity, but if I were to create a top of the most important lesson learned from this activity is that our enemies are very well organized and coordinated. We cannot discuss here about some sporadic cyber activity or interference here and there. It's very well planned in advance and very heavily financed activity with very clear politically motivated goals. So just to give you an example, throughout the last year and during the both election campaigns, we were witnessing a lot of cybersecurity attacks, and it was ranging from simple, so to say, simple denial of service attacks that are managing to take down some services and public administration, to more complex ransomware, network infiltration, and so on. And all of these attacks were politically motivated because no single incident was linked to any financial incentive. There was no ask for any ransom to pay, and it was a clearly political motivated campaign that were trying to undermine the very processes of a democratic country. So we need to keep in mind that, or to be aware of the fact that cybersecurity and disinformation is being used by our enemies to undermine and hijack the democracies. And because today we talk about our case, we held election in Moldova, but this is a constant feature in the democracy. There are always elections, so we need to prepare to put in place mechanisms to defend our democracies against this kind of interference. And it seems it's having an ever-growing impact nowadays. Another important aspect here is the more and, let's say, a very heavy use of AI technology, especially generative AI technology that would be used to generate fake information, fake news that are being spread very fast across all platforms. And this is a challenge that we didn't have a couple of years ago. Now that we look at the capabilities of video and generated video generated by AI, it's mind-blowing, and it's so impressive how capable those technology are. And you can just imagine what impact can such content can have on the population if it's used to spread misinformation and fake news. And one last thing I want to mention here is oftentimes, and I'll give you one example. For example, there was a hack and leak at an institution in Moldova, and then right away it was taken over by some propaganda channels and tried to amplify the information. So the thing, what happened is that they made it was a completely made up story, like without any real basis. It was a fake news, but it was making reference to a real leak that happened. Mm-hmm. So by doing this, it somehow gives more credibility to those malicious actors. So if I were to conclude here and have a final thought, is that cybersecurity, when it comes to protecting democracies, cybersecurity cannot be regarded anymore as a standalone. It should be seen as a piece of a bigger puzzle, because they work hand in hand with disinformation and many other hybrid interference activities that have one goal of undermining the democratic processes and create distrust in the public administration.
Thank you so much. And you summarize finally this final part of your intervention. This helps, and this is part of the way that you summarize that. You've been mentioning a lot of things. We have less than 1 minute, so I'm going to give you the floor just 20 seconds to talk about the next steps, to talk about the priorities and the urgent matters that you see on the table. So I'm going to give you 20 seconds, if you can summarize in 20 seconds, starting, for example, by Luca, to say what do you think the urgent part, the urgent matters that we have, the priorities for the coming months, years. So, in 20 seconds.
In 20 seconds. From my point of view, priority number one are people, and we need more experts. We need more people capable of doing that. Second, trust between us. We are in different European networks, Cyclone, CSERT network, and so on and so forth. The cooperation is not yet the one that we should have.
Thank you so much, Luca. Michelle?
So to shift trust, of course, and also to manage to operationalize the agreements, the paper, like the paper agreements, to make it real, like how. So to find ways to do that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues. Like, first of all, when we cooperate, we increase the number of technical specialists, yes, and people who work in this field that can exchange, sharing their knowledge, and because of this, we will create a better decision. And also, I think good point about the improvement of international mechanism and policies for cooperation.
You summarized really well, but do you want to add something? You have
these 3 words.
3 words.
People, technology that would help these people to be efficient in their mission, and operational and technical cooperation.
Okay, thank you all of you. It's been a pleasure to having you here. For us, it's always a privilege to have this very important and expert opinion in the panel. I hope that all of you enjoy, and the people that are watching us through internet. My colleague Carmen is coming. So it's the moment to say again, thank you, and enjoy the rest of the journey.
Thank you all. That way, please. That way, that way.
Por ahí.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Un móvil. La siguiente mesa va a centrarse sobre el CRA, Cyber Resilience Act.
Next roundtable will be focusing on CRA. The Cybersecurity Act is the European regulation that has as a goal to guarantee that the digital products are designed and commercialized with high security standards. How is it going to be implemented? What does it imply for manufacturers, for providers, and institutions? Let's talk about it. And for that, we have here with us Vicente González, cybersecurity expert from ENISE. Let's give them a couple of seconds.
Perfecto. Vicente, buenas tardes.
Vicente, good afternoon.
Javier Augusto
Gil, Director for the Cybersecurity Division for the Digital Transformation of CETIF. And who is going to moderate this roundtable? Sébastien Garnos, the founder of the Cyber Task Force and the Paris Cyber Summit Cyber Task Force. You're welcome. Thank you very much, Carmen. Thank you very much, everyone. I am very happy to come here to León. Thank you very much to Spain, to INCIBE for having me.
In Spanish, but it's been great to be with you guys. So we have 40 minutes to discuss a very, very relevant topic in the EU, and this is also a question of cooperation and international cooperation, because all of this topic in cyber, it's about people. First, this is ENISE. This is also a technical topic. This is the private sector and the public sector, but it is also a question of regulations, because regulation is an incentive for the EU. And for today, we have 2 experts, one from the EU level and one from the national level. So the idea will be to deep dive into the CRA, Cyber Resilience Act, with you gentlemen. So maybe I can leave you the floor to Vicente. Vicente, can you explain what you're doing at ENISE, just for our colleagues to see you on the map, and then it will be Javier.
Okay, so thank you, Sebastian. And first of all, thank you again to INCIBE to invite me another year to present a little bit the work that we are doing in ENISE, this time related to the CRA work. But it's a pleasure to be here. No? So I work in ENISE already for 4 years. Right now, I'm specialized in the area of cybersecurity certification. Maybe you are not aware, we developed the first European cybersecurity scheme of the UCC, the common criteria, and I will explain a little later in the discussions. So I'm really involved in the UCC and the interplay of how this UCC common criteria certificate will be possible to give the presumption of compliance for the Cyber Resilience Act. And then I prefer to give the floor to Javier, so he introduced a little bit. Well, just before joining ENISE, I was working in Spain for a public body that is is DEFE, that is the Spanish agency for the defense.
Thank you, Vicente, and thank you, everyone, and thank you also for INCIBE for this great venue. My name is Javier, and I have been working at the Ministry for Digital Transformation for almost 8 years. Currently, I direct a division, the Division for Cybersecurity for Digital Transformation, in the Subdirector General for Digital Security, in the State Secretariat for Telecommunications and Digital Infrastructure. We are responsible for quite a few tasks that have to do with the matter we have at hand. On one hand, we supervise currently under NIS 1 all digital service providers, marketplaces, researchers, cloud service providers, and we will be having a great role in supervision of when NIS 2 gets transposed to the Spanish legislation. On the other hand, we are lending a hand with market surveillance for the delegated act of the Radio Equipment Directive, which is the predecessor, the prequel, so to say, to the CRA, to the Cyber Resiliency Act, which is the matter we are going to talk about today. And in that market surveillance, we are going to have a very big role.
Thank you, Javier. So let's get into the topic. Last time we met with INCIBE and our Spanish colleagues, it was at Paris Cyber Summit, and we were on the topic on the CRA, and one of the main questions of the people who are getting to the field is, okay, what is the Cyber Resilience Act? What it is done for? And maybe ENISE could bring us a few parts to better understand what is the mindset of this piece of legislation.
I will answer your question, but first you need to explain what is the Cyber Summit and what you do there. So
okay,
you just forget to say that.
Okay, so Paris Cyber Summit is based on people and on policies. So if you want to engage with the European communities, like here in León, you can come to Paris in June. Thank you for the assist. Well, we have also the Paris Saint-Germain, so we have a Spanish trainer. Thanks to that, we are at the top of the EU, and we are now learning here how to be the best event, thanks to ENISE. Thank you for the assist. So now let's go deep dive. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I want to talk about first two legislations because already Javier mentioned the red. So to be a little big picture of the CRA, Cyber Resilience Act is we call it is the legislation that makes that any product that is connected, that is put into the market, have at least some essential cyber security requirements, okay? So we can call it like the C level of cyber security of any product that will get into the market. So this is the CRA.
And why? I mean,
why? Because we need to have, because there are too many products that are getting into the market that are connected and are a big risk for the customers with cybersecurity issues that they have no any kind of security assurance, okay? So we need the CRA. And then there is the other legislation that is the reasoning of ENISE, that is the Cybersecurity Act, the CSA, that is the mandate of ENISE of also to develop the cybersecurity schemes, that is my certification scheme, sorry, that is what we do in my unit, no? And here is the alignment between the two. If you look into the Cyber Resilience Act, there are categories of products. There are the standard products, then we have important products, class 1, class 2, and then we have critical products, okay? So depending on the use of the product, it will go to one of these categories. And actually last week, I think there was already just published not only what are the categories, what are the products that fall into each of the categories, but also a description of what we understand that is that product. Okay, this was very widely requested by the industry because there is a need to clarification. For example, if we talk about a smart card, I mean, it's not the same smart card, the one that you use to go to a critical facility that is covered under NIS 2 than the smart card that you use to open the locker of the gym. No? So this was a clarification that we understand that is in that implementing act. I'm not sure yet because actually it's not part of the work, but we will request it if it's not, so we will go for the moment for request of changes. But is that we need to have this categorization, and that is, I think, was published, or they are working on it very close to finish. Okay, so, and then the cyber security, the schemes, the European schemes, why is really related? Because for these important products class 2 and critical products, the way to provide this presumption of compliance with the CRA could be done with these European schemes. And here is when the UCC, European Common Criteria, enters into play, because it actually is the only scheme that we have in place working. And that is why we are working a lot to provide and test how can we provide this presumption of compliance.
Thank you, Vicente. Just who feel concerned by the CRA, by raising your hands? I don't know your names. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And who has enough information to date? Oh, that's great. Congratulations, sir. Yeah, so now we know what it is about. We heard that it has been done with also the private sector. Thank you for that. But now it's time also to plan the implementation. And now it comes to you, Javier. Can you explain how you're receiving this piece of legislation to implement it smoothly in your country?
Thank you. To give a bit of context, when I studied economy, they told me that the world was separated in 2 areas, goods and services. You either sell goods or you sell services. And for cybersecurity in the European Union, for services, we have the NIS 2 directive. And for goods, we're going to have the CRA. This is a very good way of understanding the matter.
True.
The services in the European Union do not have a framework legislation as such, but goods do have a framework legislation which all manufacturers work with, which is the new legislative framework. It's called new because it was made in the year 2000. And it's not so new anymore, but it underpins the security of every product that is sold in the European Union in every way, from pharmaceutical products to the security of toys for children to this bottle of water or this table. And this brings with it a lot of advantages because there's lots of aspects of this legislation that the manufacturers are currently already implementing. They are already fixing CE markings on each of their products, and these CE markings already have a hyperlink to our site where they keep all the documentation, and they only need to change the CE marking to reflect this new legislation which applies to all products which have a certain type of connection. Also, the type of surveillance that is done on it and the type of certifications that some companies, those, as you have very well said, that are important, class 1 and 2, or essential, that must have or can have a third-party certification. These types of certification and which bodies and which entities can certify is also guided by this framework legislation, by the new legislative framework.
And if I may, if I am a company, how can I go to this information? I mean, how are you spreading the info to the clients, I would say?
That's a very important question. So at a European level, we have several manners of outreach. One of the most important ones is the CRA expert group, which is to receive feedback, but also to give back to the community, which has sessions. Its membership is open. It has members from the member states, governments, from companies of all sorts, independent experts. And it has got several kinds of subgroups or working groups. One for the notifying authorities, one will be for the market surveillance authorities, another ones are for the member states to develop the several implementing acts. There will also be outreach at a national level. Currently, the Market Surveillance Authority and the Notifying Authority are not yet to be designated in Spain. After these are designated and the appropriate entities have the necessary competences, there will be an outreach effort which has already started, because the whole cycle starts with certifying bodies, the accredited bodies. And the timetables of the CRA are as follows. The next year, in September, companies will have to start notifying mandatorily their vulnerabilities to the appropriate CSIRT in each member state through ENISE's tool. In that very same year, in December, bodies can start being notified to the European Commission. That is, member states can start messaging the European Commission saying which companies within each member state have passed the necessary steps and can start giving out these certifications. And finally, on December of the next year, on December 2027, the full obligations of the Cyber Resilience Act shall start coming into place, and companies shall have to comply with the three kinds of obligations that are stated in the CRA. Namely, on one hand, security by design and security by in every product. On the other, notification of known vulnerabilities, and on the third, information to the, which is the least important, information to the consumer, which is through the easy marking and through the manuals that come with each product. It is the first time in the new legislative framework that there are obligations beyond the point of sale. Normally, the market surveillance and CE marking involves obligations from the point that the product is put into the market to the point that the product is sold to the end user, to the consumer, or to the manufacturer. That is, it involves the manufacturer in the EU or out of the EU, the representative of the manufacturer in the EU, the importer, the distributor, and lately, this is a very important feature, the marketplace, the intermediary online that is involved in the sale.
And why? Well, yeah, because go for it. Jump in because no, that's perfect, because that gives a wide range, and now we know where you are. You know where you are according to the classification. But
I wanted to
go for it.
mention one of the points that Javier just mentioned, and it's the notification of vulnerabilities. No? And there is one request, no? One of the requirements of the Cyber Resilience Act that is game-changing. No? And it's the requirement that you know your SBOM. SBOM is the top topic right now, one of the also top topics of the CRA. No? This requirement of knowing your software bill of materials, so you know all your supply chain, and it applies to everyone, so also to distributors. No? So this means you buy from somewhere a product and you just put into the European market. It's not that simple right now. So you will need to know that before you put it into the market, you know your SBOM, and you know there are not active exploited vulnerabilities into that product before you put it into the market. No?
And this is why this is something good, because in my country, it is seen as something that will bother companies. They will have, it's an investment, etc., etc. But it's the opposite. It's an incentive for the security of the user, of the customers. So how the companies are participating in the design of the process. Do you have point of contact with them at the EU level, but also at the national level? You can go.
So from ENISE now we have a new project with a lot of money to invest to promote this SBOM work.
Okay.
Because actually, to be true, this I was in part of one group coordinated by the American, by CISA, all last year with an international group with all member states from all around European member states, but also Canada, Japan. So it was a worldwide group, and we developed one white paper of starting guidance to develop SBOM, to provide SBOM.
Okay.
And this work has been taken now by ENISE. And with the Commission, we are working now to have these better guidelines on SBOM for the benefit of CRA.
And this is also...
and this SBOM, there is a lot of discussions now with SBOM, but I think this is something cultural. Now, right now, we make to do this comparison, no? When you buy some kind of food product, you like to know everything is there. We are asking to know what everything is in the product, and you buy a Wi-Fi camera and the seller don't know what is selling to you. No? So I think this is
If I can add, I wish to address 2 points. One, the standards, and the second one, I will come to it. First, the standards. How can companies get involved or get feedback or get their say in the process? Well, at the current stage of the process, the requirements in the CRA, there are like 15 requirements, have to be translated into standards. There will be 15 standards, each for each one of these requirements, stating how this requirement is going to be generally applied. And so this, for example, one of the newest ones is that one product may only process information that is relevant for that product. This is translated differently for each type of product. This will be one single standard. And there will be, these are the horizontal standards. And there are going to be 26 vertical standards, one for each of the products that are important, class 1 or 2, or essential. For each of these ones, this vertical standard will say how each of these horizontal standards is going to be understood and applied. These standards are currently being written. So if you are a company and wish to have a say, you may get involved with ETSI and with Senec in the drafting of these standards, which then will have to be approved and validated by the European Commission, by the HAS consultancy, and which will become, in practice, a part of the law, or a part of how the law is to be understood. This is one of the big channels for companies to give their feedback now. The second channel is a couple of initiatives that are right now in place, the Digital Omnibus, which are the European Union has made this call, calling for ideas for the simplification of the digital legislation in the European Union. So many of the proposals we have been reading in this sense do address parts of the CRA. For example, you have said about the management of vulnerabilities. But the management of vulnerabilities is a very broad aspect. It involves being aware of when a vulnerability of the product you sell arises, and when it becomes known by other parts, notifying it, but also creating your own patches and maintaining it. So there are maybe no shortcuts, or at least acknowledged and approved ways of complying with this requisite by smaller companies like SMEs, which may be, for example, hiring the services of a PSOT, of a special company that specializes in this kind of compliance.
I would like to before going on the program, I told you that I will act myself. I have a question, because we never take the CRA like a cyber industrial policy. Why? Because if the producer needs to have cyber in it, they will ask to who? To the company, to the national, or maybe the European ecosystem, right? So this is also an incentive for the industry, the cyber industry, and for the industrial. Would you agree with this analysis?
I think it's very appropriate, yes. I have mentioned the two types of authorities that are in the framework of CRA, the Notification Authority and the Market Surveillance Authority. You can envision them as the stick and the carrot. The Notification Authority is the carrot. They are there to foment that there are many companies that are certifying, making certifications to help companies do their own self-assessments, to create guides, to make the road easier. And then there is the Market Surveillance Authority that has two kinds of inspections, ex ante and ex post, that is basically there to check that the products comply. Not only the products manufactured in the EU, but with a heavy side on products imported into the EU.
And how, go for
one
it.
thing, because actually one of the points of CRA that is actually very important, and Javier, you say ex post, is the penalties. The CRA comes with very high penalties. So when we are saying that important products class 1 is self-assessment, actually somebody asked me just before here in the coffee, and you trust the companies will do the self-assessment? Yes, I trust them. I mean, they can risk, but it's 10 million euros or 7%. Or your worldwide 7%, right?
And that's not the worst. The worst is that as part of the new legislative framework, you have a tool that is taking the product of the market. And that happens. That happens a lot with medicines, with toys that are unsafe. And if there is a vulnerability in a webcam, that product will be taken from the market, and selling it will become illegal. And that is more than a fine for a company.
There is a very important point that I would like to highlight, is that it applies to people who are coming from the outside who want to sell in the EU market. And this is key because in this discussion about what is the EU and what are the rules, I'm thinking about agriculture, for instance, with all the agreement, blah, 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 you understood where I'm going. So the self-assessment from a product done anywhere but in the EU. How can we implement it?
I'm not sure you need to do the self-assessment in the EU. This is more for the third party. The third party needs to be done by a notified body.
Yes.
But the self-assessment, I'm not sure of that.
Not all notified bodies are in the EU. There are countries that have a free trade agreement. For example, Turkey has a lot of notified bodies, and countries that have a memorandum of understanding, like the United States of America, for example, they have certified bodies, and they can make these certifications in the United States and put the CE marking before it enters the ship. Other countries do not have this rule, but they can do their self-assessments themselves, and for the certifications, they can go to any country, any member state, and do their assessment there. I know, because I have talked to them, that their approach is to not to put all the eggs in one basket, and if they are in a third country, they spread their certifications throughout the European Union.
Yeah. So. And that also in common criteria right now. Actually, we are working on these agreements. Before the European common criteria, we used to have the SOGIs, and for example, in the SOGIs, we have mutual recognition with other countries outside Europe. Now, actually, we don't have this straight mutual recognition of the UCC with the third-party countries, but we have a plan, let's say, with a recognition by now with the member states that emit the certificate to have the recognition with other countries. But we are working, and actually there are the meetings this week in Korea of the CCRA, that is the coordination group for CC. We will try to discuss what is the possibilities that the UCC gets the mutual recognitions with other countries of third party. So you have that mutual recognition, and you certify the product with common criteria, and the protection profile. This is a little bit too technical, but and you're using a protection profile with the modules with the update of this protection profile already compliant with CRA.
Yeah.
Then even the product is certified outside Europe, could be sold in Europe, and is CRA compliant. And one point also that is quite important and quite interesting, and it's like many companies will like to go for third party instead of self-assessment, just to be more in the self place. Because now that we have launched a few months, we did the call in July for these pilots that we are piloting with different companies and labs to do the common criteria certification using protection profiles with the update to have the models to comply with the essential security requirements that are in the CRA, so they demonstrate that they are compliant with CRA.
I love this topic.
This is I think maybe it's too technical.
Also, one small thing, for the even the self-assessments are sometimes subcontracted. Because you have, for the certifications, you have to find a certification body. But for the self-assessments, you can subcontract them to a consultant firm, which is a completely different set of firms. You cannot be a consultant and a certificator at the same time. So very famous consultancy firms do specialize on this.
Let's continue a bit. I have maybe two questions that we didn't discuss, but I would like to go on the policy side and, you know, the acceptation by the private sectors, because we have lots of legislation that we're currently implementing. So as far as I understand, it's time for implementing and not for taking new acts. But do you think that in cyber, there is no other ways than regulation to help people to understand that it is crucial to secure their product, their services, and their lives? Because as an individual, I need to do the same.
We in the public sector are very aware of the load that compliance is on European companies. It's a heavy load, and there have been several reports. The Draghi report for the European Union is very famous, that have stated that the European industry is groaning under the weight of the laws it has to comply with. That is true, and we will try to make it as light as possible. On the other hand, you're right. I mean, products with products with digital elements are ever more ubiquitous and ever more interconnected. And a cyber attack through one can be a vector of attack that destroys a whole product value chain. And we are sure that third countries, like the United States or Asian countries, shall have legislations that cover this aspect. There can be no other way. It would be like having pharmaceutical products and not having safety standards. It would be unthinkable.
Go for it, Vicente.
So from my side, I know in Europe we like to legislate a lot. And in cybersecurity, we are legislating a lot. But because we didn't have nothing before. I mean, and there is a lot of, the field is very wide, and the risks are too high. And you were asking for the people to, the knowledge, no? And then it comes here, if we think about NIS 2, one of the more important changes, I think, in NIS 2 is not that there are more sectors, more companies, is that one of the points is the requirement that the management board, how is it mentioned? Foster the knowledge of cybersecurity in the company, no? And they are responsible for that. And this is one of the requirements of NIS 2. So they need to foster the knowledge of cybersecurity risk into the company and the training, and they are the responsibles for this and to the risk that this implies. Why? Because there is a lot of missing culture about what is the cybersecurity risk, and I don't know how in the last three landscape, but the main risk right now is still us. It's not the vulnerabilities in the product,
it's the people.
But at the end, it's the user. No? We are still the biggest risk whether for the phishing or malwares. How the point of entrance is because of lack of knowledge, no? and lack of behavior. No?
When we are aware, we are the first line of defense.
Yep.
So this is also how legislation, regulation can help to raise the level of awareness. When we were discussing with our colleagues from the US, even the CISA, look at what ENISE and the national and the member states did, because they wanted to impulse, because otherwise the industry wouldn't do, because this is investment. So at the end of the day, it's money, and I understand perfectly that.
So Anatoly, we can say, think before you click, no? Like
That's a good one. So if we think before we click, what should I think as a company? And this is for you, Javier, and we're soon off. But Javier, I am a company established in Spain. Thank you for the welcome. What should I do from now till next December to comply?
Well, first check if your products are in the list of the of important and essential products.
This is on your website?
No, it is not.
Okay.
We do not have a website as of yet because we have not been designated as an authority yet. The moment we are designated, we have it prepared, but it cannot be online. But this is in websites throughout the European Union. The European Union has a website specifically for the CRA. An important part of the CRA is the A, which means it's a regulation. It's not a directive. It does not need to be transposed.
Yeah.
Therefore, every letter of this regulation is applicable in Spain directly, with it coming to Spanish law. Second, start imposing those requisites in your product, because if those requisites are not already in your design, no certification will come out right. And this is this has to be part of the design of your products, if it isn't already, which it should be already. And third, is start installing, which most manufacturers already do, vulnerability management and patch release management. That will make your products usable for the important value chains in the European Union in new sectors like the managed services, for example, which is a very important sector.
But I think this is very important for us to give the to-do lists. And of course, the first thing is to go to the information, check if your products are under the regulation, and then it will be almost autopilot.
Your products will be in the regulation, but either they will be in the basic sector, or there will be one of these 26 specific products. The text for the implementing act that defines exactly the terms of each one of these 26 products is about to be released, because the text has already been largely set, and with the input from the private sector. And if they are in these parts, you will probably need a certification by third parties of some kind. If not, it will be a self-assessment. But even that self-assessment needs to be documented.
But it's quite easy to know if you are going to be important critical. No? So the products that have been selected as important or critical are because are products that are connected, but are also their functionality is cybersecurity functionality. So it's like a firewall. So they have functionalities that are to provide security to the other products, okay?
Exactly.
So this is the reasoning why they are important and critical, because of the functionality of the product is related to the cybersecurity of the product. So, okay, so it's not like, I mean, I have a toy. No, the toy is not important or critical.
But that's funny. That's a funny world, because we had a hack on intimate toys in France last week. So this is IoT and this is the CRA. Sorry for going on that field, but yeah, I'm not listening to toys very often.
Yeah.
So now we still have three minutes, and I would like to know what's next. What's next? It's an open question. We have 3 minutes to land, because Alba asked me to be accurate.
So I give you one and you give me two?
No, take all three, because I wanted to speak of managed services too.
Okay, so I'm going to take, this is a Spanish joke.
Okay.
He venido a hablar de mi libro.
Okay.
So I want these 3 minutes. So the next for me right now, we just launched it on Monday, a new head of working group in ENISE, because we got the mandate last June, and we replied on July to the Commission to develop the new European cybersecurity scheme of managed security services. In Spain, this is well known, because in Spain there is a scheme, National Security Scheme, so we already have 1,500 companies 35 with the Spanish National Security Scheme. So to be a comparison, what we are going to develop right now, this request is to develop a horizontal scheme. So there will be like basic security requirements for the managed security services. And then the verticals. And what we have a request is to develop the vertical for a service profile, we call it, on incident response. So we are going to develop a scheme for incident response of managed security services in the Spanish way, mine is a scheme that is, how it's called, perfil de protección para respuesta ante incidente. So we are starting in that. We just started. The timeline is really challenged. Commission wanted early 2026. So
yeah, that's
if
great.
you all think you are in Rust with CRA, we are memory more Rust. No, we are playing to be in Rust. So this is what we are working. This is next for me.
And there is any call that you want to do or
I just did the call, and actually see someone around here that is also in my group. So thank you for it. No, we just started. So later on, when we have more papers, we want to be very transparent to publish all the work, because we are also in very rush, so we want to get feedback soon. But I also have the collaboration of Spain, because they have a lot of knowledge. So,
okay, thank you so much. Stay tuned. You have 45 seconds.
Well, the NIS2 is going to be transposed very soon. It should have been transposed like a year ago, but there are still many member states where this is still a process, and this will have new obligations for a whole slew of companies that give services, both digital services and physical services.
Thank you so much, Javier. Thank you. Muchas gracias todos por su attendance. I need to come back next year to have more information and to practice my Spanish. Muchas gracias, Carmen.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. Me llevo la botellita. Sí.
Bueno, el tiempo se va volando, en fin.
Time's running. We are in the last panel of the day. After what is going to happen now, we will have a keynote speech of a responsible leader of entrepreneurship. This is the subject that we're going to have. INCIBE Emprende fosters development on cybersecurity, and what is going to be presented now, the outcomes and successes of this program. There are many people that belong to this program and that could talk about what is it about, but I'm going to let Pilar de Cos tell us about it. She's the head of promotion and business development at INCIBE. So let's give her a round of applause.
Muchas gracias, Carmen.
Thank you very much, Carmen. It's a pleasure being here with many entrepreneurs to present what is INCIBE Emprende and what we've done up to date. Thank you very much for being here today after such a long day where we've worked and enjoyed so much. We hope that this forum will be an excellent forum, and as a closer, we have this keynote speech. We started on 2024. We started in 2024, and we're going to be active until 2026. We wanted to profit of the big progress of the program to launch the outcomes up to date, so you can make yourselves an idea of all of the work that's been done here by INCIBE, by the INCIBE Emprende team, by the collaborator participating entities, and by the different entrepreneurs, the ones that really are the objective of the program. The INCIBE program, INCIBE Emprende program, emerges out of the need of new ideas in order to give an answer to the emerging challenges, but it's also addressed to the entrepreneurs with a technological base that want to integrate cybersecurity within their value or supply chain. For executing this program, we've had the cooperation and collaboration of 33 entities. This is a lot. Centers of innovations of all of the countries, associations, universities. The most part is centers and companies of innovation and private companies specialized on entrepreneurship. I would like to name them one by one, but I don't want to skip one, so you can find the details about the information, the list. They are distributed among all of the regions of Spain, some in Spain, some do actions at the national, and others are international as well. What is the budget of this program? The budget of this program is 52 million, and it's been adjusted. Actually, currently we have 52 million that come from a co-financing program. INCIBE provides 70% of the financing with next generation funds for the program for digital transformation and digital resilience. The rest of institutions collaborate with 60 million, and in total we have 52 million. We can say that today we've executed and justified more or less 28 million, from which 70% are by INCIBE, the rest of for the collaborating institutions. That it means we have very optimistic perspectives because we have learned from this program, from this team, and from the collaborating companies and from the entrepreneurs. So we are more agile each day. We have more synergies. I don't know if you were here yesterday on the entrepreneurship negotiation tables. It was really pleasing. If you weren't there, I recommend you to watch them. They were recorded. You can find them on YouTube, and I recommend you to watch it because they are inspiring. And this is the reflection of these outcomes that are not only quantitative, but they reflect the cooperation, synergies, where we have arrived so far. The actions that we've executed with this program, we know them already. I'm gonna just dedicate some minutes for those that don't know the actions that we do at the INCIBE Emprende program. We support entrepreneurship processes from the beginning. First of all, we make the capture of talent, we create ideas, this entrepreneurship capacity, the skills, technical knowledge. Afterwards, once the ideas are generated, we incubate them in order to have a viable product. And then when we have this viable product, we create the startup and we escalate it progressively. I've synthesized this in a matter of seconds, but this is a really long, difficult process that takes a lot of effort from the entrepreneurs, entities, and the INCIBE Emprende team. Regarding the outcomes, they are quantitative, but there's more behind that. You could see them at yesterday's speeches. So capture actions in order to capture this entrepreneurship, in order to inspire so people can see the opportunities that there are on cybersecurity, be it in economy or as a freelancer, as a worker. We have a little bit of everything. We've done these capturing operations in all of Spain. You can see it on the graphics. What are the outcomes of the actions that we've done in the different regions of Spain? We can see that practically we've made 1,642 speeches, 570 workshops, 175 events. So each workshop implies 7 to 8 hours of work. Each event 40 to 60 hours. But where we reach even rural zones with its specific characteristics, We reach vocational institutions, schools, university, master programs, workers' associations. So that's why we have these almost 1,700 speeches. We've captured a lot of participants for these workshops where we did, for example, pitching. We've seen it, and you need to know what you want to sell. We make some workshops linked to business models or linked to entrepreneurship. We learn how to make entrepreneurship with cybersecurity and in these events, and it is tell us how they did things. You can see in an event during a weekend, you can see really motivated young people. That's what we did. That's what we did with these capturing operations, where we captured 48,000 participants. We've invested almost 11 million euros, and if you see the map, there are zones that are where the color is more intense than others, and the more intense color zones, there are the ones where we did the most actions with a specific objective to reach those areas that have less developed ecosystems. Our objective was to cultivate. Remember this data, almost 11 million on capturing actions. This is a lot of actions. Next phase of the funnel, we capture, we cultivate, and then we have inspiring people that wants to go on. Then we go to the incubating step. We have 36 incubations. Today we have 17 projects, 17 pitching winner projects belonging to the cybersecurity sector. Each incubation manages 20 projects. This equals that from the beginning, we've had 720 projects on cybersecurity and in order to integrate cybersecurity. If we have the data, this is approximately 30% of projects of cybersecurity. If we start talking about the last phase of the funnel, the acceleration, there is a lot of motivation in this step, lots of willing to scale the product. Then we had 17 accelerations where we have 10 startups on average. So we've accelerated in total 170 startups, and 29% of these 170 are of cybersecurity. This is not as capturing. We've selected like specific areas. In incubations, we've invested almost 10 million euros. Remember that in capturing, we invested almost 11. Incubation, practically 10. Acceleration, almost 4 million. Where are we investing? We are investing in creating the ecosystem, creating and incubating. Also, we assist the acceleration, which is the ultimate goal, but we build the ecosystem first. We have these 4 millions invested in Andalucía, Madrid, Valencia, Castilla and León, Castilla-La Mancha, Galicia. Lastly, we have the express accelerations. What is this? From INCIBE Emprende, we thought we should not only support entrepreneurs, but offer also cybersecurity of technological-based companies. Also support SMEs that have been entrepreneurs before. We offer for that mentorships, and up to now we've done 270 acceleration. This implies 3 million invested. We've we've gone from more to less investment according to the phases. And I want to finish inviting you to access our website. You have up until the 30th of July 2026. Look at what we do, what speeches are we going to organize, the capturing operations, with actions are we are going to do. I will invite you to follow us, continue accelerations, the activity that you want to do. And with that, I want to conclude my presentations and thank you very much to every single one of you. And now we will have the pitch competition prize ceremony. So good luck with the recognition. And I hope you have a really good future ahead. You have us, INCIBE, for whatever you can need. Thank you.
No vamos a dejar a Pilar que se vaya.
Not gonna let go of Pilar. We're gonna call more people on stage. We have the Secretary General of INCIBE here. My colleagues Javier Rodríguez, Rocío Gutiérrez, Estrella Martínez, and me, and myself, sorry. So what we're going to do now is to give the diplomas, recognitions of the finalists of the accelerations and incubation. Let's start. Let's start with the finalists for incubation. Third position, the project Resizes, presented by Guillermo Virgil de Tetuán, Valleil. The collaborating entity.
Pilar, ven. Vale. Ponte ahí, al lado de Miriam. Sí. Sí. Javi, ven. ¿Estamos? Perfecto. Muy bien. Perdona. Vamos a la segunda posición.
Let's go to the second position. Byte Height Project. Byte Height Solutions. Accelerated by the entity Tetuán Valley. Are you in incubation or acceleration?
Perdón.
Sorry. It makes it. I have the cards wrong, so you already know you received the prize. Sorry.
Seguimos con la incubación. Y entonces la segunda posición es Acción.
So the second position is Action, presented by Marc Torrents of Wayda Telefónica.
Gracias. Sí, podéis subir los dos. Por favor. Gracias. Bien, y ahora sí. El primer premio de la
Now the first prize for incubation.
Fishworth,
presented by Aleix Rodríguez from the project of Wayda Telefónica.
Y ahora sí, no sé si empezar por el segundo. Tercera posición de los proyectos
Third position for project of acceleration of pitches of today's pitches, project OPRIF. AP2SEC.
Incubado por Guaira Telefónica.
Incubated by Guaira Telefónica. Accelerated, sorry, by Guaira Telefónica.
Sí. Muy bien. Por aquí, por favor. Por ese.
This way, please.
Segundo premio.
Second finalist for the acceleration program, ByteHide Solutions, ByteHide Solutions, the startup of identity of John Ballet.
Muy bien. Por aquí, por favor. Bien, y el finalista, el primer finalista
and first finalist of the acceleration program, the project Split Chain, Crypto Security of BCC Solutions, accelerated by CI Valencia.
Gracias. Sí. Muy bien, ahora sí. Muy bien, pues ahora sí, con esto ya damos en compañeros.
All right, then with that, and with my coworkers, we finalize the second session of ENISE, and we invite you tomorrow to come again at 9:30 a.m. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you that are on streaming. I know you are a lot, so thank you to all of the people here in the room and all of the online people participating.
Sí, sí, sí.